Oh, there we go. Ladies and gents, boys and girls, welcome back to Cup of TCG. My name's Kyle. This is Callum. We are going to be co-casting, co-streaming, co-watching the Calling Rotterdam Day 2. And oh my goodness, just as we join, we get to see our overall metagame and soon to see our Day 2, moving the wrong thing, our Day 2 conversion rates, which I think a lot of people, including me, are going to be very, very interested in. Yesterday was pretty good, to be fair, Callum.
Yeah, a load of really great games with a load of very, very diverse hero pool, and this is the conversion for Day 2, and you'll see the 100% Max the Hype Nitro conversion, which
Let's go, Jack!
I've been in the chat of the mainstream this morning, and everyone seems very, very hyped for the Hype Nitro.
Ooh, only one Teklo making it through out of the 11 that turned up yesterday. Pretty rough. Dash having an alright conversion rate, 24%. Notable kind of inclusions here as well. Syndra, not a hero that I kind of had my eyes on coming into this event, but seeing a number of reputable players kind of bring it to the forefront. 24% conversion rate isn't too bad. You got your kind of your big bads at the very top though. Your Arachnne, your Victor, your Acilio, some very high conversion rates there. Victor, 37%. One of the highest converting heroes, with the exception of your outliers, your 100% to 50%.
Yeah, I mean, Gravy Bones, another hero with a 39% conversion rate, really high, and kind of impressed to see this hero doing well again, considering, like you said, the resurgence of Syndra. Rhinar with a 43% conversion rate. We've seen that hero perform pretty well on stream quite a lot recently.
Yeah, a couple of fringe decks here as well. Arachnne Huntsman. We saw some Huntsmans kind of floating around that top table, even in that kind of 5-0. I think we even had one or two at the 6-0 table. So, yeah, very strong to see kind of all flavours of Arachnne getting love and support here, but only one of those slipped through the cracks, making it through the cracks to Day 2. A Soul Marlin, the Marlin that we saw yesterday in Arachnne, the UK reigning Nationals champion, joining the fray. And I mean, hey, had a fantastic performance on her yesterday, looking to continue doing that today. So, top tables right now. Michael Feng, we remember watching, God, I think, what was it, 3 of his games yesterday?
We had two Michael Feng games that played really, really well, and obviously looking to continue that all the way through to the top 8 most likely. We've got Liam Holden still at 6-1 on Lyth. Quite a few sort of fringe decks doing well here. So you've got your Rhinar at 6-1. My eyes are on Jeremy Miller on Ira in 4th seed at the moment, 6-1. Played Ira at my armory last night, Carl.
How'd that go?
Played Ira, yeah, it was good. 2-2, unfortunately. So eagerly awaiting to see what Jeremy Miller has cooked up for Ira. Still got a couple of gravies floating around here. A few Victors doing well, but yeah, that one Syndra at 7-0 is something I'm very, very curious about.
Yeah, absolutely. Angelo clearly having a run of the field yesterday, and when you're looking at this kind of separation inside of the top 20, you only can point towards a couple of decks that you think, yeah, actually, I favour Syndra into that matchup. Hell, you've even got that Vincent sitting up there, James V. Wong, who was so unlucky yesterday in that game against Michael Feng, but hey, Michael is one of the best players in the world for that exact reason, being able to navigate those really difficult situations with ease. Aaron joins us as one of the first 5-2s. So dropped a couple of games yesterday on Marlin, sitting at rank 28th right now. Anton on Arachnne Marionette 5-2. Lucas Ward, can't gloss over the Irishman, locking in on Syndra as well. So yeah, a bit of a resurgence for the old school meta dominated hero.
Yeah, the one deck that seems to be sprinkled all the way through these top tables is Victor, hero that, you know, you sort of think one of the highest represented decks in the room, not at the very, very top at your 7-0s, but it literally seems like every 4th hero is Victor at the moment. So I'd be pretty concerned if I was bringing Syndra to this tournament, but hey, a bit of gem luck and a bit of dodging, and I'm sure you'll be all right. I was
about to say, just get out of the Victor bracket at that point, right? If you're sitting at 7-0, even 6-1, you're doing a pretty decent job of dodging them. Moving on to
Jason Rolfe, one of another UK heavyweight at 5-2 with Victor, the deck we literally just talked about. One thing that a bit of a shame for us to see is that the Warriors have not really showed up in force this tournament, and is that because of Acilio? Is that because of Victor? Maybe a little bit of a dangerous pick for the current format, but was kind of hoping to see some Edict of Steels and the like resolved on the stream.
Hey, there's a world that a Bolton today decides to just go a little bit crazy. I think we saw one on the previous pages before we see Timo on this page. Quite interesting that you mentioned Jason Rolfe. He tweeted out this morning that this has actually been his favourite metagame ever in Flesh and Blood's history, which from someone like myself who finds it incredibly polarising, I don't agree, but I'm also not playing at the Calling Rotterdam right now. So.
I can't blame him. There's a hell of a lot of diversity in the format at the moment, and I mean, you've got your best decks, but there is a very, very diverse metagame. You've got Andrea Mengucci picking Syndra for this tournament again.
Yep.
Let's say you see quite a lot of talented players picking this hero up again, and it makes you wonder what the source is. They may have found the way to say good Acilio matchup. Is that all you need? Maybe. I'm curious how many defense reactions these Syndra decks are all going to be running, because it could just be block slop, and we'll have to wait and see. I think the majority of Syndra decks at this point are playing sort of 6 to 9 defense reactions. Yeah. The core of the Syndra deck does its job pretty much all the time, so you don't necessarily need to fill your sideboard with much else other than the occasional playset of poppers and some D-react, so it makes a lot of sense.
We did see, before we move on to this page, we did see on the previous page as well, Jacob Clements playing Arachnne Marionette, 5-2, so dropping a couple of games yesterday. Needs to go flawless today to be able to convert into that top 8. It looks like we actually cut to some 4-3s making it through to day 2 as well, including one Rob Catton, 4-3.
You never know, drop a game today and you might find yourself in 8th seed, maybe, you never know, or cashing for a bit of money. See how it goes. We have got 5 rounds of CC today, so...
Oh, God, it's 5. I thought it was 4. Oh, God.
Carl's a little EP today, guys.
I'm knackered. Oh, dearie me.
Wakey. The legendary reveal before... Is it before or after the semi-finals? After the semi-finals today should keep you motivated and engaged, ready to go all the way through. And you can fall asleep just as the finals is finishing.
I pray that it's not a Master Pack Warrior legendary reveal.
I saw someone post in the main chat this morning when I was just sort of having a little lurk that someone said generic L, but I mean that could just be someone hoping in chat. So not going to spread any miss or Mr. information in here. So
dearie me. Generic L is what they call me at locals. Right, we already know what game we're going to be getting. We're getting the 7-0s, taking themselves one step closer to being the only flawless player still remaining here at the Calling Rotterdam. Michael Feng playing Acilio, left-hand side of the screen this time, usually on the right-hand side, and Angelo on Syndra. That's actually quite easy. It's Sicardi. Yeah. You see like a combination of the same letters over and over again, and you're just like, I'm going to butcher this. But no, Angelo Sicardi and Michael Fang. Going to be a really interesting matchup. Callum, you've played both of these heroes.
Yeah, I think this is historically has been quite Acilio quite Syndra favoured. Sorry, putting Acilio on that clock, not giving him the time to find the combo pieces. And look, I mentioned yesterday about Cap of Quick Thinking, which was a card that was making its way into a lot of Acilio decks for specifically the Syndra matchup, just as a one-turn get-out-of-jail free card from those flick knives. And let's see if Michael has included it in his list.
The breakdown of who Michael played up against yesterday. Round 1, actually another Italian Syndra that he was able to beat.
And this is the first Acilio that our Syndra player has played.
God, what a run that is. You've got 3 Brutes, 2 of them being Rhinar, 2 Arachnne Huntsmans, and 1 Arachnne Marionette, notably one of them being Ahmed Kashi.
Yeah, that is not a series of matchups for Syndra I would have expected to be favourable. So we have got quite the Syndra aficionado on the table. Right.
Syndra is going to be going first, very close to Living Legend at this point, 820 points. And we banged this gong all day yesterday. Acilio, he's not LLing. This hero is dead. You can continue playing him until Omens releases, but unless we see some absolutely crazy tech for the original Constellar Intelligence, he's going to be around for a little bit of time as Brocilio looks to replace him.
Yeah, that World in Philadelphia win from Michael Jaska doing a pretty big chunk of those LL points, I think. So get your get your Syndra cards out and play it while you can, because a couple more PQ seasons and this hero is out of here.
I need an aggro deck I can turn my brain off with, so I might be picking this one off
the
off
Dash
you and the
IO
boys.
player.
Listen, there's a lot of thinking there.
So we were cap of quick thinking. Michael definitely probably aware that this Syndra deck is still real and still going to be showing up in force in this tournament. So not going for Flash of Brilliance in this tournament. In this game, sorry. I
was about to say, he was on Flash of
Brilliance.
Definitely
on Flash of Brilliance.
Chlorovan Serakai coming out here for Angelo. So again, clearly expecting to see these arcane damage slinging decks, but this is the first time that he's desheathed it, so to speak.
Yeah, Chlorovan Serakai, an absolute house of a card into the Earth decks. You know, we used to play this into Florian, into Verdance. It was super, super good. I wouldn't have been surprised to see this card cut from list with both of those heroes LLing, but nope, seems to be still super valuable into the Asilio deck.
Cheeky little 3 with a Fire Terrant First Strike. Coming down range, and well,
it's been a little while since I've seen some Syndra, so we'll see if we can remember the names of of all of these cards. I think Angelo taking the right play here by attacking into Asilio on turn 0. You can never be too sure how many blocking cards Asilio is going to have, and it looks like Michael's got a couple of 2 blocks in the hand.
Yeah, a couple of blasts, might even be a current funnel sitting back there as well, but definitely one of those instants. Oh, what do we see? Yeah, that is 2 blasts of Oblivion.
Is that a flittering charge as well, possibly?
Yeah, it is full art, so that'll be a flittering charge. But yeah, a little bit of a decision point already, because some relatively strong cards in the hand right now that you don't really want to be getting rid of. But if they don't combo together all too well, what is the point of sitting on them? The Harry Potter sleeves on the back of Asilio for Michael Fung as he looks to activate the Asilio hero ability, discarding the Sigil Conductivity and drawing up maybe a 3-block.
Oh, very nice.
It is a 3-block. 3-block
yeah,
and a 3-block.
These Hermione sleeves seem to have been almost a little bit of a staple for Fab players over the last few years. I've seen them a fair bit. We've got the one and only Dan Tripp in the chat. Good morning, Dan.
Morning, mate. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're able to catch some of the stream, at least even on the main channel or here yesterday. Was a good vibe. So we're doing it again today.
Had to plonk their alarms on nice and early on a Sunday morning for some flesh and blood. That's pull Carl out of bed.
And by bed, he means the sofa. That is literally just off camera. I mean, this hand, it functions. Not very well, but it functions.
Look, this is your classic sort of aggro matchup thinking state where we've gone one chain link deep and the thinking has begun. It's funny, you sort of assume these matchups will go pretty quick, but the players will use the time available to them to think, because the matchup is quite a quick one. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Angelo's kind of probably weighing up here whether or not it's worth barreling some of these cards on the combat chain.
I think
he's interesting.
Yeah, I think he's struggling for a second Draconic card.
Yeah.
Here.
Now, first tenant, strike first. Fire tenant, strike first.
Yes.
Does that only affect the next Draconic attack action card?
No, so that's going to give +1 to the kunai that's likely going to be unbricking this hand here, because I don't know if you saw, but we have, I think that's Inflame the Firebrand in Angelo's hand, one of the new cards from Compendium of Wraith. Unfortunately, not a Draconic starter, so going to be struggling to get that damage in, and this is a really nice 2-block opportunity for Michael here. I think he's more than happy to see an opportunity to block 2 with that Blast of Oblivion.
This was, I suppose, the question for Angelo, right? Like, you do need to filter out some of this hand. This hand doesn't function the way that you want it to. It's just not going to be able to threaten as much damage as you would like, especially against an Asilio who actually does have a number of blocking cards in the hand.
Now this
Blade Dance is pretty decent here.
This Burning Blade Dance is actually really, really important for Angelo to have hit here, because this kunai is not going to be entering the bin via Flick Knife, so would have to close the combat chain to re-equip this one. Remember, Angelo does not have 3 Draconic chain links here. He has only 2, so he's going to be having to pitch one of those remaining cards in his hand to get this kunai back, and would love to have it flicked on here.
Do you want to be arsenaling the Art of Dragonfire this early on?
I think it is important in this matchup to get as much use out of your out of your chess piece as possible, and you don't really have a lot of time to do that, so might as well sort of try and cash in where you can. It's a shame really, because the Inflame the Firebrand pairs quite nicely with Art of the Dragonfire if you can get all of those modes active and turn your entire chain link draconic.
Yeah.
See how Michael decides to play this. I think
oh my goodness.
A really, really good read here to notice that there is not another way to get this kunai into the bin. So Angelo's going to likely be activating Syndra here.
Just to get the claw back.
Just to get the claw back. May say, you know what, I'll get a little bit more damage in, but Michael probably pretty happy to have 4 cards with defense values in the bottom right-hand corner in this opening turn.
Yeah, very true. Angelo positioning like it's just going to send this. Like, no cards in hand. The blocks have been committed.
It is not the position you want to be in at the end of turn 1 with no kunai. So
Flame is coming on in.
I mean, it is going to let you activate Syndra for free, as it's a draconic chain link. So you get to re-equip the claw, but not. There is no way to get this kunai back into Syndra's hands.
No way of getting the kunai back, but it does now allow him to send the Art of Dragonfire if he wishes.
It's not going to have the resource to do so, unfortunately.
Oh god, it costs 1. Why do these cards exist?
The Art Dragonfire is a pretty good card, to be fair. Little hot tip for you guys at home. There has been plenty of times where I've had Art Dragonfire resolved against me as Puffin, and my opponent has not targeted Polly with the 2 damage, which you can do while she's perched. So
keep that one in your back pocket.
Yeah, don't do that. Please don't do that to me, guys. I gave you the tip. Come on, be nice.
Right. Interesting situation that we developed ourselves into here, though. Angelo's only committed himself 3 cards. Michael Fung has already had to committing a lot of block cards, and realistically, there's not tons of them in this deck. You got your Gun the Flash, you got your Flittering Charge, you got your Current Funnels, and your Blast Oblivions. Outside of that, they're just going to be your shocks, and you don't really want to be blocking with those, especially this early on into the game. So
I think
getting those out is holding on to them is going to be important. Angelo's working his way through them already, though.
Yeah, I think Michael is sort of resigned to the fact that he's going to have to give over a couple of mask triggers this game due to that block value in the lack of block value in the hand. However, if Acilio can have an explosive enough turn and resolve a couple of Mind Warps, then I'm not sure he'll mind too much, but he's not going to have long to find them. He's found quite a nice hand here already, though, considering we have an Etchings which will be able to be amped, and we have a Sigil in grave already. I believe the Sigil in Michael's hand is a Sigil of Lightning. Going to be getting rid of that Sigil of Solace. I believe we found a Blast to Oblivion. It's understandable to be activating Acilio as much as we can here. I know that the Sigil, I'm sure, would be nice to resolve, but trying to get to those Gone in a Flashes, those Mind Warps as quickly as possible.
Flittering Charge, one of my favourite starters in any Lightning deck. That alongside a Lightning Surge, played from Arsenal.
I imagine Flittering Charge will be finding itself in a lot of the new heroes coming out in Omens of the Third Age.
I am very glad I got my extended arts of those.
Yeah, great looking card.
Grab them now if you don't already have them. We are now going to be giving this one go again with that Sigil of Lightning. Sigil of Lightning pulling in a lot of go again effort across these next couple of turns, giving the Flittering Charge go again, and of course making that embodiment of Lightning at the start of the next turn. What do we have in hand? Boom.
I'm sure Michael would be, every time he's going to resolve a spell this game, I'm sure he'd rather have the Mind Warp, but this spell is really nice here because he's pushing it up to 5 thanks to the Volzar amp, which means that Claw of Inserkai is not going to be able to prevent the Surge, and I'm sure that is the majority of the reason that card is played in this deck today, is to stop those smaller hand Mind Warp Surges. Michael more than happy to set up an embodiment for next turn, chuck a Blast in Arsenal, and have a Conductivity on board ready to go. So Michael positioned pretty well here, but Syndra with a 5-card hand. No kunais to start the turn with, though.
All you need is a blue to be able to get those back. And Jello, last time I remember looking, does not have the benefit of owning one of those, though. It's 4 reds, and of course that Art of Dragon in the arsenal. Oh, now this is a new one.
So this is Tag the Target, I believe. This is a
It is not coming in for 9.
One of the replacement head jabs when we lost Brand to the BNR last year.
Wow, this is a hunted card.
Yeah, hunted card. When it hits hero, mark them. So going to be enabling those fealties. I'm sure Angelo is pretty ambitious, hoping this hits, because he would love to use that fealty to get that Arc Dragonfire online.
No shot going to be discarded to Acilio hero ability here from Michael. He is just looking to filter it once again. We were talking about last turn the kind of potential brick situations you present yourself with Acilio when, well, you just can't block. You got all instants. We're seeing one of them hit the graveyard, so are we going to be seeing any of those 3 blocks kind of worm their way into the Acilio hand? Time will tell.
I'm really, really keen to see where this, how this cap of quick thinking is used this game. I think it's going to be a real pivotal moment, and will sort of exemplify how how much experience Michael has in this matchup, because it is quite the big decision point when you cash that one in.
Is part of the cost of Flick Knives targeting?
Yes.
Fair enough. So you have to
Plenty
declare if
of,
you're targeting yourself before clap equipment can be triggered.
Plenty of Syndra players love the mini game of targeting themselves with their Flick Knives. So, bit of a thinker here for Michael. Like we said last turn, it's a quick game, so these players have got time to. And look, just as we spoke about it, cap of quick thinking going to be cashed in here already. Say, filtering as quickly as possible to that Gone in a Flash.
So still going to take 2, still going to be marked.
One of the best things about this, about Cap of Quick Thinking, is how deep and how quickly it digs you into your deck, because every instant you discard to prevent damage is going to allow you to draw a card. So you discard 10 instants in a turn, you're going to draw 10 cards. So we can find that Gone in a Flash nice and quick.
Yeah, from the surface, it's like, oh, wait, you're just getting rid of 1 card to prevent 1 damage. It's not good. But then when you realise you're digging deeper towards those power cards, speeding up the game in your favour, works out wonders. Running Renegade, Ryan's favourite card.
Yeah, Ryan Renegade, as we call it in CCG.
Just in case anyone didn't know what Cap of Quick Thinking does. Which, to be fair, is a fair amount of people. This is from the Aurora Armory deck, I believe. Yeah, one of the only cards that is still legal from that Aurora Armory deck. Thank you, Omens.
Yeah, look, really, really cool card. I love seeing Cap of Quick Thinking used. It's nice to see that. I'm pretty sure this card is a sort of very rarely, if not ever, boarded into another deck but Syndra. But, you know, Syndra, a real powerhouse deck and a bad matchup for Acilio traditionally, so earns its slot in the 80 cards.
Did we see Michael play up against an Arachnne yesterday?
No, Michael was playing Flash of Brilliance, I believe, into the Arachnes. Blaze Headlong going to be the 4 breakpoint on the mask trigger here. Let's see if Michael has found himself a 3 block. Notably, no kunai as of yet to enable the Flick Knives here, and Michael still with only 2 Draconic Chain Links, meaning, not Michael, sorry, Angelo with only 2 Draconic Chain Links, meaning that should Angelo decide to pay into retrieving those Flick Knives. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Michael. Fair enough. We're going to be drawing a fair chunk in this layer step. We are going to be pinging for 4 arcane damage for a consigned to Cosmo Shock, drawing 2 cards.
And it appears to be in the layer step of this Blaze Headlong Chainlink, so Michael likely digging for maybe some blocking cards and opting to play out these Channel Lightning Valleys rather than discard them to this Cap of Quick Thinking. So look, we've seen time and time again yesterday how Michael likes to use this Channel Lightning Valley card, and it's always been pretty impressive every time it's been resolved.
Did draw a 3 block here. The Comet Storm.
Yep. Makes you wonder whether Michael's sort of happy with the race that is happening in this game and sort of thinking, you know what, we can go to toe-to-toe, you can draw a card. The majority of the Syndra top decks on this Mask of Momentum tend to be about 3 values, so maybe Michael's just happy to let him have it.
You've got to be cautious, though, the fact that we're sitting without kunais right now. Chainlink 3, and we're only on 2 Draconic Chainlinks. 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. Of course, we know that this arsenal right now is a brick. we would need a way to generate that resource other than just pitching this card away and sending it with the fealty. Which, to be fair, might not be a bad shout.
There's the issue with Angelo's sort of setup here is that there's two ways that this turn can go. Should he have another Draconic Chainlink in hand, you can send that, re-equip your kunais, and attempt to flick to gain your resource on your blood splattered vest, but we know that that cap of quick thinking is active and that kunai flick is not likely to connect, so may opt for the safe play and cracking that fealty and sending this Art of Dragon Fire from Arsenal, pitching the card in hand. That would guarantee the 3 Draconic Chainlinks to get these kunai back for the following turn. You know, maybe you lean into the variance a little bit and say, I've got to go as fast and as hard as possible to try and get this game done. But yeah, the safe play of pitching the last card in hand could also be an option.
If we're going for hyper value, playing into the play the card from your hand, praying that it's Draconic Chainlink, getting your kunais back, flicking yourself with it, of course, to be able to circumvent the cap of quick thinking, to be able to gain that blood spattered vest, and then popping the fealty for the Art of Dragon Fire. It does give you more damage and a much leaner profile for it as well, but you do lose 1 HP. Like, 1 HP could be the difference maker in this game. We saw a game yesterday between Gravy and Levia, and it came down to 1 HP, and small inconsistencies in the way previous turns were played out led to that kind of negative circumstance. 4 block right now, not being committed to, just the cap of quick thinking, as we've already skipped through to the damage step. This is connecting. We're going to be drawing a card here from Angelo.
And it looks like chat is telling us here that the card in hand for Angelo is Ignite, which is actually possibly the best card available to Angelo here. So Ignite going to be that Draconic Chainlink, and you can respond to the Ignite trigger to retrieve your kunais, so your discount is not wasted on your Syndra ability, but actually cashed in for your Art of Dragon Fire that's in Arsenal here. So Angelo poised to have actually a really, really powerful turn, regardless of Michael's cap of quick thinking activation.
Bare minimum as well, going to get an additional Arsenal here from Angelo. He's going to be able to set up once again another 6-card hand if Michael is not able to threaten anything. But we've seen a number of discards, a number of draws, a couple of blocks here also for Michael. But there's only so much you can do with a 3-card hand. 4-card if you count the one in Arsenal on the return. We're seeing that Comet Storm Shock. We got that Sigil of Solace. The Blast Oblivion as well. And, well, my mind slips on what that Arsenal card is right now. But
our audio engineer is going to fix a little bit static.
Oh, give me a minute.
I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but it is 5 rounds prior to the top 8 today. So this is round 1 of 5.
Broadcast setups. I love them. I promise, I really, really love them. We are back. Sorry about the static there, ladies and gents. Oh, and another one. Attack the target, just for good measure.
Notably not a Draconic Chainlink here, so extending this turn even further, and Michael has not got long left to find these combo pieces, down to going to be 24 if no blocks are committed on this turn already, so going to be down to 24 already, and still with quite the chunk of damage left to come from Angelo. Angelo possibly thinking, you must be out of instance soon, going to end up with a load of blocking cards in hand, but this cap of quick thinking can't continue to get this much value.
Little does he know, the entire deck.
So here's the Ignite, and Angelo communicating that we are responding to the Ignite trigger prior to the discount, and also going to respond with the fealty, because the Ignite would... you don't want the Ignite cracking on that either.
Absolutely, that's the trip up. The benefit of this is the fact that Ignite says when this attacks, but you get the Draconic discount when it is played. So doing it in that layer step before it is an attacking card.
Really, really solid play from Angelo here, understanding the interactions of his cards really well, and being nice and clear with how it all works, just like we said Michael was yesterday.
And now we come in with the Chain Ender, the Turn Ender. The Art of Dragon
So
Fire.
Cap of quick thinking, able
Brutal.
to double dip and do a bit of extra heavy lifting on this Art of Dragon Fire should it want to, being able to prevent one from that 2 damage.
Absolutely.
And also prevent one from the 5 physical that's coming through as well. But look, what a turn from Angelo. This has been quite big, and I've been pretty impressed with Tag the Target here as well. So set up nicely for next turn as well.
This is a 24 damage turn cycle here for Angelo. Kappa Quick Thinking presenting what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, potentially 7 damage this turn.
Taking you seven cards deeper into the deck as well. So should that Gone in a Flash be evasive, it is less evasive now.
9 cards deeper in the deck. This is the turn that you CLV'd.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So like I say, I'm sure Michael's considering just eating damage here to potentially return a turn with these CLVs as well.
Goodness, 2 Blast to Oblivions in the hand under Comet Storm Shock. This hand is...
We have got
not great.
Should Michael be able to find another instant, though, we have got the Sigil of Lightning cracking at the beginning of the turn. So Blast with an embodiment and another instant bouncing that conductivity. Michael still has quite a lot of power in the hand here. So
the fact that 2 CLVs are up as well, we're going to be drawing if Angelo just says, okay, give me your best shot.
Yeah. The lovely Ian Holland in the chat saying he might need to play some Syndra. You don't have long to do so, sir. So crack in.
She's creeping away from us.
Syndra, one of the aggro decks that's one of the aggro decks.
Oh, Michael said no blocks for everything.
Yeah. One of the aggro decks, dominant aggro decks of the last couple of years that I have really, really enjoyed playing against. I think once you sort of learn the play patterns of Syndra, it's quite an interesting and quite a fun matchup to play into a lot of the time. Doesn't feel quite as oppressive when, especially since Wrath was banned. So happy to see Syndra stick around for a little bit longer, but understand that someone's got to go at some point.
Cheeky little miss trigger from both of the players, but they easily resolved it. Michael Fung was marked before that ignite, so you get a fealty. Enjoy that one, Angelo. That one's on me. Here we go. Blast to Oblivion. Just the yellow one this time, only coming in for 3. Angelo, actually not the easiest thing to block for him, does still have those cheeky little draconic legs to be able to act as a 1 breakpoint, but we're seeing a couple of 2 blocks in the hand already. So the question is, Angelo, do you risk it? Do you allow Michael Fung to draw these 2 cards?
I think the consideration is always the fact of, am I going to be able to stop these 2 CLVs at all this turn? And if the answer is no, I mean, you don't have any Arcane Barrier, you've got that Chlorophyll Serachai, chances are you are not able to stop these CLVs drawing these cards. So what is there to do but potentially just no blocks and hope that the CLVs don't draw Michael into something of a power turn?
Yeah, very true. Yeah, quite interestingly enough here as well is that this is the Blast Oblivion play from Arsenal, and we've got 2 more in hand. These are clumped so hard for Michael Fung in this game, and he really needs this turn to be that turning point. We are 12 HP down. Angelo's sitting on 28, Michael Fung on 16.
So one thing you can do here with Blast, which is interesting, I'm sure Michael is potentially considering waiting to see what these CLVs draw off the Blast prior to playing out an instant on this chain link. Michael, the only instant available to him being that Comet Storm Shock that we're showed in the bottom right hand corner of the screen now.
Mansan's listening to us, dude.
Yeah, he must be. Yeah, he's tuned in. Hi, Mansan. But yeah, so hoping to draw a couple of cards to find a more playable instant to bounce that Sigil of Conductivity back, potentially then finishing the turn off with that Comet Storm Shock to keep these Channel Lightning Valleys around.
Yeah, that's right. You can effectively you draw in that damage step once CLV triggers and damage goes through. No blocks are going to be committed here from Angelo, so he's going to take those 3. And this is what we're going to be seeing from Michael Fung. Both CLVs trigger, 2 cards drawn, but before we move past this chain link, Michael Fung could decide to bounce it back. And the easiest way of doing that is that EMS.
This hand has been absolutely juiced to high heaven for Michael here now. The EMS is an absolute incredible pull. Almost a little bit superfluous with the amount of Blast Oblivions in the hand for Michael, but found that Gone in a Flash finally. I mean, how many more turns would we have had to play out if it wasn't for that Kappa Quick Thinking?
Kappa Quick Thinking, the 2 CLVs last turn. We dug 9 cards last turn. We've dug 2 more this, making it up to 11. I mean, they were so deep in the deck, but Michael has been able to find that window to say, actually, I'm just going to rip through my entire deck, try and stay as close as I can on HP, and build from there. Is there ever a world that you play the Shock here, just to be able to filter out some of these cards?
I think Michael is aware at the amount of amp that is available to him in this hand here with these blasts and this EMS and this this Comet Storm Shock is potentially going to absolute high heaven here. We have got an embodiment able to be made with this bouncing of the Sigil of Conductivity as well. So look, I'm sure Michael would prefer one of these blasts in hand was another instant, but I mean, if anyone can figure out the line of this hand, it's Michael. And I mean, this is a heck of a lot of damage.
Michael is usually so composed and doesn't really give too much away to his opponent. Table math for Michael Fung knows that it shows that this is a very difficult situation, a very difficult mathematical problem for him to sort out. Holy crap.
I do not blame him here. I think it makes a lot of sense that
we're going.
The couple of draws off those CLVs here has sort of indicated how potentially powerful the rest of this hand can be. Interesting to see what we decide to pick up here. Going to be that Sigil of Conductivity, making that embodiment, and we're going to go quite action point rich here with all of these embodiment of lightnings and lightning greaves.
Oh my god, is he thinking about the arms as well?
It's a short game, and I don't blame Michael for considering whether or not he's going to get much more value than I think we'd probably end up getting 2 value this turn with the arms, probably bouncing the conductivity again. So
it's a shame you don't get the block value out of it though, right?
Hey, look, doesn't matter if you got your block value if your opponent is dead.
Very true.
Do a little bit more Michael Fung glazing, and just say once again, I've been super impressed with his play on this deck over the weekend. I mean, 7-0 is not an easy feat, and into a hard matchup like Syndra as well. Be interesting to see how he gets his health back from this life deficit.
Combat Chain resolves. Too many damn cards in the hand, and here is your top decked gone in a flash. Down to 1 AP right now. Only a couple of instants remaining in the hand.
I really do wonder what Michael intends on doing with this Comet Storm Shock, because I imagine we'll be bouncing this Gone in a Flash back with that Sigil of Conductivity, playing out a blast, and then are we going to be playing the Shock to try and retrieve the Conductivity again? I mean, it seems like the Comet Storm is quite the appealing damage spell at the end of this turn.
We bounced the Conductivity back to hand, right? So this Gone in a Flash actually has go again. It's not being indicated, but...
Yeah, I think Michael may be action point rich and has a few other things to think about and worry about at this point. But
taking up to
yes,
4.
we would currently be at 3 action points, I believe. And that's a red blast coming on through now. So Angelo, a little bit more information in the hand here, knows that there's a yellow blast still in hand.
He doesn't know that there is a second yellow blast in the hand though. Too damn many cards. Michael Fung.
Yeah, really interesting. Michael obviously still has that Acilio activation available to him should he decide to discard this Comet Storm Shock.
Oh my god, that'd be so risky.
Seems to be quite the greedy play, but I mean, that level of... we know that Michael has not seen too many spells. We've seen 1 Etchings this far and have not seen a Mind Warp as of yet.
Taking the 4. Michael, what are you doing? Yeah, he's going to pitch. He's going to pitch away for this Comet Storm Shock.
Are we casting it, or are we casting the Comet Storm side, or are we using the Shock side, though? Going to be a big 10 damage should we decide to use it.
Oh, he's doing the instant. He's just doing the Shock.
Really interesting choice here from Michael. I like it a lot, though. It's going to give him a lot more action points to play with by bouncing another Conductivity here.
So he can bounce the Conductivity back to his hand, play the Conductivity to be able to tick this up once more to 7, then respond with the Volzar.
What's more likely here is we're going to bounce the Conductivity back to hand, going up to 2 action points with an embodiment, likely playing out that Gone in a Flash again, bouncing it with the Conductivity, and then playing another blast. So you're looking at potentially another 15 damage on this turn with this shot coming in for 7. I believe the damage from this red blast has already been updated on the live tracker.
This is all in the damage step. So we are going to be bouncing that Sigil Conductivity back to the hand. Embodiment of Lightning, this time correctly being generated. And now we come in for 7 Arcane on this Shock.
So this is going to likely take Angelo down to
11 HP.
12 should we decide to use that Claw of Encerachi.
Don't see why you wouldn't at this point.
Every point of life matters, especially when you are staring down the barrel of a shock on your turn. So we still have, I believe, a blast, a gun and a flash, and the sigil of conductivity in the hands for Acilio here, right? 2 action points to play with an embodiment. Wait, we can go blast, play the conductivity, bounce the CLV, right? Yeah. So we have, we still have quite a lot to do in this hand. I mean, I would not be surprised to see Michael Fung play out this gun and a flash once more, just to and let it die. Purely for the extra 4 damage, putting Angelo into a very risky life total for a shock on his turn. Perhaps.
Wow, and I was saying that from a 3, technically 4 card hand that Michael Fung was going to be down and out, but those 2 cards drawn off the top,
not cashing in the
EMS, no claw used, the EMS, the gun in the flash drawn up, digging 11 cards deep across effectively a single turn cycle, has turned this game on its head. You got an embodiment of lightning sitting there, still on 2 action points. This will refund at least one of them.
It's got to, I really imagine it's the blast into the CLV bounce again here, meaning that once we replay out that CLV, we can keep one around for the following turn. CLV quite helpful to have when digging yourself for more shocks to kill your opponent on their turn.
It'd just be more damage, so why not keep going?
We're going for the gun and a flash.
Okay.
So we go gun and a flash into the sigil, into blast, into gun and a flash one more time. I suppose it probably works out to be around the same amount of damage.
Let's work it out. What is it? 4?
4 into 3 into 4.
4 into 3 into 4. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And one of these CLVs staying around either way, right? Because you pitched that blast.
I imagine Angelo is counting shocks here, and
I would.
We are not. We are deeper into the deck than we would be in a normal game, thanks to that Kappa quick thinking. But we are not so deep into the deck that we have seen all of these shocks. So you have to be
a lot of attacks.
You have to be somewhat concerned.
Taking the 4, bouncing it back.
Does make you wonder whether Michael should have cashed in those Aether Bindings of the Third Age this turn.
Blast to Oblivion. This is purely going to be paid for the damage. There's no way to bounce this one back. Go down to 2 AP.
What a turn here for Michael. Angelo going to actually be staring down lethal for the remainder of this turn. The yellow blast found its way into the pitch zone, so this is the second red blast of the turn. Facing down another 8 damage. It's gonna buy the Mask Momentum Aura card from Angelo, and look, Angelo was at what, 28 at the start of this turn.
Yeah, this is a crazy storm off turn here for Michael Fung. Just playing face up as well. Just had the gun in the flash sitting face up next to his arsenal. Like, hey, you know what's coming.
I think the nail might be in the coffin for Angelo here.
I think you might be right. This is kind of crazy. Bing bang boom as Michael displays on the board.
I just want to call out Crap of Quick Thinking again. It's just the all-star card of this game. I mean, what a filter.
Michael's face. He realises what he's done is completely egregious. From a 4-card hand into, well, over 29 damage being presented this turn. Angelo potentially regretting not flicking that core of Vincerakai just to be able to save him 1 HP. Would have still had to block this one, but wouldn't have put him down to that 1 HP window that he may be looking into.
I like the decision to hold on to the claw. I mean, there's no guarantee that you're going to be able to buy it back on your following turn to potentially prevent a shock that is going to try and kill you. If you hold the claw up, then basically you're saying to Michael, you need to get over an extra point of damage to finish me off, and it's not always that easy. I believe this is March of Loyalty.
It is indeed. 2 block into the 2 hole.
So Angelo at 2 against a 16 life Michael Fung, and not where you want to be. Let's see if Michael can find the shock.
Oh, no
Found
shot.
the etching, so should it come back to Michael's turn without him dying, I'd be impressed to see Syndra find 16 points of damage out of a 3-card hand. But
yeah, that's
a nice 3-card hand, to be fair.
It's not bad at all. It does go to 3 Draconic Chain Links off the bat. Oh, no, it doesn't, because this card isn't Draconic. This always gets me.
I don't think you're the only one.
It only goes to 2 Draconic Chain Links if we want to pop this fealty. We can, of course, ensure that we get this Mom hit well, at least extend it with the flick. We've got options here for Angelo, but you're going to have the top deck of the century to be able to even phase Michael Fung at this point. You really, as an aggro player, you've got to be gambling in those sort of situations. Surely saying you're on 4 cards, you're not going to be able to, you're just simply not going to be able to draw enough damage to be able to push 29. And unfortunately for Angelo, it got to that point. You had to commit one of those cards, and a 4-card hand, which could easily return 16, if not more, especially with a mom draw, now turns into what? You're sitting at 3, 7, 8 damage
we'd have to
made
have
with the flicks there as well.
Yeah, we'd have to have the mom draw of the century here to find the right card, but that is assuming that Michael doesn't just find lethal in hand anyway. Flittering charge press into into this etchings is quite the hand already. So,
well, we are going to be making the pain in the backside feel. This is
yeah, I mean, it's a nice hand for Angelo, but it would have to do a little bit more than what is on offer here.
You goddamn right.
Threaten Michael.
Do we have a 3 block in the hand? We do. We aren't going to want to use it, though, due to the fact it's the etchings. Could just chuck the arms in here, but Michael says, nope, still no reason. This has no on hit. I'm going to move on my life, taking the 5, getting poked with a dagger.
Likely to see a blood splattered vest activation here just to try and get as much value as we can on this turn.
Not? Why not?
Are we going to be sending the kunai, though? That is the question. An easy block for Michael on the Aether Bindings. So I imagine we're going to be presenting that mom trigger first, but no.
We aren't. Wow. Surely that indicates a flick on this chain link, right?
Yeah, most likely going to be flicking on this chain link. Are we going to cash the BSV in again?
Could do. Taking the 1.
I think it's a pretty reasonable gamble, hoping that you draw. If you were to draw 1 cost off of this Mask Momentum trigger, I think you don't want to be without that resource to resolve it.
You got to. You got to, Angelo.
Angelo knows what he's doing. A 7-0 Syndra in a somewhat hostile Syndra field. I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he's doing it.
Makes a lot of sense.
Breaking the BSV, gaining that 1 floating resource as a woulda, coulda, shoulda. Get out of jail free card. Here comes your final chain link. As we know, it is the Hedgehog. It's Blaze. The 0 for 4 go again.
And notably here, we can also activate Syndra once to swing a Claw of Vincerakai again to get that extra point of damage in, should we draw a 0 cost.
Michael says no blocks. Oh my god, this comes down to the wire. Angelo, what are you drawing here? I didn't see it. Is the 1 floating going to come in clutch? Oh, that is a look as someone who's just top decked something good. The chain gets moved over.
Michael, with that Sigil of Solace in hand, likely hoping that he can continue to say no blocks his turn and just give the Sigil.
Angelo, you've got no fealty to play with right now.
3 Draconic Chainlinks is counted up on the board here. Even if Syndra has drawn something like a Lava Burst or a 1 for 5 finisher, we can always... if Syndra's drawn something like a Lava Burst, we can always use our boots to give it go again for another piece of damage.
Just
that is a nice draw.
It's great, though. It's another break point.
Don't believe it's enough with the Sigil of Solace, though. Going to take Michael down to 2, and the Claw is going to take Michael down to 1. 1 point of damage short from buying an extra card from Michael here. So what a tight game.
Very, very brutal. All off the back of a 3-card hand as well. Imagine Angelo was able to keep that 4th card. The march would have been brilliant. But he goes to 2. Michael Fung has effectively guaranteed lethal here.
Angelo has to correctly block around the lightning press before even having to contend with the etching. So, yeah, I think our writing is on the wall here. But
here comes the 4.
We also have a CLV still on board from last turn. So
even if 1 damage gets through, even if this is a 6 block, we are all said and done. Shake of the head for Michael Fung. He knows the game state that we're in right now. Angelo, well, blocking 2, you're still dead, my friend.
Angelo
Chuck
draws
another
up,
one. There we go. Press.
I believe I saw a snatch in the hand for Angelo. That would have been quite the nice draw off of that Mask Momentum trigger last
absolutely.
Turn. Look, really well played from
Damn, what a game.
Michael. Again, Michael often taking these sort of atypical combo turns and seeing those 2 cards drawn up from those CLVs and sort of just said, you know what, we're going, and it was the right choice.
It's the type of situation where it's like, okay, I've played to this play line of I need to dig through my deck, I need to find maybe an EMS with this weird ass hand, I've got maybe a Gun in the Flash, and you go, cool, my CLV hit, draw the top one, oh my god, draw the second one, oh my god. That's
EMS
exactly
draw,
what I need.
That EMS draw was really, really crazy. And I mean, look, we got a couple of Acilio haters in the chat, I'm not going to lie, but if you ask me, this deck is incredibly fun to watch, and it's incredibly fun to watch in the hands of a player like Michael Fung. So, props to Angelo. That last turn there, I was on the edge of my seat thinking maybe he's actually going to take it.
Very
here.
close,
so,
right?
One hand later, or one different headpiece choice from Michael, and I think Syndra's looking in a good spot. But look, it proves why Cap of Quick Thinking is still buying its slot in the 80 cards, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that it's only in kind of for these Syndras, it would seem like right now as well.
I don't believe there's
another. Do you bring
in
for Acilio?
I don't believe. No. So we've started to see a bit more popularization of Balance of Justice in Acilio. It's a card that me and Finley were including in our Acilio deck when KO was around. Really good into the Prism matchup, into the Mirror, and it has now started to find its way into Acilio decks as well. So I'll be interested to see if Michael is on balance for the Mirror. But yeah, Cap of Quick Thinking, as far as I'm aware, has literally only made its way into decks for the Syndra matchup. Maybe, I think there's been talk of playing it into Slip Through the Cracks before as well, but I think the reality is it's just a Syndra card, and it is
fair enough.
Really good.
Yeah, what a meta call. Recognising that there's a couple of Syndras about that you may need to tech into, and well, a one-card inclusion isn't a crazy inclusion all to speak of. Right, guys, we're going to check into a very short break, and when we are back, we are going to be back for round number 9 at this point. We only have 180, that being Michael Fung, who is going to join him at those top tables. Time will tell. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. Kyle, Callum, see you in a minute. Peace. Hello, ladies and gents. Welcome back. The round 8 standings are as you see. Michael Fung, the only 8-0 right now, and we are getting smaller and smaller bouts of 7-1s. Only 13 players are inside of that 7-1-8-0 category. Ahmed Kashi falls in that previous round, 6-2. Jack Pauley, 6-2 on Max the Hype Nitro. Would love to see one of his games on stream in a brief while. I can't assume we're going to continue following Michael Fung at this point.
I want to see this Ira, man. I'm very, very excited to see what Jeremy has cooked up.
Yeah, 7-1 is a hell of a showing for a deck that has kind of left the meta at this point. Second page.
Hard to say whether or not it was really ever in it, to be honest.
Well, you did all right, Naz. 6-2 page across the board. Listen, we've been over this. There's so many different heroes at this point. Hell, there's even a Jarl in 23rd place who decided to sneak his way in. Lucas Ward does fall from that 7-1 to the 6-2 bracket.
Do not tell Toby what hero comes in at 32nd place.
Oh,
please.
God. Yeah, can I hide that? Is that there we go. Just hide. There we go. It's us. We're in 32nd place. Yeah, I can't believe it. Katsu somehow on this page. This seems to be a bit of the Mario page.
Andrea Mengucci winning his first round of the day, making it to 6-2. So hoping to continue that streak and maybe climb towards the top of the tables.
Yeah, same with Jacob Clements as well, from 5-2 to 6-2, continuing to push further and further up that bracket.
Unfortunately, and I think we saw Finley in the chat earlier, Aaron Boyan, at 5-3 now on Marlin. So
it's so over. It's so over. What's the point in living anymore? I mean, hey, well, I liked watching that Marlin game. Finley had some feedback yesterday, but that's more around people not understanding how to play against Marlin. I think
you get this small buff on rogue decks when you're playing a deck that people haven't got a hell of a lot of practice into. Trust me, I know that better than anyone. So
absolutely. Oh, Jack Pauley! Yes! We're back. Max on stream once again, and it's against a Rhinar of all heroes.
Two of the meta's absolute stalwarts. Max the Hype Nitro versus Rhinar, Reckless Rampage. You may not be overly familiar with either of these heroes, to be honest, because they've not been overly prevalent, but Rhinar definitely coming into the format a little bit now. I think we've...
Jack's gone for the tactical double shirt gambit here.
Yeah,
I'm here for it. Only losses yesterday, and Arachnne in round 5, and then Nacilio in round 8.
I can't imagine that Nacilio matchup is overly great for Max, considering he's not quite as fast as Dash.io, doesn't have as easy access to a card like Null Time Zone, but should you be quick enough, then I'm sure you can get it done.
Jack proving that he is the guy when it comes down to mech matchups as well. Played a Teklo and a Dash yesterday. I was able to beat both of them. Early round losses here for Rene against a Rhinar Mirror in round 1, which honestly is a dice roll, and that's not even talking about scab skins. And Alan Williams on Valda.
Making an absolute comeback here with 6 wins in a row, including 2 Acilio there. So if you had asked me how I felt about the Acilio Rhinar matchup, I would have said, well, one of these decks is broken and one of these decks is Rhinar. So he's doing a good job of beating down these the big meta players. Yeah,
it's not the first Rhinar we've seen on stream. I'm sure it won't be the last as well. It could actually be the last. This could actually be kind of the last-ditch effort for both of these heroes. You know there was only one Max in the room. Jack has taken it to day 2. And in round number 9 is still live.
The public behind him. I say everyone loves to see an underdog win, and I think Max is about as big of an underdog as you can get at the moment.
Hell of a story if we bring the only copy of a hero to an event, and well, not only do you day 2, but if you continue at this momentum, might even sneak into the top 8. But your breakers are going to have to be flawless at this point. Losing your first game in round 2, in day 2, is a pretty debilitating factor when it comes down to that. So, Jack, fingers crossed for you, mate. Let's see if you can get it across the finish line. Ooh.
Same sort of equipment setup that we saw yesterday for Jack, and Rhinar playing the standard suite of very, very powerful brute equipment that we're all very used to seeing at this point. So that Hyper X3 are going to be. Do you think we're doing the?
Oh, listen! If you've got Hyper X3, you've got to be going mech. I suspect this might just be a mech deck. I don't think this is a standard build, so to speak. And this is just oops, make all hyperdrivers. Oops, accidentally make a mech.
Interesting to see if. Now, the Brute class has got some of the better item destruction available
no way
to it.
He's on any of it, right?
I mean, we've seen Bam Bams in lists already.
We have seen Bam Bams. That was in Levia, right?
Vinny is just... we can hear the microwave ding in the background. So we are streaming in the Cup of TCG HQ / living room / kitchen / Ryan's work area, so...
It's a vibe. What can I say? Interesting draw up here from Jack. You've got a hyper driver. You've got your hit your gases. You even got a hyper scrapper. Rhinar opens up with a turn 0 blood rush, and Jack just looks at the camera, pitching an Iberfidia. What the hell is this?
Now this is going to be quite the turn for Rhinar, assuming we have action points ready to go.
Look at Jack.
Jack is
he's
absolutely
fuming.
blue stealing it into the camera. So.
Oh God, poor lad. Poor lad.
Establishing our opt. Want to see what we draw off of that Blood Rush Bellows. I know Iberfidia used to see a lot of play in a deck like Levia where it was very, very important that you drew the right amount of blues on your Blood Rushes, and it's kind of made its way into these Rhinar decks as well now. So
one top, one bottom. Rhinar is going to roll the dice on one of the things he draws. He's even got a Beast Within in hand.
There is a Beast Within in hand. I wonder how much of the opt is determined on
this Beast
if
Within.
you'd like to draw it off the Beast Within, or if
oh my God, dude!
Beast Within as well.
This is taking the mick. This is how you win with Rhinar. Apparently, you turn 0 blood rush, discarding a Beast Within, drawing three damn cards.
There's the swing big that I'm sure we opted onto the top with that Iberfidia. And I mean, Jack started yesterday's game quite behind. I'm sure you can. We got an Intimidate's trigger on the stack, of course.
Oh yeah, don't forget that.
I'm sure we can make a comeback from an early. Swing big. You know, a real Rhinar player when they show up with their D4 prepped and ready to go.
Green one as well.
There's even rumours of D3s out there in the world, I believe.
Whoa, calm down. Right, and now we draw 2 more cards. And, oh, yeah, Rhinar, don't draw too many. There we go. We're back up to a 4-card hand. And we've got +2 on the rest of the combat chain.
As Ross says in the chat, I'm sure Jack would have loved to have had that Hyperdriver intimidated rather than a blocking card.
Yeah. We're seeing one of the downsides of losing the claws right now, right? Because we've got a 4-card hand. This would be absolute prime territory to open up swinging claws and then look towards maybe a Scabskins roll. But if you notice at the bottom of your screen, that is a beaten crackers. We've got no scabs.
Beaten crackers. A cheese and crackers.
Cheese and crackers. Blimey. Wreck-a-Romp,
there is not
swing
a
big.
lot of go again in the hand there for Rhinar. So possibly going to start with this Ravenous Meat Axe to get these beaten trackers going. Splattered Skull going to be quite a nasty card here. It's a vigorous smash up, I believe.
Oh my God, yeah. We're opening up the Meat Axe and Jack just goes, okay.
Now, if this is relying on the action point, a miss off the top here into the 1 in 5 would be
crazy.
Absolutely disastrous.
Does Jack want to roll? Jack wants to roll it.
I'm sure Jack would be happy with that.
Just re-roll the 6.
No D5.
1 through 5. There's the 5. Getting that miss.
It is the Splattered
Skull. It's a Splattered Skull.
Likely going to be cashing in these beaten trackers already here.
So first attack's going to be coming in for 7 here, the Ravenous Meat Axe. Cashing in that beaten trackers as well after the Intimidate trigger, Rhinar?
Yeah, we've done the Intimidate.
Trackers? There we go. Okay, fine. Makes sense. Gain your AP back.
Now, how conservative is Jack with his life? I think it makes a lot of sense to...
He got rid of the Hyperdriver. Big day.
Yeah, the Hyperdriver was intimidated, so... Jack probably quite happy to say, you know what, before you intimidate me anymore,
I will
take as many blocking cards as I can give you.
That is one of the benefits of mech, is that every single one of those cards block 3, with the exception of all those items that block 0. Blocking another 3 here with that Hyper X3, getting that value
the
out.
Bleeding while you can when you've got that armor available to you.
And look, this is swing for 10.
Taking only 7 on an early blood rush here, keeping a 2-card hand, probably not the end of the world.
No, definitely not. Rhinar does get a nice Arsenal set up. Very unfortunate.
Would have probably loved to have seen a wild ride or a buck wild or an aggressive
something
pounce
with
or,
Go Again.
Yeah, something like that. But hey, that's what the beaten trackers are here for, I guess.
This turn might just be play a hyperdriver.
That
pass.
is, we're going to have a judge call there.
Oh,
as
that's too
we've
many
got a
cards.
card left on the table there. Look, the guys are having fun with it. We can't knock them. The judges can easily sort this out.
Is it going to be Steve? Judge Steve, is he going to make an appearance on the table? Let's see. I mean, hidden card error, it's an easy resolution, right?
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again.
It is, you look at all the cards and you choose one of them to go to top or bottom.
Look, you don't have this problem if you don't have a card in your hand at the end of the turn.
Is
So
true.
just play
That
all
is
your
true.
cards out, guys.
The best case scenario here for Jack is that one of these cards is a Blood Rush and you put that on top and it's a miss on top. Just that easy.
Do you get the choice to put it on the bottom?
You do. You get to put it on top.
Well, you just put it on the bottom then.
Nah, roll the dice. Listen, you're in this game. You've got to commit to it at this point.
Do the bit. Do it for the bit.
Absolutely.
So we have a couple of, we've got our resident Max expert, and I'm sure we've got a couple of Rhinar experts in the chat here. Who do we think is favoured in this matchup?
Oh, interesting. Okay, so we only get to see the cards that were from the top of the deck.
Right.
We don't get to see that card which was waiting over.
And we also don't get to see the lovely Judge Steve.
No Judge Steve. R.I.P. He's not dead.
Not dead, just not present.
Just
right
not present right now. In our hearts forever. Okay, so that's resolved. We've now got the 4-card hand. Card went to the bottom. That was a pulping. Cheeky little dominate attack. And time
Quite good
is
into these
down.
boosting mech decks where you can guarantee there is no defense reactions.
Very true. Zibhit going to be played, pitching away this Hyper Scrapper, boosting away an Arachnne Mechanoid, and Jack just pauses for a brief moment. Not only is that a Supercell boosted away, that is now a Mechanoid as well. So we're going to be creating a Hyperdriver off of Max's ability, and we're also going to be playing this one from hand, just to be able to establish a number of these Hyperdrivers. As
We get to
early
swing
as possible.
Banksy this turn as well, right? Don't we?
We do, yeah.
So this is what two card 8 establishing a Hyperdriver or 2 seems really good to me.
God, I can't remember if Hyperdrivers cost 1. I think they do. If they do, we don't get a Banksy swing, but I cannot remember. Cost 2 to activate the Max ability. I know that for sure. I never play the Hyperdriver. I just start with it in play because I play Dash IE.
Quite the nice, quite the unfortunate hand here for Rhinar. A bunch of yellow 6s, the sort of the sort of half of your deck that you don't really want. Interesting to see that Jack doesn't go for the Foundry Heart activation here to get the Banksy swing in. I guess just deciding I'm happy to establish a load of Hyperdrivers.
Well, that and well, an important factor is that if he swung the Banksy, he would have had to crank that new Hyperdriver that he just made, meaning that it would die at the same time as the initial one. So if he's going for an early mech
just trying to establish them,
then he would need that active.
I wonder how concerned Jack is for these item destruction effects.
I don't know if Renee can afford playing them, you know.
We've seen Bam Bam already. I'm sure they're in there.
I thought that was in Levia.
Dash IE, Dash IO is a big meta player, right? So
yeah,
wouldn't be surprised to see it. Wrecker Rump finding its way into the Arsenal last turn.
Bloody hell.
Not often, if this is on your Fab Bingo card, having blue Wrecker Rump resolved as an attacking card.
Oh my god, are you taking the...
POV Carl whenever he sees a brute player hit the right 50-50.
God. It's just 2 turns in a row. What's gone? Surely it was a blocking
hit
card.
the gas, I think.
No, that card blocks 3. Check the rest of the hand.
There's a thick-hide hunter making its way into the hand off of the back of that beast within.
So taking
likely
one,
going
down to 33.
into the Ravenous Meat Axe, hoping to discard this sea legs, I imagine.
Oh, well, I was talking about the fact that the entire deck blocks 3. All of these pumps, the recharges, the gas ups, they do only block 2. 1 for 4s with additional effects. Can't be getting them too good. Ravenous Meat Axe, no go again this time.
This was my problem when playing Rhinar. I would always look at the card I drew off of the thing, and that would just have absolutely awful
we take that.
impacts on my mental during a tournament.
we take a wild ride being discarded.
Oh, that would have been a very nice Arsenal card for Renee, considering that the alternative is that sea legs, which would have made the Gold Kiss Rum should it have been discarded to this Meat Axe. So, yeah, unfortunate for Renee, but look, a 4 yellow hand and a Wrecker Rump resolved converting into 11 damage with a couple of intimidates.
I like Jack's demeanour quite a lot here. He realised that he's in for the ride. Rhinar is taking him away on this one. And they're both just enjoying it. There we go, 4. Well
Rhinar
done.
being very, very intentional on the card draws at the end of the turn.
What is insane is that is actually the first time a Rhinar player has ever counted to 4. So 2 cards in hand. What do we have here for Jack? Is it going to be another setup turn? One of them's a hit the gas. We know that for sure. I think the other one's a 0-60. Probably doesn't want to be boosting it though. So most likely just going to be playing it, potentially arsenaling the hit the gas, just to not remove any of these counters from the hyperdrivers, keeping them around for as long as possible. He's got no need for the resources at this point. He doesn't want to be digging any deeper into the deck. And, well, he's praying to the heavens for a brief moment. He tries to work out the calculations. Do you just send this 0-60 non-boosted, or do you just move on with your life, Jack? Time will tell.
I mean, we've seen Jack's seen a pulping go to the bottom of the deck and a wild ride into the bin. Beaten trackers have been used already, so...
He's a booster!
I suppose he gets to just remake the hyperdriver, right?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Whether or not he wants to crank it is yet to be seen. But
one thing that can't be understated about the mechanologist card pool is the power of the boost keyword. Every mechanologist hero they print, as much as they intend them to boost or not to boost, they
will boost.
They will boost. I think that is inevitable. So, Cheating Scoundrel doing a good job of convincing Pirate Puffin players that the deck is as good as Booth Puffin. So,
listen, I would purely just
my comments on that will be withheld.
Sometimes you just got to put a miss in your deck on. Sometimes you've got to have a boost deck that runs Cheating Scoundrel. Ignore the fact that only Tyra gets pirate attacks and not mechs.
Yeah.
Surely there's a pirate mech card. Judge?
Yeah, it's the Bludger, the Jolly Bludger.
Is that the only one?
Pirate mech card, no, you've got Sky Wardens.
So, yeah, fair.
Anything that interacts with gold, pretty much.
Sea Legs. Gonna block the Banksy here. Chat Paulie says, I've got no action points. Oh my good God, he's counting. Big day.
So
no Arsenal here for the hit the gas.
Yeah, interesting choice not to Arsenal that there, I suppose.
Big Bertha, hit the gas, hand shuffle for me. You got a crankshaft, and I'm unsure on the final card. Might be another Hyper Scrapper, but we'll have to wait and see. Alpha Instinct being pitched away, the newest blue 6 to join the fray. Oh, it's Tetlo Trebuchet finally in the hand. And we just do a show of strength. No intim here. Jack gets all of the choice when it comes down to how he wants to block this one. But very few, and by few I mean 0, more than 6 power attacks in this hand. So most likely it's going to be blocking 9.
And this is why they call Rhinar the mid-range combo deck. As many times as you have a 3 or 4 intimidate turn dealing 25 damage, there is just more turns that you just send a 2 card 6 to 8. So yeah, Rhinar, patient deck, cerebral deck, I've heard.
Okay, interesting hand here. We're drawing all of these crankshafts instead of boosting them away, so not able to put any of these additional counters on these hyperdrivers.
Jack is aware that these 3 hyperdrivers he's built for himself will need rebuilding with just 1 more boost. So how much setup is he willing to restart, I suppose?
I believe with the timing on the triggers, if your hyperdrivers are about to die and you boost away a crankshaft, you keep one of them alive.
Right.
Because boosting is part of the additional cost.
The crankshaft effect would go on the stack first, I guess. Buckwild, one of the newly acquired ways for Rhinar to go a little bit wider, made much better use of in a deck like KO Armed and Dangerous, but that deck is no longer with us.
Just go again. Just go again. We love go again around these parts. Another show of strength.
So this is a nice
coming in for 9.
5 card 15, if you will. Not quite a silly numbers, but
no go again this time, Renee. No. Does give Jack again the opportunity to be able to block once again, and we're looking like we might just set up once more. Blocking for 3 here, then playing out this other hyperdriver.
The players having a lot of fun between them. It's good to see. Let's say he's
I'm telling you, Jack's in for the ride here. They realise what they've got themselves into. Two underdogs in the meta joining the fray at the same time, and well, people cheering on both sides. No matter if you're a Rhinar fan or a Max fan or a Brute fan or a Mech fan, you just want to see a decent game of Flesh and Blood. And so far, that's what we're getting. Even though,
did any Bolton Day 2? I believe we saw 2.
We saw 2 Bolton Days 2s. Yes. If you were here from the beginning of the stream, Finley, you would have seen it.
Finley having a well-deserved lay-in after his Armory win last night.
So we're going to be boosting the Tetlo Trebuchet here. No effect. It's simply just going to be coming in for 1. There's not going to be an additional attack on this one either. So we're just going to use these 3 floating resources. 1 to play this Hyperdriver from the hand. That red one to be able to crank it. Go down to 2 steam counters, activating then the max hero ability to be able to make another one as well. So we've gone from 3 to 2, but 2 with 2 counters and draw it up to a 4-card hand. And this one, this one functions pretty well.
Again, really interesting from my perspective that we don't ever really seem to take the Foundry Heart into Wrench line, right? Because I understand that it means you are removing a counter from your Hyperdriver to crank it, but Banksy's on hit, potentially offering a little bit more interaction from the Rhinar player side. And
I think the biggest concern here is the fact that we're already down 1 Supercell, we're already down 1 Nitro Mechanoid. Boosting away, you have no control over... Well, sorry, activating Foundry Heart, you have no control over what you're going to be boosting away, and just 2 of those cards falling fatal. Your game could end there and then if you boost away 2 Mechanoids.
Do my best to try and peer into the deck of Rhinar there, see if we can see any item destruction effects, and I didn't see any Bam Bams, but you never know.
The Brute does not concern himself with tech cards.
No.
The Alpha simple. Oh, Judge. On the bottom.
Put that one towards the middle. I don't think we saw what the choice here was for Rhinar. We'll see if he's gone for the risky line of taking something like a Blood Rush Bellows or has gone for the safe play.
Blood Rush.
Alpha Instinct's would have been a previous miss in a Rhinar deck. New blue 6 doing its best Wrecker-Rump impression.
Jack tactically laying these ones out. That's the order that you want. The one
that was not the Hyperdriver, unfortunately.
No, Hyperdriver is top of your screen right now. Shuffled back in. It's all random. Literally doesn't matter. Vigorous Smasher. Going to be pitched away.
What we took for on that Sound Sketch plan. Maybe just took a 6 just to guarantee that we were going to go to 2 AP this turn. Again, can Rhinar hit this sea legs? He gets it.
Wow. Jack has been juiced by every roll of this game.
Succeed. Please intimidate my Hyperdriver.
Oh, Hyperdriver! I think. Unless he shuffled his hand? He shuffled his hand. God damn it, Jack. Why'd you shuffle the hand?
5 damage going down range. And look, Jack was further behind against Victor yesterday.
He was.
And made his way back into the game, but...
Taking 2.
Can we do the same again? We are Hyperdriver short, right? And we have not got any Hyperdrivers under that Hyper X3 this time.
Just passing.
Cracking. Are we... Yeah.
No, literally just passing, arseling and moving on.
Second action point not made use of from that Sound Sketch plan. I'm sure Jack is considering himself very lucky here. Maybe Rhinar discarding that sea legs, making that Gold Kiss run, but also potentially having needed that yellow in the hand to pay for the last card.
Okay, Jack now has a 3-card hand. Did have to get rid of the Pulse Wave Harpoon, which would have been fantastic to play here, considering we have would have been a triple boost hand. Instead, we are just going to have to lead with a cheeky little 0 to 60, boosting away a Big Bertha. That is pretty decent to see. So we're going to get to put a counter on one of our Hyperdrivers here. Most likely, the main one. Keep that one around. There's actually a world, you put it on the token one. You want to get rid of these... you want to get rid of these actual Hyperdrivers to the grave a little bit earlier, especially if you're on a card like Hyper Scrapper, just so you have those targets to be able to add those to the Banished Zone. Another Supercell gone. Jack is playing pretty fast and loose with how he is actually going to establish this mech so far. 0 Hyperdrivers boosted away to go underneath Hyper X3. Really difficult position to be in.
So Rhinar has to put a piece of equipment in front of this, and has plenty of equipment to do so, but likely not using the Scowling Flesh Bag here.
Over 2 floating, it's not a terrible idea to use Flesh
Scowling
Bag.
Flesh Bag could potentially be used to catch that Construct Nitro Mechanoid if
Yeah, very true, if he doesn't do it straight away.
if the boost card is needed to get the resources for it.
Most likely what it's being held for. Going to just play this Hyperdriver. Do we now boost? No, we do not. We just crank it and we send that Banksy, looking to put another counter on one of these Hyperdrivers. I would say we're back round to pitch deck, but this deck's been shuffled like 3 times. But either video's back in the hand for Rhinar.
Yep. Now, could take the risky line and go for the Sand Sketch plan to try and get the resources to send these big attacks, see what was drawn up in the arsenal, but we have got the Gold Kiss Rum to make use of, should we decide to use it.
Doesn't feel like a turn that you need 3 AP though right now, right? So
maybe a block of the Sand Sketch plan would be good. You can cast both of those attacks off of the blue if you decide to commit your Savage Sash here, which would be quite a nice little 3-card hand.
Just got to be careful. Do not activate the Gold Kiss Run before you activate the Savage Sash. For the love of God. It is indiscriminate about what it gives go again. If something's already got go again, it will still eat the go again.
The Banksy on here always hard to really evaluate, to be honest. It's kind of seems a bit innocuous putting Steam counter on an item, but in reality that is an extra resource. It's keeping the Hyperdrivers around for longer.
Extra turn resource,
really,
right? It's
really valuable for Max. So.
I suppose it comes down to whether or not Rhinar thinks that we're going to get close to a Mechanoid. If Jaxel had a card in his hand or even a card in his arsenal, I'd be willing to block this because you would lose one of those. Hyperdrivers, and you wouldn't be able to establish the mech without having to activate Max's hero ability once again. But at this point, you're basically playing off the top deck. Mm-hmm. Getting rid of this early means that some of those resources are going to have to go into establishing another Hyperdriver. So you could block this one pretty freely and be pretty happy that you're going to be losing Hyperdriver on that next boost for Jack.
Banksy going to be covered up here. Either Fidia, Show of Strength, and Send Packing in the hand here.
We've drawn a Mechanoid. Big day, but that entire hand is red.
Oh, wow. So the Blood Rush Bellows was drawn off of the Ravenous Metax draw discard last turn.
Blimey.
By the looks of it. Either Fidia paired up with this Blood Rush Bellows again. Always pretty powerful. I believe that was 2 reds we saw on the top of the deck. We'll see if Rhinar is going to crack the sash and chuck them downtown. I believe one of them was an Erase Face.
There it is. Pretty decent here.
Savage Feast, a really nice card, especially when paired up with Savage Sash. But without all the action points to be able to make use of it, the extra card draw might not even be that useful. But look, I mean, Erase Face not going to get the buff off of the Blood Rush Bellows. I'm sure a nice card to resolve into a boosting mech like Max, but not on this turn. Rhinar also very conscious of the amount of blues potentially about to be drawn, considering there is only a red and a yellow in the hand here.
One of those seems to be going to the wayside as well, as the discard effect from Blood Rush Bellows has not been triggered as of yet. Here we go. 2 to the bottom.
Playing it safe and not drawing that Savage Feast here.
Odds and evens. Here comes your odds.
Unfortunately,
it's the
Show
red.
of Strength.
D4 being rolled, we get rid of, well, I believe all of these cards block in the hand of Jack, so nothing too crazy.
Going to find us 2 reds again, but look, still a pretty nice hand on the back of that sash should we decide to use it.
I think this might be the turn.
Send Packing potentially destined for the arsenal here if the rum and sash are cashed in. Send Packing could throw a real spanner in the works for Max if that Mechanoid finds its way into the arsenal.
Swim week first, here we go. Coming in for 10.
Jack's facial expressions is so funny.
Very emotive. 10 go again as the drunk Rhinar.
50, not choosing to use the sash, so just likely going to be pitching away that Savage Feast instead. Send Packing instead, just saying, look, I don't need it necessarily. I can save this Savage Sash for a later turn. Splatter Skull
pretty
going to
decent
be
here.
destroying that intimidated
Oh
card.
my god, I bet it's the Mechanoid.
I think the Mechanoid was left in hand. Taking 7 here, down to 8 now.
Oh, okay, it's the heist. Okay, so that's fine. So we have the Mechanoid in hand. That can go to Arsenal, but we are running out of time here. We have no way of boosting. We've got a card which is functionally pointless in the hand, and we need to be able to have at least one boost card to be able to not only re-establish this Hyperdriver, which we're about to, well, have to get back out to be able to play this Nitro Mechanoid, but also survive. Jack's on 8 HP.
I think the dream scenario might have happened for Jack here. I think Rhinar is absolutely action point starved here. Aggressive Pounce, I believe, gets go again if you've intimidated. So it looks like it's just going to be sort of like a 2-card 8 or a 2-card 6 here.
Pitching away the 3, just sending the swing big, over pitching to put the aggressive Pounce in the Arsenal.
Jack could be absolutely about to make a comeback in this game. That's another Construct Nitro Mechanoid in the hand, but we know that there's one in Arsenal. Do we have the resources to cast it, though?
Costs 4, I believe.
So we'd get 3 resources by boosting, but then we're going to lose one of our Hyperdrivers.
So you need to re-establish that. So yeah, we are very, very starved here. We could just block 3. Just blocking 3 here allows Jack to, well, just construct the Mechanoid and move on. It's not going to be the biggest Mechanoid that we've seen, but it will work. He's running the calculations. Does he think he's going to get another opportunity to be able to cast the Mechanoid in this game? Because if not, sometimes you've just got to ship it. 3 cards being propositioned as blocking.
Potentially patient play from Jack here, deciding whether or not to block out, but it's a scary, scary place to be at 8 versus a deck like Rhinar.
Just fall flat on your face at any moment. Jack having a quick look at the grave. Probably a quick look at the banish while we're at it as well.
Jack probably, unfortunately, not boosting away those Hyperdrivers like he'd have liked to. Really cool to see a card like Cog in the Machine make its way into a deck like this.
Your boy just needs action points.
Yeah, it's very cool. A little bit of anti-fatiguing as well.
Yeah, very true. A single blue here would have changed the position of this turn completely. The fact we've got 1 yellow, 3 reds makes this blocking decision so difficult. He would love a Quicken for the Mechanoid as well, but
is there a world where we can establish a Hyperdriver from max and cast the Mechanoid? Can we use Teklo Foundry Heart to our... So we go 0 to 60 boosting, going up to 3 resources, activate Foundry Heart up to 4, pitch the other Mechanoid for the max ability.
Yeah, that would work.
So we may be able to bail ourselves out here.
That would get us to 3.
I'm sure Jack has seen these sorts of lines way more than I have before, so...
You might be right. That might be the line we're going with here, considering what this double block was.
Really, really scary to block with both of these cards, considering that Fleshbag is very likely to be used on this turn cycle, completely nullifying the ability to cast this mech. Jack just sort of playing the gambling game and saying, just please don't Fleshbag me, I guess.
If Rhinar doesn't... Oh my god, that's a lot of pulpings.
That is 3 pulping
and a Bloodrush Bellow. If Rhinar doesn't Fleshbag on the 0 to 60, the mech has been created.
I mean, if you see the three resources made off the Hyperdrivers and you lose the token Hyperdrivers, maybe you think the mech is not likely to be created here.
Boosting away the Big Bertha, that's huge. That actually leads me to want to Scowling Fleshbag.
Yeah, now that we're going to see the 3 Hyperdrivers remain, Fleshbag
but that's
seems pretty
fine.
safe.
That's fine. You can Fleshbag and still get the mech out now.
Because we've got Foundry Heart, right?
Yeah, you've got the Foundry Heart and the other Hyperdriver stayed alive. You don't have to pitch away.
Found his way back into this game again with the boost of the Big Bertha. Again, tempting to use the Fleshbag purely because we haven't got a lot of other block left in the hand.
Are we blocking 2 or are we blocking 4? We're going to block 2 on the Scowling Fleshbag. The card goes face down. The problem is, Nitro Mechanoid is not a good arsenal at this point either. So, closing the combat chain. We're going to activate Tetlo Foundry Heart. Boosting once. Boosting twice. Up to 4 resources. And now the mech is going to be constructed. We get rid of the hyperdrivers, we get rid of all of the equipment, we don't get to use the cogwork-based legs in this game, but who needs it? Banksy going underneath it as well. We're up 6 more life, bare minimum, provided the combat chains
specifically at 21, not 23 here. Really nice boost of that Big Bertha for Jack here.
It's just that easy.
Keeping him in this game.
How many swings do we have? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 swings of the Nitro Mechanoid this game. Not as much as the 11 that we saw yesterday.
Does the action to create the Mechanoid have go again? Do we get to swing the Mechanoid here?
What an amazing question, Callum. I'm going to say yes, but I'm going to check.
Be a real shame for it to not.
It does. Yeah. So we get to swing this one. Oh, the cap goes backwards. Jack is locked in. Here comes your first swing of 6 overpower from Jack Pauly.
Can Rhinar convert this triple pulping Blood Rush hand? I think the sash could be getting cashed in on this hand, depending on the resources drawn up. Now, Operation Survive for Jack here. Quite a bit easier when you have a Temper 5 weapon.
That is true, yeah. Temper 5 weapon mech thing. Oh, good God. Rhinar is checking something here. I think they're just calling a judge to check clarification on how things work. 3 pulpings and a Blood Rush Bellows.
I can't quite remember what made its way into the arsenal for Rhinar last turn either, but you know, you could even go for the line of pitch the Blood Rush to cast the pulping, but
I'm thinking. I'm trying to cast my mind back.
I think we were too.
It's an aggressive pounce.
I think we were too preoccupied with.
No, it's an aggressive pounce, 100%.
Carl's put his money on the aggressive.
Put my
pounce.
house on it.
So that makes the sash a very compelling proposition. Doesn't even force opponent to discard on swing. What's the point?
He's right.
You'd like to think that Toby would be just happy to see Max do well in a game, but against Rhinar, probably not.
Yeah, this is the thing. Toby is living on both sides of the fence. One leg over each.
Hope it's a low fence.
Cut down the middle. This hand doesn't block too particularly well. From a max of 12, we've only got 11. Wow, we're just getting rid of this.
And discarding and pitching away the Blood Rush. Quite like this play. It's pretty reasonable play here. And losing a set packings, that is 2 pulpings left in the hand. For
my God.
I think Jack could just be dead on board, maybe?
I think so. What, we can block 8 here.
We have got the mech to help us defend out.
Yeah. So because this is dominate, do you block the 8? Is Gauntless of Tyrannical Rex an action or instant?
Action.
Okay.
So if you would break the chain for the mech,
the
mech blocks a total of 5, right?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, very tempting to just give the mech to cover 5 of this 6, but I suppose wanting to use the cards in hand to block while available, considering that they could all get intimidated away.
Blocking 5, taking 1. This has go again.
Send another pulping in here.
There has been a second pulping on the combat chain.
There's always a world where a miss is found off the top for Rhinar, so...
There's the 3. Discarding
Arachnne. So I believe that is the 3rd and final pulping left in the hand for Rhinar here. Not going to be able to cast it, but likely going to be casting this aggressive pounce from
Still
Arsenal.
6 go again. So going to be blocking 3 with the crankshaft, taking us down to 2.
An aggressive pounce looks like it's going to be getting us the game here.
The deciding factor, pitching away for the aggressive pounce, which comes in for 6, and Jack says, have a 2 block, my friend.
That mech just coming that ever so tiny bit late by the looks of it, and look, the Intimidate, as we've said it a million times before, the worst the worst keyword in Flesh and Blood
Until it's not.
until it wins you the game.
Damn, really well played. A close one between two fringe meta decks. I believe that does now take Jack Corley out of contention for at least top 8, but still cash available. Congratulations to him, because
Putting up a really good performance on a deck like Max.
yeah, imagine being the only person to take Max into an event like this, and not only day 2ing, but still putting up a decent showing. So yeah, just gotta worm his way to a couple more rounds. We've got 5 rounds today here in Swiss, so plenty of time for him to be able to grab 3 more wins, just for the sake of, upsetting some people with a giant Mechanoid.
Rhinar can continue doing his job by slaying these Asilios at the top tables, maybe even eventually finding his way opposite Michael Farm.
Oh my goodness,
Can
imagine.
Rhinar be the the first hero to take down the top Asilio in the room?
The flawless Acilio and Michael Fung.
I want to see if this Ira is still rocking it.
You want to find out if they're A1, yeah. We'll find out in a few brief moments. Honestly, guys, that's kind of it for that game. We've not got too much to plug. I mean, we could talk about Master Pack Warrior. Master Pack Warrior is coming out soon, 7th of August. That's Jordan's birthday.
Is it?
Yeah.
Jordan,
not going to get him on.
Behind the scenes member of Cup of TCG.
He is, yeah. Shout out to my brother / editor for Cup of TCG.
/ editor. That's what they're going to put on his tombstone. Beloved brother / editor.
/ editor. Then some. Oh dear. Yeah, we talked about how beautiful these cards are, right? Yesterday, Dawnblade.
Yeah, guys, if you want the Mastery Pack Warrior shilling, then check out the mainstream. I'm sure Gaben and Scott are doing a great job of it. But
the only shilling we got today is the fact that you can enter to win a Super Slam box. We haven't worked out how we're doing this yet. We'll probably do it later during the top 8, but stay around. You could win, an entire box Super Slam. We've also got some promos to give out, because
featuring meta powerhouse such as Lyeth, as Liam Holden is showing on this game.
Yeah, don't forget the other. And also,
there might be an authority in there.
Yeah, well, that is the best thing you can pull. Everything else is useless. Let's show us strength in that. We just saw a couple of those plays. We saw a couple of those pulls.
Oh, he's grasping at straws here, but
yes, yeah, true. All right, we're going to take us a short break, guys. When we are back, we are going to be seeing round number 10 at this point. That's 7 yesterday, 3 today. Yeah, 10. That's 8. Anyway, we'll see you in a minute. Peace. Oh, we are back. We have 50% more hair than Gabe Shear and Scott Mines, and that's only me. I was about to say, I don't know if it's that quick, Chief. Yeah, we return. Just seen some cool information at the bottom of the screen. We've got Michael Fung, still, of course, top tables, undefeated at this point, but going into an Acilio mirror. He's 9-0 versus an 8-1. I have to wait and see what game we're going to be getting on stream in a few brief moments. You still really want to see this Ira, don't you? I didn't see if he won or not, but. Block slop dot deck. How does that fare into?
More common than you think.
Yeah, true. Especially with all the bloody Guardians. How does that deck fare into Guardians? Like Victor and that sort of thing.
Victor tends to be quite difficult for any Ira build, to be honest. But if you are set up to do some super fatigue, I think the really interesting thing about that Ira deck was how well positioned it was to Marionette and the prevention effect.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
I enjoyed watching that deck, but you could not pay me enough to play that deck.
Callum's been muted for the last 30 seconds while he's been talking. That's not a joke, by the way. I've just my button didn't work, so hold up. I'm going to test the button. The button's fixed.
I didn't really say anything that important.
TLDR, hair grows, doesn't grow that quick. Ira could be block slop dot deck.
This is a test
Hard
of how much Kyle was actually listening to me, and to be honest, it seems like he wasn't really paying attention to me.
I'm pretty sure I just surmised everything you said in that conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I'm gonna throw a tantrum now because I was muted for 30 seconds. So you might as well put me back on mute, mate.
All right, fair enough. Right, so Callum's back on mute, and that's funny. See, that's a little bit of comedy that we do.
That's how we play off each other, you know. Yeah.
Interesting breakdown. We've already kind of talked about the breakdown.
John says I should have stayed quiet.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, fine. I didn't want to talk about that conversion rate anyway, guys. I get it. That's fine. What, you got a real broadcaster on or something? Dear Lord. We are here, by the way, not in lovely Rotterdam, but in sunny. Well, you can't even tell that's Canterbury, but we're in sunny Canterbury right now. You can kind of see nothing, actually, just a sheer white light coming through this window. But believe me, there's a cathedral like there.
Yeah, it's right there.
Right there. Literally that building there. That's not true. Classic colour caster, all talk, no listen. That's brutal. That is truly brutal. Also, you've messed that up. Colour caster is the one who think.
Oh,
play-by-play.
Now he's actually people on stream. Let's hope this game gets started soon. Otherwise, Carl's going to upset the chat. And thankfully,
it looks like we're in.
Scott and Gabe have absolutely saved us. And I requested a ninja, not the right one, however. Katsu versus Dash.io. Carl, what do you reckon on this matchup?
Oh God, I was big talking this matchup yesterday to Toby, but I really don't know how this matchup's going to go. I think if Katsu just explodes in the first couple of rounds, then listen, it's going to be a bad day for the Dash. But we're sorting out the music. Give me a second. I'm going to hide away for 2 brief moments.
Yeah,
what do you think, Callum?
Little tiny bit loud. Toby says the big white window behind us reminds him of Miller's Grindstone, which is very funny. So yeah, look, Katsu, one of the ninjas I personally haven't dabbled in before. I think
I beat Liam.
Seems to be a deck that is kind of built to prey on a deck like Dash.io, which doesn't like blocking very much. So, no, I think Katsu's. Finley has spoken about it briefly, and Finley's told me very recently he thinks Katsu is very well positioned.
Bloody hell.
Very well positioned, especially into a format with a lot of Syndra and even a lot of Mario. I mean, Mario not a deck that blocks overly well as well, and if the disruption doesn't come through, Katsu can blink. You can blink, and Katsu will obliterate you.
Absolutely. Well, Dua,
Kyle doing had to run the numbers in his head for a minute there.
I'm going to go Duamati.
How to attempt to
our
pronounce that
DO
one.
player here.
Not going to try for the last name, Kyle?
No,
No.
I'm not. Listen, I believe he is from Sweden. No, Finland. He's from Finland. Crazy names. Crazy
names, he said. You know, I never noticed on that animated, is it Lord of Wind?
Yep.
Lord of Wind art? Yeah, they're probably going to correct me in a minute. I never noticed that Katsu has a big chest tattoo. Katsu is tatted up.
He is tatted up.
So,
what does it make you think about him more? Do you like him more or less?
I think if he shaved his head, I reckon he'd be more up my street. But
that hairline is running for the wind.
We are a bit out of bald ninjas at the moment. So
the last one was egregious. 746 points for Katsu the Wanderer.
Who do you reckon's going to LL first out of these two, Carl? 830 on Dash.io.
The thing is, even they could put Katsu on 2 times and Dash.io would still lead before Katsu. Katsu, a lot of his LL points came very, very early in Flesh and Blood's life cycle. One of the formative decks, especially from an aggro perspective with WTR, and even when we moved into Crew and Arcane Rising, this hero was doing work. Outside of that...
Funnily enough, in the Crucible of War days, Katsu was something of the first block slop deck in the game with Drone of Brutality. So
oh God, I forgot about Drone.
Turtle Katsu, I think. Or is that what they called it? Ninja Turtle?
Yeah, Turtle Katsu.
That type of deck with making use of a load of flick-flacks and the ever blocking Drone of Brutality. It's a bit of fab history for you, sounding like boomers again.
Okay. Game is going to kick off, and already from the top of the deck, we see an item. It is going to be a cheeky little back approach for red.
Not the ideal item to start the game off with, considering there ain't nothing in the graveyard quite yet.
It does give you a second action point if you so wish to have it. Just go a cheeky little read a Symbiosis shot, and it literally says when you play an item, put a counter on this up to 6.
Huge. If
remove 1, shoot for 2. I don't know if we cranked this or not. There's no counter on it right now.
We are still undecided, but the dice indicates it looks like we may not crank it. I don't really see why we would want to get that second action point straight away, right?
Well, the hand is...
establish a couple of items, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that could literally be what it is. Just crank that, go to 2 AP to be able to play out both of these items without having to crank those. Keeping the Boom Grenade around and keeping the Cerebellum around with counters to boot. I think it's pretty decent.
In the hand of our Katsu player here, we have 200 wins.
Yeah, cranking.
And yeah, going to crank it for the 2 AP with... look, I think going first as Dio and establishing 3 items on board, 3 counters on that Symbiosis shot seems pretty powerful to me, don't you think?
Yeah, not bad at all. Things you would love to do in every single Dio game. But hey, 95% of the time, you don't start with an item on top of your deck, especially not one that you can crank easily.
Pretty standard sort of equipment setup for our Katsu player here.
Oh yeah, nothing crazy from either side here.
Right? Your Heart and Crush Strap, Breaking Scales, and Breeze Rider boots. I think the only other alternative arms being those new Wind Cutters, but not really the option for these aggro matchups, is it? A bit more set up for the combo defensive.
But notably not an Edge of Autumn.
Yeah, no Edge of Autumn here. So.
Oh my God! Oh Jesus!
I think,
God, he's going. I think he's gone.
I think Thomas is possibly just indicating what is on the stack.
Oh God!
Like
the most terrifying thing I've seen in my entire life.
A few, quite the number of 100 wins in this deck by the looks of it. I don't remember
300 wins.
Often seeing the yellows make their way into this, but I am not the Katsu expert.
So coming for 2 go again, now coming in for 4 go again, due to the fact another 100 wins exists, and I believe there's even another 100 wins in hand.
Possibly. I have a running joke with Nick at the moment, one of our local DO players, that he desperately needs new sleeves. He has very, very grimy sleeves, and Nick has just piped up in chat saying this IO player needs newer sleeves, and I think that might be a little bit of self-reflection there.
Self-reflection's crazy. This is my triple sleeve.
Yeah, Winds of Eternity coming in here. Little, not the most common combo line you see, the 100 Winds of Eternity line, but personal favourite of mine. I do like these cards.
I didn't know you could read Japanese.
Oh, I went. Sorry, I was gonna say.
Shuffling these 100 wins back into the deck. This is just free damage, literally not wasting any cards, and we get a decent arsenal here from Thomas as well. Yeah, nice little combo line. Like you said, not one that we see usually in Hell. I even thought that was a God, I can't remember what the bloody card is.
Used to really like the
Ancestral Harmony.
100 Ancestral Harmony. I think has found its way into the arsenal.
Yeah, that's what I thought this
was in the hand. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I really used to like the Winds of Eternity 100 wins sort of stuff in Zen. Winds of Eternity, a nice sort of combo blue that allowed you to be a little bit more resilient to fatigue when decks tried to do that sort of stuff to you.
How many 100 wins are we going to draw up this time? Flood of Fist, Gust.
That is I think that's a blue rushing river.
That's what it is. That's a lot of blues either way.
Looking for these surging strikes, I'm sure, on the side of Thomas, but not finding him quite yet, and already dealt a big chunk of damage to Dash.io here.
Absolutely.
But Dash.io is now on the offensive with this 0-60 with Boom Grenade ready to go.
Yeah, yellow Boom Grenade, so not the most damage, but it's going to do the work either way. We are going to put 4 block in front of this one, just about to cover it up. No penetration script, I would assume, so
that looked like quite a few items in the hand again for our Dash player here.
Tetlo Trebuchet when there's a Boom Grenade in the board is so good. It's pretty rough to do it this early, considering there's still equipment in play, but being able to follow up here with a Pulse Wave Harpoon and look into your opponent's hand for either of these cards to put onto the combat chain gives you a lot of information and a lot of options.
Yeah, and I think we also
take the Gust Wave here.
Yeah, I think not taking the Fluster Fist as like I say, putting one of those in the graveyard for a potential bonds later is not ideal, but I mean the likelihood is they're getting blocked with this turn anyway. Juha has got a backup protocol red in hand as well, so should he not have found the item on the top, it's pretty easy to just go and grab this red 0-60 once again.
Remember, this attack is also very tall. This gets the +2 from the Tetlo Trebuchet, so yeah, coming in for 6. Nice function of this turn.
So we can pretty much guarantee the connection of this yellow Boom Grenade, but I mean, I'm sure Thomas is probably pretty happy with the amount of damage stemmed this up until this point.
Prove me wrong, be a pen script.
Oh,
another Boom Grenade. Wow, okay, cranking as well to go up to 2
with
AP.
The Cerebellum processor available to us as well.
Yeah, that Cerebellum early is so powerful. Praying that we see a 0-cost attack on top of this deck. Looks like we don't have something yet, so yeah.
Makes sense to Foundry Heart regardless, considering that we are likely going to be paying 2 into this backup protocol red that's in the hand.
Do we have a 0-cost?
Have got another boost available to us if we go and re-find this 0-60.
0-60, yeah, absolutely.
Should any damage connect on this turn, we've got a 7 coming over the top on these Boom Grenades, and this is sort of the blender that Dash.io puts you in, right? You try and put all your cards in front of it, and as hard as you try, she finds a way to get over the top.
You've got to commit here. The problem is that with this Master of Pouncing Links, you have quite a lot of coverage. So you need to go 2 chain links wide here. And that is what we're going to be seeing. We're going to be taking ourselves up to 4 on the Symbiosis shot, cranking away that backup protocol red and gaining that 0-60, boosting and still digging deeper for this 0.
Still going to be at 2 action points here. So, yeah, hoping to find something off the Cerebellum. Even, like I say, even if not a 0-cost boost card, could even potentially grab something for the arsenal and shoot your pistol shot anyway. But I'm sure we'd love to over-index on damage on a turn that we've taken all of these cards from Thomas.
It's a pretty telling turn as well. Thomas has done a great job of...
Body language from Thomas is not indicative of someone who's happy with how this turn has gone.
Not at all. Says no blocks, I think. So here we go. We are going to be dealing 10 damage off a single 0-60. Now, one Matty has the option of just being able to reset an arsenal after shooting pistol here. So we're going to be shooting pistol once for 2. Thomas says no blocks. Brings us down to 27.
I think this is...
Here's your arsenal setup.
This is kind of the straight maths approach that Thomas is going for here, right? The card blocks for 3, but you might as well send it for 4, especially if you're in a damage race like this and you know that you're not going to be covering up this boom grenade. So fab fundamentals when looking at a card like Underwhelming Gustwave of a effective wounding blow.
Spark of Genius being drawn here for 1 Matty.
Going to ship over 4 damage here, and look, I don't know if you've ever played against a Katsu where all it takes is 1 turn and your life total just eviscerates, but it can happen. But I think we're hoping to find a Surging Strike to sort of get that ball rolling, and it is not there yet. Not sure, I can't quite, it's the Ancestral Harmony, right, that's in the
Ancestral
Arsenal.
Harmony.
Set up for a huge turn, just waiting for the pieces to come together. Seek Vengeance Red, an interesting inclusion
I was about to say the same thing.
In a non-edge
list,
but I mean it could be a little switchboardy. You never know.
3 go again here from the yellow boom grenade. The yellow 060. No boom grenade to speak of so far. Just going to be eating that. Nothing
much less
tricky off top of the deck.
Threatening turn here with just the Cerebellum processor on board, not multiple boom grenades. Let's see if...
well, give it a second. The Spark of Genius could hunt for one.
Yeah, well, let's see if Juha can make it 3 for 3 on turns, finding items off the top. It tends to be the way that when this sort of stuff happens, Dash.io does tend to win those games.
Yeah, this hand's a little bit difficult to work with, right? You've got a heist 2-cost card in your hand, a Spark of Genius, along with one of those boom grenades. It is a yellow boom grenade, though, so we could play for this heist if we wanted to activate that early on. Looks like that is indeed going to be the play. So boosting away the top card of deck. A heist for a heist. Here is 5 go.
We have a boom grenade in the banish zone, I believe, because we saw one banished from the Teklo Foundry Heart prior. I think... Thomas realising he's checking the wrong zone
oh, that is
for
the
heist target.
Yeah,
so
we've got 1 red boom grenade that we could bring back in, and the ever important thing about this isn't that it gets that it comes in for free. It won't blow up on the heist, but you don't play it. It enters the arena. You can still crank it, and you can go up to 2 AP, allowing you to draw off that Cerebellum once again.
Had a turn cycle into the previously mentioned Nick.
Oh my God, he said no blocks.
Into the previously mentioned Nick earlier that Nick found a Metex that with a Cerebellum on board, and I was so scared of the potential for an item to be put into play going up to 2 AP that I had no choice but to block that one. So interesting to not block this one, considering the potential explosion that is the red boom grenade plus the second action point to make use of the Cerebellum processor. Spark of Genius also in the hand.
This Spark of Genius could be bound for the Arsenal, depending on what's sitting in 1 Matty's Arsenal right now. We haven't seen it. He drew it off the Cerebellum on the previous turn, but we've still got 1 more draw in this turn for him off the back of that Cerebellum processor due to our second action point game.
How many copies of Maximum Velocity do you expect this Dash.io deck to be on, Carl? Because I think we've seen a little bit more sort of common uninclusions of Max V, right? Like it's been not included quite so many times. The boom grenade.
What a hit on the Fast and Furious here! And well, the question is: do you put it on the Cerebellum or do you put it on the boom grenade? Do you think you're going to be able to get damage through on this turn? The answer is yes.
I think Juha was sort of trying to make the decision there whether or not to draw that Fast and Furious off of the Cerebellum processor, or whether to boost it away with this 0-60, and deciding to boost it away. Connecting again, this game could be over before it's barely started. But Katsu's saying, "Look, if I live this turn, I'm just gonna kill you. I'm gonna say
you are dead." Here we go. Spark of Genius. A turn of the head here for Thomas. What do we get? Is it just another boom grenade? We have no floating resources. We do see the maximum velocities in the deck. No twin drives. This looks like kind of the older build, similar to what I've been playing for a little bit of time now. So most likely no blue boom grenades in this deck. No time zone is huge. What are we naming?
Could be the absolute spanner in the works for this turn. I think Bonds would be a pretty sensible choice to name here, but maybe going for the starter like the Surging Strike or something like that. Now, someone who knows a little bit more about Dash.io than me, how does no time zone interact with a card like Retrace the Past?
What does Retrace the Past say?
Retrace the Past says you can name it whatever you like, I believe. But
I believe you have to play the card and then the trigger would go on the stack, right?
Right.
So if you name retrace the past, they can't play it. Yeah, it's when this attacks.
If a card with Gustwave in its name as the last attack to come back to the game, and name a card, then this gets that name. So so you can still play Retrace the Past.
So you won't be able to play Retrace the Past, because if you name Retrace the Past...
Oh, no, I'm not saying if you name Retrace the Past. I'm saying if can you...
Oh, yeah.
If Null Time Zone names Surging Strike, like it has here, can Retrace the Past.
But still say Surging Strike? Yeah, it would be able to, because you would be playing the card Retrace the Past and it would gain a different name.
Yeah. Null Time Zone, a card that when revealed was sort of heralded as okay, and then time after time has proven to be an absolute, like, huge impact on so many matchups. I remember the days of Null Time Zone naming Inner Chi. That was an absolute nightmare. Then more recently naming Gone in a Flash more often than not, and even naming bloody Copper Cogs as well. That's not very
love a
fun.
Copper Cog. One, Matty, what have you just drawn? Remember, we still got additional card draw available here off the back of this Cerebellum Processor, and that is exactly what we're going to be committing into right now. We boosted 3 times this combat chain. Sorry, this turn. Do we have...
Looks like a Sprocket Rocket and a
Sprocket Rocket and a Zipper Hit. No maximum velocity on the top of the deck here.
Zipper Hit likely destined for the Arsenal with the way that these resources have shaken out this hand. And Thomas maybe being... Oh, found an item off the top.
Oh, the Boom Grenade is great. No need to crank this one, though. You can keep this one around with your counter. We're not going to be creeping up to that illustrious 11 damage that we are looking for.
Just fixing a bit of static again, guys. Apologies.
We're fixing it. Scarlets suck. God, if anyone can recommend me a better mixer than a Focusrite, that'd be much appreciated.
Mixer?
Hardly know.
Thomas may be getting out of jail free here with the name of the Surging Strike, finding what looks like a combo line that doesn't require Surging Strike. Likely starting off with that Descendant Gustwave, but we'll see if this Ancestral Harmony connects with the top of the deck. And Thomas saying, prior to this power turn, I'm going to take a big sip of water just to make sure I'm nice and hydrated to resolve all of these cards.
Ancestral Harmony off the top.
Oh my lord, Descendant Gustwave is absolutely a fantastic hit here.
Oh, it's just that easy. It is just that easy. Who needs Art of War when you got this card and it's blue and it blocks 3? Yep, I'd pop this as well.
Going to be using the Heart and Cross Strap to cast.
You know what is funny?
Cast the Descendant Gustwave.
Is that if this was a Surgeon Strike off the top of the deck, he would have been able to play it. Notably, not because it doesn't have combo, but if it was in the banish, you can play it. No Time Zone says hand.
Sure, but you specifically can't play
it because it doesn't have combo. So. But if somehow he can play a card from his banish zone, he would be able to play it.
Yeah, I wonder if that's part of the. I wonder if that went into the decision making for Juha on what to name on the Null Time Zone, knowing that if you name a card like if you name a card like Whelming Gustwave, but the card is not in the hand and is actually just finds its way into the banish zone, then you'll still be able to play it anyway. But
Judge call here is the timing windows, I think, being discussed around Cogwhite Tinkerings and Adaptive Plating. So, yeah, just give us a couple brief moments here. Of course, we know that with Cobweb Tinkerings, you can layer the stacks as you choose. So, activating the Cobweb Tinkerings, getting your golden cog, then destroying said golden cog with the Adaptive Plating. It's about to cover 5 on a single chain.
Interesting thing to sort of have to clarify with the judge here. Pretty common interaction, but again, just dotting the T's and crossing the I's.
Absolutely.
That's the saying, right?
Yep. Dotting the T's, crossing the I's.
Making sure it's all...
holes in the Q's.
That's it.
I have no clue what they're saying right now. We've got the stream muted, so I can't even feed that information to you. All we know is that judges are being consulted, and if it's Steve, he'll get to the bottom of it.
See if Thomas can convert this big hand. Is quite a wall of armor to get through on the Dio side as well. One thing really going for Dio is that big fridge that she's got, but you can try and block out Katsu as much as you like, but he seems to always find a way through towards the end.
I think the important thing here is as well that one Matty hasn't drawn any items, so we have plenty of cards.
So interestingly here, this Retrace the Past could, in theory, name itself Edge of Autumn, right?
You know what? It could, and there is a world that is exactly what we see with what this card is in hand.
I imagine this Seek Vengeance is absolutely destined for the graveyard whenever we get to use our Katsu trigger this turn. So
do we rename it Surging Strike? We do. There we go. So we've got around null times.
I wonder if that was potentially the judge call rather than the
Cobweb Tinkering situation.
Yeah. So, interesting to see what we end up doing with this superfluous Descending Gustwave in hand. No resources really to pitch for it. Going to continue to overblock by 1 because of these breaking scales, and wonder how are we paying for this Descending Gustwave?
That is the question.
It was cost reduced, of course, because Surging Strike
was the previous sack in the combat chain.
So this is coming in for 6.
We do still have a 6 block available with the hand, but we are just going to hand it over at some point here. Here it comes. We get, well, even more of an overblock, up to the 7, just to be able to cover that breaking scales and pray and hope that Thomas Van Minsel has a brick here. We have another 6 block available here after getting rid of that Arsenal card. And here comes your Bonds of Ancestry.
Going to be going and finding Rushing River here. Not particularly familiar with this card.
Yeah, I'd read that one as well.
Let's see if we can bring this card up. Now, I've got this card in blue in a number of decks. But so, if Torrent of Tempo is the last attack this combat chain, Rushing River gains +1, go again, and if Rushing River hits, draw X cards, and then put X cards from your hand on top of your deck in any order, where X is the number of attacks that have hit this combat chain. So, notably, no Torrent of Tempo on the combat chain yet, but I wonder if this is potentially a form of bait to go into those Breeders' Rider Boots, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx turns, but I can't imagine Tenacity is in the deck for...
Yeah, I was about to say Tenacity would be crazy here, right?
Yeah.
But
I doubt it's included in versus Dash.io.
We're getting +9 on it, but...
One thing to note is that you may not be punching through this turn for Thomas, but the tempo is well and truly secured for you, so should the following turn be as powerful, it's pretty nice. The Bond's still coming in for 5 here. We haven't committed blocks to this yet. I think there is not really a way to fully stop this Katsu turn, but I mean, Juhas has done a great job of it up until this point.
Yeah, I think Rushing River just being a 0 for 3 that you can activate your Breeze Rider Boots on is going to be what it's used for, right? We're going to be able to discard that card from hand to be able to activate Katsu because something's finally going to be hitting, and then that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx as well. So yeah, Thomas has covered all bases here. The question is, can we break through 20 HP?
You know what we can do with this Rushing River, should it connect? We can crack the Breeze Rider Boots and the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, and we can go and find the rest of the line by discarding the Seek Vengeance, which is the Break Tide Flood of Force line. So still could be a fair chunk of damage coming for the remainder of this turn, and we'll see if that is the choice as the Bonds of Ancestry does connect.
Fair enough.
Breeze Rider Boots going to be committed. I'll tell you what, seeing a Break Tide Flood of Force line was not on my bingo card, and it's going to be...
it's going to be Flood of Force.
Flood of Force says, if Rushing River or Flood of Force was the last attack this combat chain, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a card with combo, put it into your hand, and then Flood of Force gains +3 and go again.
Ridiculous. All the way back from Crucible of War.
Are we cracking Mopple too? And we are.
We're doing the entire thing.
Wow, that is very cool.
Break Tide, of course.
Someone check on Toby Beckham. He may be pogging out of his damn mind.
One Matty is going to be reading not only Flood of Force.
Now, if you told me that the Katsu flowchart was a little more like this and a little less like end on end on Flusterfist or Salt Wound every time, then I'd be a little more
interested
compelled to play it. But
absolutely huge. Break Tide, we haven't touched on this one. If Rushing River or Flood of Force was the last attack this combat chain, Break Tide gains +3, and when Break Tide hits, banish top card of your deck. Until the end of your next turn, you may play it.
So it's very
Ladies
similar
and gents,
to that sort of...
we are going 2 more chain links deep off the back of this. There's no block in this one.
So it's very similar to that... what's the 1 for 5 that when it hits, if you've hit 3 times the combat chain... I can't remember it.
Oh,
the
you
ninja
got
card.
an
Yeah. Take the tempo.
Combo card found.
Take the tempo, yeah. So very similar sort of effect to take the tempo.
Flood of Force going to be coming in for 5. A 0 for 5, go again, adding a...
oh, wow, a Tempest Palm to the hand. So
hand.
that's another 0 for 4 just added to the hand. And Juha could just be...
I think he is. He's
just
dead, right?
Dead.
So what? This Break Tide, this is going to be coming in for 6 Dominate.
And when it hits, banish the top card of your deck until the end of the next turn. You may
can play it.
So
blocking 3,
should
taking
we find
3.
a 0-cost card to swing in this turn? And it's
Dishonor.
Dishonor. So we've got... Oh my god, the Tempest Palm Goffo comes in for 4, go again into a Dishonor for 3, and I think that's the game.
Yeah, you block 3 on this one, the chain link has not been closed, and then the Dishonor comes in, all modes not active.
What a game.
Lord,
oh my god.
What a combo.
The Rushing River Flood of Force line, incredible game, wow.
You and me have casted a few rogue Katsu games in our time, but this one is insane. Checking cards mid-game, what the hell are these things?
That was incredible, and I say seeing Juha take that big turn the previous turn, and Thomas saying, look, I know what my hand does, and you can put all of your block in front of it and all of your equipment, but it's not going to matter, I'm going to connect. And
yeah, bro said kill me.
Full Flood of Force line now. Oh, that was...
That was nuts. That was so cool. I've never seen those cards resolved before.
Toby, have you got a Katsu deck to borrow for tomorrow night?
Get flooded by the resident Katsu.
Get flooded,
Shut in chat. Wow. Really, really cool. And unfortunately, that may have just influenced a lot of other Katsu players, which is the worst thing that could have happened on this planet, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, commiserations to our Dio there, because that was a very well played game. A lot of things going right, but sometimes you can't beat a Katsu.
I was on the other screen here. I was sort of looking up the rest of the Rushing River line, and as the pieces sort of fell into place in my brain with the Mask of the Pounce against the Katsu trigger still on the stack, I was like, hold on a minute.
Hold on, wait, he's drawing like 3 more cards.
This is going to the moon. That was
that
was pretty crazy. Someone in the chat just said, was that a live Dishonor as well?
What do you need? You need
Bonds
Surging
no,
Descendant
it needed
Bonds.
Bonds to be the last. Oh no, Bonds for the last +2, but Surging Strike, Descendant, and Bonds were on the combat chain. So,
it was a live Dishonor.
So yeah, the Dio hero ability was turned off. So
wow, getting killed by a live Dishonor is wild. Yeah, that's crazy.
The Retrace the Past became Surging Strike.
Yeah, and then we had the Dishonor and the Bonds. Wow, that's fair play. Fair play. If Katsu's able to consistently do that against a lot of these aggro decks, it makes sense.
I'll be honest, we've seen some pretty crazy games this weekend. We've seen the Max Mech built twice. We've seen some incredible Auxilio games from Michael Fung, but I think that might be... That one might take the cake.
That one might take the cake.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to be seeing a better one. I'd love to follow Katsu for a couple more games. So fingers crossed they continue doing well throughout this event, and we get to see them in the top 8. Only a couple rounds left for us now. Block 14, take 20. Noah off to one side, just like, yeah, okay. Yeah. Imagine doing 34 damage. Must be nice. Yeah, absolutely nuts. But guys, we're going to chuck it into a very short break. When we are back, we are going to be on game number 4 of 5 inside of Swiss before we cut to our top 8. Inside of our top 8 as well, just after the first semi-finals. We are going to see a new legendary revealed. So stay tuned for that, and you'll get our live professional analysis on whether or not this card is good, and we'll be making that statement and sticking by it across the
maybe
the season.
Mute the stream for that bit.
Yeah, probably valid. We'll see you in a bit, guys. Peace. Hello, ladies and gents, boys and girls. I'm sitting very weirdly on this chair as we join you here from sunny Canterbury, the players over in Rotterdam. Someone's just finished London Marathon in under 2 hours. We're sitting down watching card games. Say with that as you will. Who's the real winner? I think him, but you know. Anyway, I'm Kyle. This is Callum. Just seeing at the bottom of your screen for a few brief moments that we have no flawless players anymore. Michael Fung losing his Acilio mirror to go 9-1, and once again moving into another Acilio mirror this time round. These are our round 10 standings. Hide our ugly mugs for a few brief moments.
You might notice
Top
that we have 4 9-1s currently, and
3.
this year is pretty good. But look, I mean, it's pretty interesting that 3 of the 4 9-1s are Acilio, and then we don't see another Acilio until 18. Quite a chunk of Victor on this page. Few ninjas. Our lovely Rhinar player currently in 8th position there, and Jason Rolfe and Jacob Clements, 2 of the big names out of the UK, doing their damn best to climb those tables and get some UK representation.
Listen, we said after seeing that Jacob Clements was 5-2 coming into today, that all he needed to do was just win every single round, and then maybe he'll be able to take it over the finish line and
if there's
sneak his way into top 8.
If there's anyone that can pilot a deck like Arachnne Marionette to a 5-0 finish on day 2, it's going to be someone like our reigning World Tour leader, Jacob Clements, on how many points, Carl, currently?
6, 7. Sorry.
Yeah, I know, rough.
Yeah, really.
But yeah, so Jacob Clements leading the pack on the World Tour race at the moment, and no surprise that he's doing well on day 2.
Yeah, for sure. Jason Rolfe, 8-2 in air quotes, actually an 8-1-1 scoreline, getting a draw. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I believe it's against a Prism, who we also saw was around the top tables, also had a draw. Most likely going to be seeing that on the second page of, or not, actually, no second page. You're not allowed to see a second page. It's just the top 20 we're looking at right now, because this is all it really matters for. We've got another round after this one, rounding us out at 11 rounds of Swiss, cutting into then our top 8. So still to play for if we're inside of this top 20 standings. I think it's an inevitability that we're going to be seeing at least 2 Acilio inside of this top 8. That third one still within a little bit of contention.
You are
both
probably locked at 9-1 at this point. But
you would hope.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, going 9-3, losing 2 of your last rounds would be unfortunate, but very, very likely to be making that top 8 anyway. But
yep.
Look, that last game on stream was one heck of a game, and let's see if we can get another one. I'll be doing my best to keep Kyle engaged in this.
A bit of a snooze fest this one, boys. Cheeky little Jarl in play. Listen, if you know me, you know that I have a disdain for all things Guardian, unless it's Silver Age, and then get me a flattering showman as soon as possible. Another Arachnne on stream. Tom versus Julian. It's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. Not a matchup that I've seen play out, but hey, I mean, a testament to Julian taking Jarl of all Guardians this far, 8-2.
Yeah, I mean, the Marionette is a deck that in the past we, would have thought of as somewhat fatigable, but I think the Marionette players have come up with a few strategies at this point to pitch stack their way to closing out the games against these fatigue decks. But, I mean, look, the popularized Jarl decks as of late have not been overly fatigue focused, a bit more sort of mid-rangey, a bit more sort of tempo-y. So we'll see if this Jarl deck is trying to turn his card sideways or trying to sort of play that sort of mid-rangey game against Mario.
The only legal way to play Felling of the Crown, Plough Under. Maybe we are just going to be seeing heroes.
Menace cards of the past.
Absolutely.
Still doing their thing.
Still existing, and this time with a hero with a godload of armor to boot around it as well. Are we expecting Stalag on this build?
Very likely, I imagine. I mean, recently, one thing to note as well is that Jarl has just picked up the ability to play Rootbound Carapace again after that card was unbanned from seeing the Earth Heroes leave the format. So not sure how much of a power bump that is, but another option to be sure.
Trying to see if there was any true upgrades from Compendium of Wraith.
Jarl got a fair few sort of ice blues and things like that, I think, but see how many of them get made use of in this matchup here. Marionette was a deck that was struggling to finish out these tournaments in first place. However, now putting up some numbers and a few sort of back-to-back PQ and RTN seasons means that Marionette is climbing that leaderboard, and
we could see Elemental Strike.
Yeah,
we could.
The
Very unlikely, but
the popular Jarl decks as of late have been playing the sort of Colours of Aria, Elemental Strike sort of go again package. 7 Dominate Go Again is nothing to scoff at, and especially when you do that into a Felling of the Crown, you can't really complain.
No, very true. Jarl actually wanted only 2 heroes that are legal for God knows the foreseeable future that's going to be able to play a lot of these elemental cards. Jarl and Acilio being those 2. With the release of Omens, all of the heroes losing their elemental suffix and instead transitioning over to purely lightning and then their class type, meaning that a lot of these cards that you would have seen in previous lists, hell, even Jarl lists and Runeblade lists of years gone by, are going to be sidelined for the foreseeable future. So shame to see some support not carrying forwards, but let's see if Jarl can kind of transition and make some good use out of some of it. Equipment side of things, nothing too crazy over on the Arachnne Marionette side. We've got a Master Deceit, you've got a Tunic, you've got your Black Tech Whisperers, and don't forget your Flick Knives. Jarl, we are seeing the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain, the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, Crown of Providence, Quick Dog Flexers, and I don't know what shield it was, but I'm going to assume it was Stalag.
Yeah. So one thing that's interesting about this Jarl equipment suite is that Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. That kind of indicates to me that maybe Rootbound Carapace has found its way back into lists, and Jarl taking the play to get an Earth card in the bin nice and early.
CNC pitched away alongside a Tear Asunder. We've got some pretty decent cards already inside of that pitch stack.
Pretty classic sort of Guardian hand structure here. You've got your Crumble, your Cranial Crush, your Tear Asunder, your Sink Below. So set up poised quite defensively. I think we saw did the Staunch go into Arsenal on the previous turn?
I'm not too sure. It would be interesting to see Staunch into this matchup, to be fair.
Yeah, quite. I think Staunch has been quite nice into Arachnne Marionette from what I've seen. I think even Victors are splashing that card as well at the moment. Not quite too common to see too many D-Reacts in Victor lists, but if they're ever going to make it, if a D-React is going to make its way into a Victor list, it's going to be a card like Staunch Response.
Yeah, for sure. Going to be holding on to that one for a little bit of time though. I don't suspect that we're going to be seeing this committed onto this 5 block, at least this 5 attack. Have a Sink Below available for us, a couple of 3 blocks available, Flick Knives going in, no initial commitment on the blocks.
No prevention effect here from from Julian.
No, not yet.
So going to be marked up here. See if Tom says you can stay marked and I'll flip into an Agent of Chaos, or we're going to follow up this Clave with another attack.
I think Blue going to be committed here just to be able to cover up 4 of that additional damage coming on in, trading a card out. What's
Looking
that?
for
Let's put to bottom.
probably looking for a threat here. Unfortunately, finally gets second Cranial Crush.
Dear
So
Lord. So taking 1, losing the mark, gaining mark again due to Hunter's Clave hitting. Let's see what else we got.
Follow
Whittle
it
from
up
Bone.
with Whittle from Bone, which is going to get us our Graphene Calycera here. So the mini quest for a Calycera has been completed nice and early, and Whittle from Bone has been a slightly more recent addition. It's been indexed for a little while now, but I think on the banning of the yellow and blue Orb-Weaver Spinnerets, we've seen Whittle from Bone take the slot there to increase the consistency.
Julian pretty happy to eat that, knowing that it's not going to transform away from the marionette. No
Yeah,
more
quite
brood
often.
searching.
Quite often you make a few decision points into a hero like Marionette that is not based purely on your standard flesh and blood heuristics of blocking efficiently and stuff, and just saying, you know what, it may not be efficient for me to block here, even though normally you would, because removing that marked status is often one of the more important decision points against Marionette.
Yeah, Mario having a... I mean, if we take Black Widow, for example, turning into a Black Widow is a lot worse than just eating 2 damage to the face, especially when there is no on-hit to worry about. Cranial Crush. Crush effect is going to go off here. 5 damage going to hit, so no more drawing during the action phase. Notably, action phase, if a Ponder comes into play, that's in your end step, so you will still be able to draw up for that. Mario not often drawing during his turn.
Save a Bloodshed, the only card I can really think of that's going to allow Marionette to draw cards during the action phase. We've got Calycera Hunter's Clave, sorry, coming across here, and I quite like putting a card in front of Hunter's Clave. Sometimes it can be a little bit of a tough ask, but if your hand is poised kind of defensively anyway, often keeping that mark off you is quite important. We'll see if the Calycera is going to come in here, or we're going to use that one resource for something else.
Oh, well, we're going to do an Orb-Weaver Spinneret into a Kiss of Death. Situated in the arsenal, coming in for 7 on hit go again due to the mark off the back of the stealth card. Likely Marionette's hero ability. Well, actually one of the more powerful ones inside of the Brood. You've got some true outstanding members of the Brood, but just the consistency piece of +1 and go again is great.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Quite often you are considering whether or not you want to use that one of the hero abilities on your Agent of Chaos, but sometimes you are missing the base Mario effect, and Incision going to come across to pump this Kiss up to 10. Maybe.
Do you have another defense reaction here?
Yeah, true. I was going to say maybe wondering whether or not we should have committed over on the Staunch, taking it up to 10, but getting that Earth card in the bin, and going to become Orb-Weaver, Arachnne Orb-Weaver here.
Yep. Means that Graphene is going to cost absolutely nothing to swing on that next turn, and hell, if you really wanted to equip 2 of them, you could. Not too sure how much retrieve we've got situated inside of these Arachnne decks. Feels like it's around about 6 at this point.
So Titan's Fist going to come across here, and I'm pretty sure we have a Felling of the Crown finding its way into the arsenal for Jarl. Likely trying to get a Decompose off before casting it, just so that that Felling is coming across for 8 rather than the measly 4. Fate Foreseen, not a card I was expecting to see in the Mario deck. Wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, the odd Shelter for the Mirror or Sink Below for a bit of consistency, but Fate Foreseen may be helping you look for the right reactions sooner. Fiddler's Green in the hand, going to be a nice card to put in front of a Calycera for 1.
Trying to work out what that other ice card is in hand right now.
Channel Mount Eisen.
Yes.
Is, from the Jarl Armory deck.
Cheeky little bit of direct damage if you have frostbites on your opponent's turn.
Likely being used just as an Ice 3 block more often than not, fusing for
Ice 3 block. It
Oakenolds
is also
and
just
like
blue.
Yep.
Relentless Pursuit pitched away. Hunter's Clave being swung here. Just to be able
So
to try
no
and
blocked on the
turn them
Calycera there to remove the marks, and then blocking out the Hunter's Clay for 1 on the Fiddler's Green. Feels
God.
nice and efficient. Flicking away the Callisto because we have got access to the Agent of Chaos ability to re-equip 1 right away. So
grab that all, weave them straight
just
back.
playing efficiently.
So hitting up 3 here, up to 36.
See how Tom is going to navigate pushing through all of this defensive ability.
Get rid of that Tracer Prognosis to be able to activate the ability straight into a Codex.
As this Calicera is a new
it's an
Calicera.
Inertia.
Oh, okay. Going for Codex of Inertia. See what came off the top there. Resolving that prior to swinging the Calicera in case we find ourselves a Dagger React off the top of the deck.
Does make Julian's proposition here a little bit more difficult to navigate, right? Look, you've got 3 cards in hand. Sure, they block. You've got something sitting face. Well, what? It's the Felling of the Crown.
I'm pretty sure
Arsenal,
it's
right?
Felling of the Crown. So with this Inertia token, it means that Julian's not going to be able to sit on that.
Wow, Stains.
And then, Stains coming across it. It means that Julian was not able to sit on that defense reaction, that Felling of the Crown, until it becomes online, and it's likely just going to be sent across on the following turn anyway.
It's just that easy. 2 games in a row, we've seen top decks push damage over the line. And well, this time round,
Like I say,
it's just going to be another pump.
Again, a gamble, damned if you do, damned if you don't moment for Julian there, thinking, do I put 2 cards in front of this Calicera for 4, or do I assume that there is potentially something coming after the Calicera, something like a Leave No Witnesses or a Mark of the Black Widow, but taking the unfortunate gamble and coming up wrong.
Everbloom Life hidden up 1, putting that Chanaman Eyes into the bottom of the deck. So we move up to 34 HP. And Julian, I fear, may just be resolving a Titan's Fist. Oh my goodness, no, we are actually going for the Felling.
Yep, so we've got to get the first Decompose off at some point. Would have loved it to have been that Rootbound Carapace, but instead going to be the Felling of the Crown. Still takes a card from Arachnne. This card would have been a little bit more reasonable if it was always for 4, but unfortunately, more often than not, it was for 8 in the past.
Take the 4, now down to a 4-card hand instead of the 5 here for Tom.
Julian probably would like to get up to 4 Earth cards in Banish just to get that Barkskin and those future Fellings online, but opting not to decompose the Everbloom Life there because, I mean, you'd like the opportunity to loop them should you get into that sort of game state later on down the line.
Got an Oakenfold, a CNC, a Staunch Response, and a Mystery Third. Channel Lake Frigid as well. So we have a blue available to us. Here is your first Save a Bloodshed. Not marked right now, and with the Hunter's Clay being swung first, I suppose
Likely trying to connect that mark so that the following flick or the following Calicera will trigger that Save a Bloodshed. We'll see how Julian decides to block around. Does have a Staunch Response in hand. No real way to get this Oakenfold fuse, so probably not going to be going for that line.
Just blocking 6 it, just to be able to cover up. Wow, it's again just that easy on getting the pumps. We
now the question
pump
is
it up to 8.
Are we committing Staunch Response to cover 2 damage?
Probably not worth doing at this point. Can't even cover a quick dodge because it would increase.
Gonna take it and just see if he can avoid getting the saver draw on the following chain link. Could have potentially, yeah, you're right. Could have potentially gone for the quick dodge there to cover the 2.
It wouldn't have worked though.
Oh, the piercing,
yeah,
right?
The piercing would have taken up to 9. So we have the Graphene swinging. It does have go again. It's going to be coming in for 2. This one, no piercing, so could commit the quick dodge fletches if we want. But why commit something with huge flexibility on some of these bigger turns, and instead just the Gauntlets of Boreal Domain.
And
now
using that staunch,
staunch
for 4 value rather than the 2 value on the previous chain.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little bit more compelling. So Save a Bloodshed was avoided there, but not being hit means that the mark is still there. And Arachnne, Black Widow.
Cheeky little bit of a Black Widow roll there. It's going to put us in a pretty decent position if you are Tom. 4-card hand, full tempo to boot, and yeah, Colours of Aria the hand for Julian. Just basically an Earth card at this point. Earth, Ice, you name it, anything and everything. This does still have go again because of the mark. So Graphene.
Tunic going to be floated for the Graphene Glycerol here. And yeah, these Oakenolds are quite difficult to get fused in this these couple of Jarl hands that Julian's drawn up.
Absolutely.
Wonder when Julian decides to commit this Stalagmite this game. It's quite a important resource, and Marionette, not a deck known for having loads of blues. Potentially a turn where you Tunic Glycerol could be the time to do it.
Think about whether or not he's going to get punished here just by blocking with the Gauntlets of Boreal Domain. Looks like no blocks have been committed to. We are discarding. We're going up to 4. And guess what? Have a... Oh, God, okay, that's not 4. That's no longer 4. That's 10. That's much harder to cover with a 4 defense reaction. Dear Lord. So we can cover 6 on defense reactions. But other than that, enjoy discarding some cards.
But this Black Widow effect is live on the Glycerol because it is an attack with stealth, right? So
it is indeed. One thing to note, you were talking about the fact that Oakenold is hard to kind of convert. We do have that Colours of Aria in the hand, but notably Colours of Aria says face up in any zone. Revealing from your hand does not count it as a zone, so it is not one of every type.
Yeah, it's interesting. We were talking about this card when it was revealed that if it did work with fusing, it would have meant that Verdance was able to play and fuse Aetherized Fane, which would have been quite crazy, quite the horror story.
Thankfully, though, we are banishing the card, not discarding it. So Colours of Aria goes to the banish zone, actually ticks us up on that decomposed counter. So Oakenold looks like it is going to be bound for the Arsenal zone at this point, as the Sigil of Solace is played out, just to be able to sustain some of this HP. Drawing up another 4, moves over to Tom.
That turn cycle could have gone a lot worse for Julian there. I mean, losing a card to Black Widow is never something that you want to have happen, but I mean, ended up only losing 3 points of life and establishing another Earth card in the banish zone. Not the end of the world.
No, far, far from it. Still marked, though, of course, due to those scar tissues. So Tom still has that +1 on the first swing. Still Graphene is going to have go again if that's the way we are so inclined, and that is what we're going to be doing. The second time we've seen Codex of Frailty pitched away this game, just saving it for the right moment, knows that this game is going to go long.
Quite a valuable card in the pitch stack, tends to be something to help you push all the way over.
No longer marked, but that's absolutely fine.
So pitching into these daggers often is a way to maintain cards in deck for Marionette. You quite often see these dagger type of turns from Marionette when you play up against these very blocky decks.
Absolutely.
Going to be flicking across the Hunter's Clave here, so losing the second of 2 Hunter's Claves makes you think that there is very likely to be a retrieve effect, like to pick up the point here.
So another 3 go again.
Almost disincentivized to block this one as it's going to remove the mark status from you, but I mean, depends what is the follow-up after this. We see the third Oakenold in the hand now for Julian.
Jesus.
Still struggling to get that fuse going. Wonder if we're going to be trying to use this Crown of Providence to find the other piece of the puzzle.
Interesting that we get rid of the Oakenold from the arsenal.
Finding a shelter. Would have loved to have had that prior to the flick, I imagine.
He wants to remain marked, it would seem, at this point.
Remembrance.
The combat chain.
Going to be resolved early here.
God, Remembrance.
Going to be getting some retrieve back into the deck.
At least one. And a cut from the same cloth, along with a Save
Thank
Bloodshot.
goodness that Remembrance doesn't allow us to recur reactions, because
yeah, true.
Makes a lot of sense to get all of these lovely Marionette power cards back into the deck.
You aren't resolving your credits frailties right? So being able to just put the Kiss of Deaths back in and seeing them on that first cycle around
shuffle the deck up as well, which is nice to get some of those blues that have been pitched sort of spread more evenly or across the deck as well. Going to allow us to pitch into these daggers a little bit more consistently too. Orb Weaver once again.
Pretty good. 1, 3, 6. They're the ones most people want to be aiming for, and so far we've seen, well, only 3 and 1.
not sure Trapdoor is going to be overly useful in this game, and this is the problem with a deck like Jarl, right? Often sort of struggling to convert a large hand and opting to park that Oakenhold in the arsenal once again. Maybe this time we get the fuse, but Fate Foreseen coming at a good time. It makes you wonder, is this the only defense reaction that Marionette is playing? Interesting to see it being the choice.
I haven't seen a dig through the deck yet, have we?
Of the four block defense reactions available, Fate Foreseen being the one to choose, and again no ice card in the hand for Jarl, so really struggling to line up these fuses.
Just put one of those back in the deck, didn't you?
Yeah.
Get those back. Felling the Crown, two Yum Yums.
Are they two red Fruits of the Forest?
Are they both red? Jesus. I will say, if you're running red Fruits of the Forest, you are asking to get full red hands. That's crazy work.
Like I said at the beginning of this game, when you see a Jarl deck, quite often you sort of think fatigue, but the reality is the popular build at the moment tends to be the sort of mid-rangey tempo list, and I'm sure that would sort of rely on resolving these cards like Felling of the Crown and Oakenhold. Not happening as of yet, unfortunately.
Still got a lot of life to play with, though, especially with these two Fruits of the Forest in hand. We can tick ourselves up above that
no
dangerous
blocks
threshold.
A fair bit here for Julian. Mario just sort of getting away with murder, it feels like here. Flicking that Callisto and retrieving it straight away.
Guess what? It costs 0 because they continue to cost 0 across the entire turn with All Wheeling.
The common sort of play pattern in this.
Oh, God.
Tarantula Toxin doing flipping the card face down there to indicate that it is effectively useless, and Mario just having his absolute way with this game at this point. Now 20 life deficit for Julian, and still going to struggle to resolve any of these cards. One of these fruits must be blue, otherwise I don't really see the reason for holding on to this Felling of the Crown. Maybe they're both blue.
One fruit's resolved. Yeah, both blue.
Doing my best Toby impression there and not being able to see colour.
Here we go. So we get a full decompose here. Gauntlet's Boreal Domain, the Terra Sunder, and that Rootbound Carapace. This is 8 bottoming the card. Now, I was about to say, 11 HP, very much reachable with some combat tricks here from Tom. 13 with only a 3-card hand, much less obtainable. So
Tom just
not
absolutely
over this turn.
Snap no blocks this turn.
Oh,
here.
absolutely.
And
Cut from the same profit again.
No attack reaction, obviously, but cheeky defense reaction in that Shelter of the Storm there. So a useful tool that will help us.
Yeah, you've got to think towards this late in the game, though. Sure, you're not marked at this point, but you've this doesn't go again.
Not yet. Maybe another retrieve effect in the hand for Tom potentially to flick that Hunter's Clave. Now, the Shelter potentially coming at an opportune time here. We'll see if Julian makes the read on whether or not to use it as a defense reaction or the instant ability on it. Barkskin of the Millennium Tree now online for Julian. I was going to make mention last turn with the Decompose that we're not going for full Earth Decomposes because not really any need to, as we're not trying to get to 8 cards in Banish like the Earth Heroes of the past.
Is Julian going to Shelter here? I'm very surprised that Tom's given him this window of opportunity.
Going to take the flick damage by the looks
of
it.
There he is. Here. Just needs to use the 4 defense.
Really interesting the decision point on how to use these defense reactions, and interesting to see Shelter not used for probably the reason why it's quite so expensive at the moment, because of that prevention effect.
Oh my god.
Tarantula Toxin, an absolutely devilish card every time it's resolved. So
we are blocking 2.
Blocking 2 on 9 here. Going to be gaining 3 should the combat chain be closed, but yeah, an unfortunate timing for that Shelter.
So this is going to be 7 damage, taking us lower than 8. I'll tell you that for free.
Now going no Clave here. Interesting choice, sort of maybe understanding that there is an abundance of retrieve still left in the deck for Tom. Let's see if we can find it.
He's not bad here.
Especially if we found another one of those Fateful Scenes.
Very true, very true.
Deck size still very healthy for Tom, and only 8 life to get through when you are playing the amount of reactions that Marionette is. Maybe it's not overly tall of an ask.
Julian went to 5, then he'll 3. I forgot about Fiddler's Green.
Yeah. Fiddler's Green, quite a nice card to get around cards like Tarantula Toxic.
Yeah, very true. It's like, okay,
still
what have you done?
effectively getting the full value. Still got a bit of armor to play with on the side of a Marionette as well. Got that Mask of Deceit. Still can go in whenever.
Can go in here, to be fair, if he wants to go for a random roll.
Yeah, it depends how much Tom needs to sort of make use of this hand regardless. Can just sort of say no blocks to this Command and Conquer, and
just lose the arsenal depending on what it is, right?
When your opponent's presenting you with a sort of 2-card 9, if you know what I mean, with the destruction effect of the Command and Conquer, but you are 15 points of life up.
Just going to take the 6, it looks like, down to 17, destroying what is an Upsticks and run. So yeah, that was the retrieve effect you were talking about.
Effects, yeah. And there's another one.
Never mind. Don't worry about it. It's just another Upsticks and run, pitching
Paying
away.
Into it with a pain in the backside, though. I'm sure you'd love to have had a blue there.
Still plenty of armor here for Julian as well. You talked about the armor from Arachnne, but still an unused Stalag. Still got the Bark Skin and Millennium Tree and those Quick Dog Fletchers available for us. Coming in for 5 right now.
Surely got to try and find a window to use this Stalagmite. I mean, this seems as as good a point as any, especially if you have a decent return of your own. Try and staunch the blood flow while you can.
So if you Stalag here, you don't get a window to be able to flick knives before the Frostbite comes in, meaning you have to pitch the card away to be able to activate this flick knives and continue your turn, but then you have no cards in your hand. So I think Tom just says, yep, that is fine, take your 3.
Now how are we going to make use of this 4-card hand for Julian here? Got to be something relatively disruptive, otherwise...
Just still the Oaken Old in the arsenal.
Oh wow, I think we might have a full... Yeah, Elemental Strike Colours of Aria combo here.
Oh, hell yeah. I was joking about it earlier, but maybe it's not a joke anymore. We're coming in for, what is this, 7 Go Again Dominate?
Yep, 7 Go Again Dominate. And what will the follow-up be? I believe we saw a Command and Conquer in hand, but that could be enough to...
That's a hell of a turning point.
Yep, that could be enough to bring Julian back into this game. 5 life, not exactly where you want to be against Marionette, but with still a Stalagmite and a Barkskin of the Millennium Tree and your Quick Dodge Flexes available to you, maybe that is enough to staunch the blood flow.
For those confused, Elemental Strike reads, as you can see, additional cost to play it, banish a card from your hand if it's Earth, +2, Lightning, Go Again, Ice gets Dominate, and you banish the Colours of Aria, which says when it's face up in any zone, it is every single colour type. So
we're going to get all
Ice, Lightning,
3
and
modes there.
All 3 modes.
The Elemental Strike, followed up with the Command and Conquer. So nice little 4-card hand made use of here from Julian, and we'll see if Marionette is going to disrespect the CNC for a second turn in a row.
Yeah, one thing that we said for the longest time with some of these Earth-leaning heroes was that 4-card hands, even 5-card hands, were hard to convert. But things, additions like Elemental Strike, hell, E-Strike even made its way into like Florian list for a long time as well, just to be able to allow you to do that. So
yeah, Enlightened Strike into Felling of the Crown, or Enlightened Strike into Light Up the Leaves, Burn Bears, these sorts of cards in Verdance.
Crazy, wasn't it?
Really, really oppressive when you thought, I'll give them a 4-card hand, surely they can't convert it, and then all of a sudden you got 5 Go Again into 6 Arcane to the Dome.
Okay, we are going for the random roll here. Covering up with one of those Kiss of Deaths. We roll a 1 on the Black Widow. That's crazy. Someone check that man's dice.
Unfortunately, blocking with the Kiss of Death here, which was been paired really nicely with that Black Widow. But
it's fine, he's got another one in his arsenal.
Yeah, very likely. Tunic coming up to 2 here, so...
I think that's the second turn in the row that Tom's missed his Tunic now, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, really? Would have been quite nice to have on this potential Stalagmite block here, I suppose. Oh, well, yeah. So
okay.
We'll see how, if Julian decides to use this Stalagmite here. Got a resource to pay for the reaction or the flick knives, should we want to use it. Obviously, we've got the Black Widow effect, which is going to effectively pump by 3 and rip a card from Julian. Often in these sorts of scenarios, you just say, I'm going to put my whole hand down in front of this and hope you don't have T-Toxin.
I think you still have to force your opponent to do something here, right? I feel like the Stalag block does make sense. Yes, you've got a card in hand. Yes, you've got that one float, but you're not marked. There's no go again off the back of this either.
Yeah,
Oh, he let him have it. Oh, he let him have it. Oh, okay. Never mind. Tom changes his mind.
Good sportsmanship there, saying, you know what, at an armory, maybe I'd have taken this, but in round 11 of a calling at 8-2,
maybe
probably not having that one resolved. A few too many cards between then and now.
True.
So you have got that. I believe that's a Sigil of Solace in the hand.
Yeah, Sigil of Solace hand, so he's not dead.
And also not losing the card to the Black Widow should you get pumped over the blocks that you commit. There's a lot of cards in the arsenal there.
Yeah, very true.
Another Codex of Frailty heading to the bottom of the deck.
You do have to make a decision here if you're Tom, right? Julian chucks the Stalag in front of it. You've only got one floating resource, so you can only make that decision once. Yeah. Do you activate the Black Widow effect to be able to rip an additional card from a hand, or do you activate the Flick Knives to be able to go further, banking on that top deck, or even that card that is in your hand? It really depends on what we're looking at here for Tom as that final card and whatever he can rip as well. But you would assume Julian's going to cover 9 here. Yeah,
you'd be in a pretty precarious situation not to be putting at least 3 cards in front of this. I mean, we have got the Barks in the Millennium Tree, which is going to help buff up the defense value as well. I wonder if Julian is sort of hoping to hold a card here to get in with whatever that Arsenal card is, or some more hammers. So we are effectively covering 10 here.
Absolutely.
Got the Black Widow effect up to 12, can be covered up by that quick dodge flexes. Tarantula Toxin would be absolutely evil here.
Just passes.
Pass. Says that is good with me. Return to Brood here.
It's back down to the Marionette. Still have that Hunter's Clave for the easy markability as well.
Not a bad spot to be in for Julian here now, though, especially if that Arsenal card was something effective like a Felling of the Crown. That is kind of your best case scenario.
Up to 8. Bridging that gap once more, and it looks like Julian just says, "Yep, I'm going to pass back."
Oh, well, not even swinging the hammer. I mean, holding on to a Crumble of Eternity makes you wonder whether that Arsenal card is another Oaken Old, hoping to keep enough cards to resolve that.
There's no Earth card though.
With the Crumble, you have got both.
Oh my god, ridiculous! Stupid card. That is the I believe the 4th cut from the same cloth we've seen resolve this game. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Remembrance. Coming into 5 now with the Hunter's Clave. Just to get that early block, the early mark in as well. Already has go again, of course. It's just been a lot of weapon swings this game.
Yeah, kind of. That's what I was sort of saying earlier. When you're playing up against these Guardian heroes, you want to be swinging those claves as much as possible, putting these cards back in your deck, making use of all of these blues, and presenting the difficult to answer questions. Now, interestingly enough here, this Barks in the Millennium Tree going to make an embodiment of lightning. Too much Facilio. Embodiment of Earth, which is going to buff up the overcrowded in the hand, and take that up to a 3 block, thankfully.
It does take the Clave up to a 6 though, because we're chucking equipment in front of it due to the piercing 1. But
we are covering
with
that,
the Stalag. Yeah, we are now fully covered. So yeah, I like this Frostbite. It's still got 2 cards in hand, still got the 1 floating, but without that floating tunic resource available as well, does make this a little more difficult than what it may have been otherwise.
I think Julian is kind of doing whatever he can at this point to try and resolve this. I imagine it's an Oakenhold and Arsenal. I'm pretty sure that's why we held on to that Crumble the previous turn, so potentially doing everything you can to try and resolve that there.
Certainly swing the game back towards his favour. A Scar Tissue paying the 1, breaking that Frostbite.
That is going to take this Clave out of reach from the quick dodge flexes block as well, so we'll see if Julian is going to cash the flexes in just for the 2 value or going to take the 3.
Just going to be taking the 3 down to 5, becomes marked, unlocks this Graphene Glycera at 4, go again, but instead it's just going to be a Leave No Witnesses with a lowly random card sitting in the hand. Blocking 4 total here with the Imposing Visage is great here.
Really nice, especially if we are right on what this Arsenal card is here. 4 on the roll. Is that funnel web
That is
or red back?
Oh, it's a red back. Yeah.
Maybe by the time Marinette LLs, I'll have learned what all of the different Agents of Chaos are, and we have got
Single fuse.
finally an
Eat this.
Oakenold fused here with the Crumble to Eternity. So 9 dominate on hit, discard 2 random cards.
No way will this be covered. You need to have one of those Fate Scenes in the arsenal to even get close to it, and then you'd need to waste all of your armor.
Stalagmite has really done its job to keep Julian from getting completely blown out by attack reactions this game. So Tom just clarifying that Crumble to Eternity does have both elemental talents, enabling Oakenold to be fully fused with just 1 card. Regardless of just the 2 discarded cards here, Tom also has to be concerned that going down to sub 5 life against cards like Terra Sunder and more Oakenolds can be quite scary as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've even got the dominated Elemental Strike as well to deal with as well. So
if another one of those sneaks around,
can even just go Elemental Strike, banishing any ice card, and that will be 7 dominate. So quite a lot of ability to close out the game for Julian. Again, the disruptive effect on Oakenold is pretty scary. And that is a pretty nice hand that Tom is not going to get to keep as well. Or Weaver Spinneret, Save a Bloodshed. A blue, I believe.
The fact that it's random makes this truly frustrating for Tom. Can't even work out best case scenario. It's pointless to think about it. If you don't have that defense reticence sitting in your arsenal, Tom.
Tunic is coming up to 3 here, so can swing that Callisto without having to pitch a card, but no mark. Oh, no, we are marked on the side of.
Yeah, we are indeed, so it does have Grogan.
Of Julian. So, maybe you block 3, hope that you get to hold a Dagger Pump or a React and send that Callisto over. It's going to earn a bit of respect considering that T-Tox, there is still a T-Toxin left in the deck, I believe.
What about block 0?
You can block 0, go to 1, but you are, like I said before, at risk of dying on the following turn cycle to any of these other dominate effects in the deck.
A 3-card hand, you can probably position and get to a point where you can get over that 5, or at least foe that you're going to be able to get over that 5. You've got that plus. Yeah, there we go. You've got that +3 pump directly on red back already, right? Being able to get anything go again if you so wish it.
Yeah, like you say,
there we go. Roll the dice.
Being able to just hold on to the blue and is still going to mean that. Is that a D20?
That is a D20. That is insane.
That is one way to determine multiples of 4, I guess. So sending those cards to the bottom of the deck, obviously unaware of what they are, but the Agent of Chaos, like you said, being able to convert at least blues, and they are some pretty nice cards to keep.
Oh, that's crazy. What is sitting in our arsenal? That is the question. So no pumps here, though. No attack react tier effects. It's all up front.
Unless we know what's in the arsenal here. And
true.
Something to the effect of a T-Toxin is pretty scary here.
That would be enough. So we got 8 being fired directly at Julian right now. Only 4 damage would need to cross the line for this Flick Knives to be able to confirm victory. We do have an Everboom Life in hand, but it's better position just to
something like
block 3 instead of heal the 1.
Yeah, something like a Codex in Arsenal here would be absolutely backbreaking, considering Jarl has now got an empty Arsenal zone for one of the first times in this game, having to discard a card. I know we have been playing Overcrowded, but I don't think any of them have got their way into the graveyard this game.
Yeah, I think they've all been pitched.
Gonna poise to block 9 here. Bless you.
Excuse me.
What is in the arsenal here for Tom?
Drawing a card off to Save a Bloodshed. What did we find?
We found a Stains. Stains to the point. Oh my goodness. And out of nowhere, this dagger has become 15 damage.
Well, that's one way of doing it, I suppose, isn't it?
Quick Dodge is not going to cover that one.
So that's it. That's all she wrote. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. Take your 4.
Yeah.
Goodbye, June. Like we said, only 4 damage needs to get through because that Flick Knives was sitting there with a spare dagger to be able to be thrown between Jarl's chitinous plate. Yeah, I mean, hell, what a game! But I was actually rooting for a Guardian for once towards the end. There. That was some really nice kind of comeback style effects there. Being able to Oakenol straight away.
Yeah, I really thought that Oakenol was going to be the start of a comeback there, but unfortunately, Jarl at the end they're just sort of drawing a hand of 4, let's say, not do a lot blues. I won't say do nothing blues, but not do a lot blues. Going to have to, again, Kalista are damned if you do, damned if you don't when you put 3 cards in front of it.
I mean, this is the thing. Like that very much could have just been okay. I'm going to draw a card no matter what here because I can just flick you, and then sending just a 0 for 4, and then you eating in a very similar situation. You can't commit every single card on that first chain link and just assume they have pumps. Same thing with Nu back in the day. If you overblock the first thing, guess what? They're just going to kill you on the second
something
thing.
Else is coming in. And one thing that's interesting to note is Mario living at 1 life there. Should that first Felling of the Crown have been online, coming in for 8 rather than 4.
Completely different game.
I say a lot of the time with these Earth decks, especially the couple that we've seen reach Living Legend status, the order in which these decomposers come up tends to be quite impactful. So, yeah, unfortunate for Jarl there, but Mario doing the Mario things.
Complete and utter, balance things.
15 damage on a Calicera out of nowhere.
Just that easy. Guess how much that Calicera costs as well? Oh, it's a token. Oh, it costs 1. Oh, it's good going because you're marked. Oh, this is great. Anyway, guys, before I lose my mind, I'm going to take it to a short break. And when we are back, we're going to have our final round of Swiss, round number 11, and get our top 8 locked here at the Calling Rotterdam. See you in a brief minute.
Poggers.
Oh, we are jumping straight into the game here. It is an Arachnne showdown, and this will almost certainly decide which one of these two players ekes their way through to the top 8. It's Jacob Clements, the worldwide leader for World Tour points right now, sitting at 67, and he's going up against and he's going up against an Arachnne huntsman who has had some pretty decent showing, not only across this event, but some previous ones as well. This fatigue plan really besting a lot of some of the strongest players.
Yeah, let's see if Jacob can fill his Arachnne bingo card after playing Slip Through the Cracks and Marionette up until this point in the tournament, and now playing Huntsman as well. I'm sure the abundance of Arachnne heroes is not confusing for new players whatsoever, but we will...
We'll sort it out for you. We'll sort it out. You can see Jacob Clement shuffling what seems to be 95 cards into that deck. It is Fat Deck City when you are going up against an Arachnne huntsman whose primary goal is to rip every single one of those power cards and even some of those weaker cards away from you and get those into the banish as quick as you can.
Huntsman doing a slightly more interesting... I'll be careful how complimentary I am of this deck, but doing a slightly more interesting fatigue plan rather than just sort of putting all their cards sideways, attacking with some sort of mill effects to take those cards from you.
I bet it's still one's Remembrance, though.
No comment. Christopher besting our fan favourite Thomas. Huh? Besting, good one. Christopher besting our fan favourite Thomas in the last round on Katsu after that explosive turn earlier in the day. 244 points on Arachnne Huntsman, actually more than I thought after the long-term
unplayability of this hero. Just say it as we did. Say it as is. 2022, this hero was released back in Dynasty, the very first time that we saw an Arachnne join us, and back when the Emperor was slain.
Spoilers.
But sorry for 4 years ago. God, that was 4 years ago.
Fab law spoilers.
Arachnne Huntsman, first time that we saw an assassin hero, very contract orientated back then. Of course, we've more transitioned into the stealth mechanic at this point. Of course, stealth itself doing nothing and everything else affecting it directly. Contract at least having some form of effect on the game. And any time that Arachnne Huntsman plays a contract card, get to look at the top card of your opponent's deck. Choose if you want to put it onto the bottom or leave it on top. Basically filtering some of those better cards to the top and allowing you to banish those ones and allowing you to complete contracts whenever you need it. So yeah, pretty damn cool. Yes, sorry for the spoilers, Ross. The Emperor did die.
So an Arachnne mirror, but not in the traditional sense, and we'll see which Arachnne comes out on top. I'm sure Jacob has got something of a extensive fatigue plan ready to go, and Jacob, in classic Jacob fashion, rocking up with only the necessary cards sleeved.
It actually tells me so much. It actually tells me. It's the one time, I can't remember who played up against him, but Matt Folks, back in the day, rocking up with a Phantasmal Footsteps folded into quarters in his wallet that he then brought out onto the battlefield.
Cards are meant to
technically
be
legal.
With.
Yeah, folded, maybe not. New cut, not the newest cuts to the chase that we're seeing defended with here. Of course, the new Marvels just got revealed at this event. Forgot there was even EAs of this card, but we are going to be attacking him with, again, another Hunter's Clave. And Jacob playing this game plan of, hey, I'm going to get some of my cards to the bottom of the deck as quick as I can. I do not want to be fatiguing myself any quicker than I need to be. Hunter or Hunted in the hand for Chris, and along with a Sigil of Solace, just to be able to bring himself back up above 40 life in a few brief moments.
And shout out to infamous Fab Flesh and Blood fan Grey Sponge in the chat. You've been here since day one, so... The new blue defense reaction, Hunted or Hunted, entering the arsenal, I'm sure, on the following turn for Christopher. See if we can rip some power cards, maybe some Sever Bloodsheds or some Kiss of Deaths. That is really going to throw a spanner in the works for Jacob's plan, I'm sure.
Jacob
will
roll.
It's just that
always. It's 3 or 1. It's never anything else. That dice needs changing.
Absolute magnetic dice to get Arachnne Orbweaver into the fray nice and early.
Just after the first flick as well. My God. Brutal scenes. Well, Chris has drawn up what contract card do we see hitting the combat chain first? Maybe even a pump at this point. One thing that we didn't talk about, Jacob sees it at the same time. We're so used to seeing these marking daggers, but no need for that in Chris's list. We've got the Nerve Scalpel and you've got the Spider's Bite, putting -1s on attacks and, actions and also defense reactions for Nerve Scalpel?
Reactions, respectively, I believe.
Oh, okay, so attack reactions as well, fair enough.
Well, shall we fact check ourselves?
Yeah, we're fact check. Nerve, Scalpel.
When this is hero, the next time they
Reactions.
defend with 1 or more reaction cards this turn, those have -1 while defending. Yeah, so quite impactful into a deck like Arachnne Marionette that's going to be playing a whole heap of attack reactions.
Noah just pointed and laughed at me from the sofa, but I don't know what he's laughing at. I was right. Half right. Not right about that.
Blocking with a scar tissue on the Nerve Scalpel. Dagger. Sorry, not on the Nerve Scalpel, on the Persuasive Prognosis. No attack reactions come through there, and Jacob happy to activate this Orb Weaver ability, completing the quest of equipping a Calycera, going straight into the Mark of the Black Widow, which is going to be 4/3 with the on-hit Banisher card from hand. Now Christopher has got a fair chunk of defense reactions.
It's actually 6. +3 from the Orb Weaver Spinner.
Oh yes, true. Yeah. Next attack with stealth. This tends to just be used on
Used on the daggers, right?
Yeah.
But hey, not this time.
So going to be shredding one of these 3 blocks here.
The blue shred that we've come to know and hate across every single game at this point. Here you go. You've shredded something. How about a Hunt Hunted?
Shred, one of my favourite artworks in Flesh and Blood, just so metal. We didn't really have anything this sort of gruesome back before Dynasty, and now going to be catching a cut from the same
That
cloth.
is a very good card to catch this
nice card
early
to
on. Looking through the entire deck, what do we see?
Quite
We see
a few defense reactions in the
plentiful.
deck. Yeah, so we've got shelters, we've got some traps in there as well.
A Nursery Trap,
and then a
Nerve
load
Spider,
of what you'd
Fate for Scenes
expect.
as well. Another shred available, but not going to cover everything this time round. That is going to be 3 silver generated so far. So those Graven Gloves going to be able to be retrieved very, very soon should we commit that 1 block.
Yeah, these Graven Gloves are another big upgrade to Arachnne Huntsman. Like we said, years and years of sort of meta irrelevancy has just gone completely by the wayside with a few notable upgrades like this currently resolving Hunter or Hunted and those Graven Gloves as well. Used to be nice to have at least 1 assassin without an incredibly powerful card pool, but
Yeah.
oh, sorry, forgot about Azuri for a minute there. But
Yeah, true. R.I.P. R.I.P. Hey, someone won a Pro Tour with him. We can't say too much about it.
True. We're just waiting for the correct meta for Azuri. Hey?
There was one person who brought Azuri to this event as well. They thought they had done the Japanese gambit. Evidently not.
Yeah. The Japanese gambit.
Was it Shoma?
Sounds like a chess move. Yes.
It was Shoma, yeah.
So currently covering 8 on this Mark of the Black Widow due to the shred, and Jacob just going to pass on over. I'm sure Christopher is happy with that exchange there.
Yeah, for sure. Still got card in hand as well.
So many cards out of the deck from Jacob.
Ticking up to a second count on the Tunic. Do we have anything to play with here for Christopher? I don't believe so. That might even be a defense reaction. He just wants to plump straight back in.
We're just cleaning up that Sigil of Solace that was resolved earlier in the game, as that hadn't been updated. So Christopher's actually at 42 here, and the first remembrance of the game is drawn up there.
You can't see it, but only 45 minutes left on the clock. I mentioned that because remembrances are in play now. So we got an Orb Weaver Spinneret straight into a Mark of the Black Widow here. So very similar position that we were in to last turn, but this one, instead of being for 6, it's actually going to be for 7 due to the fact that Christopher is marked from that previous turn.
I'm sure neither of these players would like a draw going into breakers for top 8, but I mean, we may have to speed up our play a little bit should it go the distance, but yeah, I'm sure these guys know what they're doing, enacting these game plans.
We have one player already with a draw kind of in that top 8 contention, that being Jason Rolfe, currently sitting at 9-1-1. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, nice record to be at, really. when you're going into round 12.
Just sink the load into another sink below. So this is currently covering, what, 6? How about I activate a Shelter of the Storm? Is that defensively activated or discarded?
Using the defense value there, and Jacob's just going to say, okay, I'll go for another roll. And as is the way, we don't roll anything but a roll anything but a 3 until after we've already rolled our 3. So Jacob with the lovely unsleeved Marvel Arachnne Redback.
That one is tilling. Guys, what are we doing?
Cards are meant to be played with, Carl.
Someone get him, surely he's got a sleeve sponsor at this point. Min-Max, you've got to have a sleeve sponsor.
I think it's part of the persona, Carl. It's intentional, I think.
Mental games. I hate it.
These games have been mental, yeah.
Yeah, true. See that Katsu one earlier? If you didn't, scroll back.
Excessive Blood Loss, another one of these
great.
Big upgrades to the Arachnne Huntsman deck that we were sort of speaking about. Just when you thought the deck couldn't receive any more juice, a lovely 1 for 5 threatening to rip multiple cards from your opponent has made its way into the deck as well.
Common, by the way.
Yep, lovely is Sage playable. Now, if you want to play a format where Assassin is not terrorizing you every other round,
Silver Age.
Definitely check out Silver Age.
Yeah. CNC for 6. Nice and simple.
Command and Conquer is not a card you tend to see in these Arachnne Marionette decks, and
Absolutely
pretty good into a deck like Huntsman, who is chock full of defense reactions. And I think Christopher liked that play so much from Jacob, he's going to do his own one.
Guess what? Wabam. Do you think the CNC inclusion is because of the increased uptick in Guardian?
I think the CNC conclusion in the Marionette deck is likely due to the, as you mentioned earlier, fat decking. That this card is maybe in the board for, as a popper, or maybe some tech for, I don't know, Rangers, or maybe even Eurocilios.
Jesus.
But
if Jacob Clement is respecting Riptide and Marlin, and fair enough.
We've got Amulet of Echoes in the list, so it's definitely
respecting Asilio.
Definitely a case of over-indexing on cards for this matchup.
At least in your final game of Swiss, you don't need to think about your sideboard.
Oh, well, can you just chuck it all in?
Yeah, it's like, in it goes. Ripple away, Codex, a couple of 3 blocks in the hand as well for Chris, but finally can go back to a fair life total of 40 after taking that 2 damage from the Graphene Calicera. Now swinging in that Hunter's play for 1, go again, and that cut to the chase. Going to be the easiest block of his life. Another 3 coming in. This time the pain in the backside is going to look to mark Chris and allow Jacob to return to the Brood. But no, we have that sink below being committed. Are we going to see a card put to the bottom of the deck here for Chris? It doesn't look like the hand does too much right now.
I think Jacob possibly thinking on Flick Knives, wondering how important it is to try and become one of these agents of chaos. Christopher diligently holding on to this Ripple away here to see if the flick into Orb Weaver or something of that effect comes through.
Very true.
Maybe even a Codex. Codex of Jacob's own, but nope, just going to pass the turn on over.
Fair enough. Keeping that card in the arsenal.
Asking Jacob what can he... asking Christopher, sorry, what can he do with 3 cards, and more often than not, you tend to be swinging a few daggers.
Absolutely. Different type of disruption here, and this is the defensive disruption from the daggers, both from the Nerve Scalpel and the Spider's Bite into that Codex.
Funnily enough, Codex of Frailty quite good into Marionette itself, because that Frailty token pulling some weight when you want to be swinging both of these daggers multiple times in a turn. Command and Conquer with both of the defense shredding effects of these daggers, pretty nasty.
Yeah, very, very difficult to be able to defend this one, and well, that's a handful of I would argue chaff on its own, especially when your dagger is only going to be swinging for 0 to begin with. But
so a pretty crazy hand with if we have something like a Kiss of Death in Arsenal, but this CNC is
covering it is going to be impossible, right?
Threatening this Kiss pretty hard. I'm going to say no blocks by the looks of it.
Believe so. Well, I mean, what else can you do at this point? You've got to gamble on the Codex of Inertia and just see if you find something off the top of the deck.
Yeah, not a tempting proposition to block this one.
notably the Codex of Inertia, because Chris has been playing quite fast and loose with this one's an up 6 and run. He would also be gaining the card to his arsenal. No, he won't. I lied. There's a Ponder. Literally resolved the Codex. I played that card.
Anyway, so Jacob with no attack actions this turn is going to be, unfortunately, pitching into these daggers, which are -1 from the frailty. So a lovely 0 cost, 0 power clave coming across here.
Doesn't affect the flick, though, of course. So could continue here and look for that. Look for that flick later on and just do some damage, but probably just going to pump in this one over the line. What were the other 2 cards that we have in hand? We've got to take out the mantle. We got the. Okay, we're just going to be flicking the graphene just for the
We've
sake
got an
of
Orb
it.
Weaver in hand, I believe. So
Yep.
an Orb Weaver and the Tarantula Toxin's gone to the bottom of the deck. So yeah, we'll see what Jacob has left in here. So that Codex of Inertia, I believe.
Yes, you're right. So playing out the entire hand, resolving that Codex of Inertia, putting that card straight in. Is that another T-Toxin?
Yeah, that looked like a T-Toxin to me.
Well,
that's going to be quite nice on this Calistera that's going to be
yeah.
coming in for 3 here. I've got to be honest, this game looks like it's going exactly the way that Christopher would like it to go. He's kind of getting all of the disruptive effects where he'd like them.
Yeah, Tarantula Toxin this one.
You're saying no
just gonna
reactions
deal
from
the 2.
Jacob here. Interesting to not be casting this T-Toxin on here, if that was what we did find in the grave, basically putting this Ponder to waste, but I suppose Jacob deciding he wants to make use of this T-Toxin down the line.
I think just throwing it out for 3 damage when the ceiling is what? The 6 effectively,
Yeah,
just
exactly.
make it 3 is going to be a lot better. Here we go. Leave no witness.
Holding
Look at the
3
top card of the
cards
deck.
for Christopher, and I'm sure Jacob would love not to lose this T-Toxin. Got to be honest, it does look like a very sticky situation for Jacob to be in this game, not having conferred any damage so far this game and having spent quite a lot of cards out of deck already.
He is a sticky one still.
Yeah.
Coercive tendencies.
Going to
What
be giving this
do
Leave
we
No
have?
Witnesses go again. Seeing a couple of reactions on the top of the deck there. And I
Red
believe
back,
we're
pick a
going
point.
again into a Sack the Shifty, I believe.
Leaving on top like that, it would seem. Activate the effect, banish the top one, goodbye, to take the point. Gaining another gold.
Again, it's like another 4 damage taken out of
Yep.
the deck from Jacob, so going to be really important too. So I think Christopher accidentally peeked at the card below that there, but
He does know what it is, though.
yeah, should be fine to resolve because it was.
That's actually,
already
yeah, I
determined.
wonder what the outcome on that is, considering it's not technically hidden information, because he knows what that card is from the coercive. Yeah, unfortunate.
I'm sure these guys can resolve that one. I'm sure there's been plenty of times in the past where a Huntsman player has reached over and taken a look at maybe the incorrect card, but that's why I quite often prefer to hold it up for them.
Yeah, very true, very true. Give it a couple of brief moments, get the judges, our best and brightest, involved. We'll see.
Well, they're at the tournament. They're definitely not here, are they?
Oh, that's true, they're definitely not here, dear Lord.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be an issue to resolve considering the information is already known, hopefully, assuming that he looked at the second from top card and not the...
So I've actually just
from
grabbed
top.
the top 4 cards.
Yeah, we should just take half of your deck and just have
Yes, 37 down is a
Yeah.
codex, so great. So we're about to transition back into the game. What was the resolution?
I'm sure it was just resolved.
Yeah, just resolved as we see fit. So all good there. Sack the Shifty, looking for reactions?
I believe it's cards with go again.
God damn it. I'm not going to pretend like I know half of these contract cards, dude. Like, it's been way too long. Yeah, opponent's cards would go again is what we're
So
looking for.
all
there,
of your sort of assassin pre-pumps, like your... I mean, we've already taken so many of them away from Jacob, but your things like cut from the same cloth would be triggering that card as well.
Yeah, very true. So top card of the deck is Stains of the Redback right now. Chris knows that. Jacob
6
know if
copper.
he's going to have an option
sorry,
to grab
6 silver on the side of Christopher. These gloves are going to be an absolute menace.
As are the Black Tech Whisperers, being able to get those back. And Master Edition, Jesus Christ.
Jacob taking a read of Regicide here, not having seen this card too frequently in the past.
That's a one-off anyway, so blocking with this
funnily enough, is playable in Marionette if you want to.
Yeah, true. Here we go.
Another
So,
Codex of Inertia here.
loading a card in from the top card of deck, because Chris did so and has cards in his hands, had to discard one. There goes your Concealed Blade. Now swinging on in with Graphene Solicitor. Believe that this is still a T-Tox sitting in the arsenal. Most likely going to resolve it, so the Ponder can get some level of value here.
Just going to cast it here, shredding the only getting a sort of 4 value rather than the usual 6, but going to actually connect with that 4 damage for the first time. And I thought Christopher's Arsenal card was a Fate Foreseen, but unlikely if he's not committing it into this. I know it's Plunder the Poor.
It is. Just got put in there from the Codex of Inertia, right? So
we'll see if these Black Tech Whisperers are going to get cashed in here.
this is probably the window to do it, right? Still got another attack in your hand. I think
got
it's
Shred as well.
Slay the Scholars in the hand. So
got a Shred to try and confirm this one connects as well.
plenty of options. Plenty of options. And we can start bring them back. What is it? 2 silver? Just about to bring back your black text?
Yep, and this is what we were talking about at the beginning of the game by Arachnne sort of fatiguing you through atypical methods, you know, not just sort of blocking you out and trying to make sure you don't do any damage, but removing threats out of your deck before you even get to draw them.
Black Tech's going to be used early here as Feast the Frail looks for opponent's cards with 2 block or less. Goodbye, Savor Bloodshed. Here comes your Slay the Scholars to follow up, looking at another card on the top of Jacob Clemence's deck.
So
and to the bottom that goes.
Interestingly, I imagine that Christopher saw that Savor Bloodshed on the top there with that Arachnne hero ability and said, you know what, this doesn't fulfill my contract, but that card is so valuable to get rid of that I will leave it there anyway. I'm going to cash in the Mask of Perdition here as well to just take even more cards from Jacob, and we're going to be buying back pretty much all of this equipment already.
Wow. Wow! Oh 2 Savor Bloodsheds gone.
You cannot be happy about that if you're Jacob.
That's crazy. So we're making 3 silver from this as well because of the previous contract, looking for cards that block 2 or less.
Yep. And obviously, both the Saver and the Slay, the Saver and the Codex of Frailty are non-attack actions, which is exactly what the Slay the Scholars was looking for. Crazy,
crazy work there. Very defensive-leaning hand here from Christopher. You got your Fate Foreseen, you got your Shelter from the Storm. Up 6 on run being committed into the Hunter's Clave. Just looking to mark his opponent and, well, begin trying to deal anything in this game. He is 16 HP down, Jacob Clements. And that's excluding all the HP that Chris has healed up already. Yeah, and that's Jacob pitching back even more reds back into the deck, just sort of hoping to maintain some threat density throughout this game. But, I mean, you're going to have to resolve your aggressive cards at some point if you want to bring Chris's life total below that 30-point mark. Absolutely. Well, Chris knows that he's safe from the defense reaction from the arsenal right now. Hunter's Clave is not an attack with stealth. So we are going to be covering this one with what we need it to cover. You've got 3 block, you've got your Fate Foreseen, your block and your 7. Anything from the hands, it's just going to be... It's going to be a really nice, clean shelter, nice should Christopher want it as well. Potentially even just saying, you know what, I'll block 3 with the Persuasive Prognosis and lose a card off the top of my deck, but no, I'm going to go straight into... Yeah, again, he knows he's safe. The 4 block into the 4 hole, I guess. He knows this Stains of Redback is stuck in Arsenal until Jacob can play an attack with stealth that, well, hopefully for Jacob, can gain go again. We've spent our 4 gold down to 5 now to be able to regain both our Black Tech Whisperers and our Master Perdition. Not only do we get the block back, we also get those effects back. Roll on Master Deceits. Jacob's sort of saying, look, I know it's random, but I need to convert all of my cards aggressively. And in a turn where Christopher's not got an arsenal and your Mask of Deceit is getting sort of extra value on defending a aggressive on hit as well. You can't be upset about that. Okay, this is nice. Redback hero ability. effectively giving you that Stains or a Redback effect, but of course being able to discard any assassin card. We do have that Stains or Redback sitting in the arsenal, but opponent's not marked right now, so we're going to have to pay 1 for it if we do want to give this Kiss of Death go again.
So 2 Hunter or Hunted in the hand for Christopher, which is not exactly what you want to see when you want to be able to convert all of your cards defensively on a big Marionette power turn.
Especially when you've only got the only other blue in your hand is that other Hunter and Hunter.
Exactly, so I guess at least they do pitch for each other, but still a scary position to be in. I'm sure you'd have liked the previous hand with the 2/0 for D-Reacts.
Stains of the Redback.
Jacob saying,
ability.
that's fine, I will give you, I will dump my reactions on this Kiss of Death as we speak.
Good sir, I'll be ripping 3 cards for you. Thank you. I'll look at the top and I'll go, yeah, sure, I'll have that.
I'm sure Jacob's kind of hoping that the card on top is one that we've already
Oh,
seen
yeah, well,
a
we've seen
couple of.
I think we've seen 2 of them resolved already. So, oh no, one of them was pitched away earlier and the other one was just resolved, right? So yeah, getting rid of T-Toxin is huge.
Yeah, Jacob has unfortunately lost plenty of Saber Bloodsheds, plenty of Tarantula Toxins now, a Codex, even more. So a lot of power removed out of this this Marionette deck.
Sorry about the lag on stream there, guys. I'm not sure what that was. I think it actually came through the main broadcast. So if it keeps happening, let us know.
We'll blame it on them.
Having a quick dig through the deck is Chris, just to see what that threat density looks like. And honestly, looking at it right now, there isn't tons. We're looking at defense reaction. You're seeing your face, seeing your layers of your spider. You're seeing your shelters of the storm sitting there ready and waiting. Just keeping this in the back of your mind, you know what's going to be coming up.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder whether there is really a combination of turn cycles that can sort of be threaded together for Jacob
but that's 36 damage.
To get 36 damage through. I mean, getting 5 across the top here, another one from the Kiss of Death on hit, but I mean, we've got a blue and a Stains in the hand, so Christopher knows exactly how to continue to defend the rest of this turn.
This is most likely going to be what? Swinging the Graphene, flicking the Kiss of Death just for 2 additional damage.
Yep. Dagger, Stains maybe. Might even keep the Stains for later.
Is the Spike with Blood Rock combo just too cute? Is that why we're seeing a lot of the Arachnes cut that?
I think it's much more reliable to be able to have the Kiss of Death with Go Again in a deck like Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, which is why you see that combo a little bit more common in that list. But, I mean, it is a very scary combo. Doesn't tend to be gone for in Marionette just because of how difficult it can be to get this Kiss of Death with Go Again sometimes. Hunter or Hunted, unfortunately, quite the variance-heavy card in the sense that sometimes it hits good, sometimes it does not hit quite so good, and this game is one of the ones, unfortunately for Jacob, very fortunately for Christopher, where the card has hit pretty hot.
Here we go. First commitment on these Graven Gloves.
And Jacob kindly playing with that Stains of the Redback face up in his arsenal. Turns it down.
He heard you. He heard you.
I reminded him, realising that you don't have to leave that face down.
I'm going to ask the question. How did that Clicera have Go Again?
Because Christopher is marked.
Oh, he is marked. I didn't see the marked token. I'm so used to it being towards, not on the hero, and it just being like right next to all the tokens. Does lose to 2 HP though, because of the flick from the Kiss of Death.
So we are a quarter of the way through Chris's life total, and I'm sure Chris probably also has a fair bit of healing left to do in the deck as well. So that Hunter or Hunted can go to the bottom of the deck. Thank you.
Okay, get rid of that. Bin that off. Get that one to the bottom. Don't want to be drawing that. Not really effective here for the Leave No Witnesses either. And I think Chris will definitely be saying that leave the Arsenal card for Jake and Clements can be destroyed.
Yeah,
that Stains of the Redback just sitting there turn after turn.
Jacob is maybe wondering whether or not should have resolved it on the previous turn cycle instead of trying to save it for another turn of offensive overlap. But
yeah, very true.
Now threatened by the Leave No Witnesses.
4 no Go Again.
Jacob gonna eat this and say, like, you can have the And that is 2 reds, another 2 silver for our...
Just that easy. Well, a lot of the deck is red. A lot of your Leave No Witnesses triggers.
Interesting with this absolute abundance of silver that Chris doesn't opt to crack in the Mask of Perdition on almost any opportunity available, right. But just saying, you know what, the game plan is fatigue, and the main thing I do is get the block value as well as the mill value on these cards.
Final Saver Bloodshed being played out here for Jacob, attached with the Graphene.
I don't remember if did we see Remembrance in the deck for
I don't believe there is a Remembrance in the deck. We definitely saw it for Christopher, but I can't remember seeing one for Jacob when we were filtering through that. Wonder how many retrieve effects we have left as well. Can we afford to flick this Hunter's Clave on this combat chain to be able to guarantee the draw?
Not potentially necessarily needing to flick the Clave. If we can go again into a different attack, we can maybe flick the Callister itself. Hopefully we've got a couple of All-Weaver Spinnerets left. No defense reactions in the hand from what I can see for Christopher, so...
Fiddler's Green and is that Overcrowded?
Possibly. So maybe Jacob might connect with this Saber Bloodshed. I think he definitely needs to for the ability to get this damage in.
It's a decent return turn here for Christopher, even if he does just want to block 4 on this turn, right? You can block with the Overcrowded and the Fiddler's Green, just to be able to block out 4, gain 3 once that combat chain closes, and then you get to play your Plunder the Poor, break your Black Tech Whisperers, and then Codex into
very nice.
a Leave No. Pretty decent return, even if he's able to cover something. But
Christopher
eating
taking
9 so
9
far.
here, so Jacob got to be happy about that, and
Whittle from Bone is not great, but it is a blue in this very red flooded hand.
He's got pain in the backside, and I believe we have a Meat Madness in the hand for Jacob, which unlikely to connect, but going to draw blocks one way or another.
For sure, Plunder the Poor is going to be the card that's blocked with here, just to be able to mitigate some of that damage. Swinging in that Hunter's Clave 4-1.
Interesting here that Jacob opts to pitch the card back into the deck rather than resolve the Whittle from Bone. Right, could have flicked in the Callister, and then Whittle from Bone, does it only equip the Callister if your opponent is marked? Maybe that is the reasoning for that.
I believe so.
If I type in Bone, I'm going to get all of the brute cards that have got a bone in it. So.
Where is
there? It is.
Bone marked.
Yeah.
When it attacks.
Yeah, interesting. Makes sense there then as to why Jacob opted not to
just flick the Callister instead.
Flicking the Callister though.
So this goes up to 4.
Flicking the Clave. Connecting with the Meat Madness.
Just looking for the roll. What is he looking for? He's looking for the hand disruption, right? He wants to see 1-2 out of the 3, 4, 5. And he does get it. So discarding a card from hand.
I'll be honest, this is one of the few times that I've ever seen Meat Madness actually connect for real disruption.
It's going to be healing up 3 here, back to 20. Jacob's done a good job about to bring this HP back to a more manageable total, but with this Codex is about to be resolved, it could work as a double-edged sword against Christopher, but there's no reason not to resolve it.
I think Jacob in a pretty good spot this game. Should not so many of these power cards have been stolen from him.
Proudty for you.
It'll be interesting to see how Jacob gets these last 20 points of damage through missing so much of those power cards. We speak often about under the trapdoor, basically saying don't banish my Arsenal card, I guess.
Yeah.
Leave it where it is. Discarding the Whittle from Bone, so trying to not give Christopher the silver.
Leave that in the bottom, taking the 4, banishing the top card of the deck.
Oh,
it's blue, 2 blues.
No silver. And that is a pondered into a Command and Conquer. Very nice for Christopher there.
That must be another consideration as well, right? Take the blue that's in your graveyard so you don't give your opponent more silver, run him down.
Interesting that Christopher actually opts to banish that under the trapdoor there. Could have left that in the arsenal for Jacob. So we've got a retrieve effect here, timed very nicely the turn after the Clave was flicked to get that Meat Madness to connect.
Up 6 and running combination here, only going to be coming in for 4 because of that -1 on the initial damage of the Hunter's Clave, and it's going to be covered cleanly with the 4. Another Meat Madness here from hand for 3. Christopher, needs. Well, he doesn't need a blue actually to play this CNC, so he can just block the 3. Heal up the 3 to 23. Sidral Solace in the hand. Going to pitch that back into the deck. Potentially resolve the CNC, or might even just hold it.
Going up to 26 here, Christopher. Now that more sort of attainable goal of taking Chris from 20 down to 0 is becoming more and more of a challenge. That Chris is healing 3 all of these turns.
Amulet of Echoes being pitched away again. Just that blue that we mentioned earlier was brought in to stack up this deck as much as possible into this fatigue plan. Blocking 2 with the Graven Gloves, just to really bridge over that piercing.
Yeah, really nice for Christopher to have the ability to. Not many decks have the ability to cover this clave with armor, but this Graven Gloves is pretty good.
Especially armor that you can recurse every single turn, provided you've got the silver, right? A little bit mismanaged on the silver right now. Only have 2 buybacks left until we start making some more gold. Sorry, silver. God, there's silver, gold, copper, all over the place.
Pain in the backside going to be the choice for Codex Frailty. Kind of an interesting decision. Don't often see that as the target, but Jacob looking for a way to extend this turn and discarding a shelter to resolve the Codex. I'm sure Jacob is not overly fussed if the cards he's losing from his hand are defense reactions rather than power. Still not in the best spot, Jacob, with the size of the deck ever shrinking.
Yeah, it's getting smaller. Smaller and smaller, turn after turn. Chris is able to hold on to a decent hand here, which, I mean, looks like he's got it, especially with that CNC, right? He's going to be able to return a hell of a lot of damage.
If they hold on to a blue, you get to swing in one of your daggers and then tunic in the CNC as well, which is even making it even more difficult for it to block.
How about this? Pitch one of your blues, play your 1 for 4, 1 for 5.
Excessive blood loss.
Excessive blood loss. Create your Black Tech Whisperers to be able to give them all go again, and then maybe even go 2 chain links wide before you then crack your tunic to be able to end with a CNC.
Yeah, I mean, this
Chris
is
really wants to go deep on this turn.
This is what we've spoken about. Huntsman is a deck that, should you take turns off to try and set up for some big offensive turns, he actually does make. Sorry, they actually do make quite good use of that space with the cards in hand.
4 on hit, go again. Chris says, I will take the 5, and then most likely going to be swinging this Graphing Calicera just to be able to flick this Kiss of Death.
Yeah, nice sort of turn of events for Jacob here, getting a good chunk of damage in this turn, but it makes you wonder whether it's all part of Christopher's plan, moving towards taking an offensive turn of his own. 12 to 14 here. The game is looking a lot closer than it was a few turn cycles ago, but I am worried for the amount of value left in Jacob's deck.
So here we go. We've got a
so we have coercive tendencies, right, which is going to be potentially the glue that unlocks the go again on all of these attacks.
Put that 1 to the bottom. Ripple away to be able to pay for anything else that happens in this turn as well.
Your daggers, your CNCs.
There's coercive. A sigh of
contempt.
Yeah, contempt from Jacob, and goes, oh, that's a couple of defense reactions.
Probably quite a good turn of events for Jacob, really, considering that if you're going to lose anything off the top of your deck, you'd rather it be your defensive tools rather than your offensive ones.
He's going to leave them on top for the time being, though. Let that Stains of the Red back tick in, so
it's going to complete the contract.
Completes that contract. Just checking the interaction of how this works, and yes, doesn't he give it a go again if you completed that contract. So here we go. Now on hit, getting rid of that Fate Scene, making another silver up to 5, and keeping this combat chain open means.
Wonder if we'll see the use of the Mask of Perdition here again this turn.
Well, now we're in blind territory. We don't know what this card is. The top card there was a Shelter from the Storm. That's been moved to the bottom of the deck. Chris doesn't want anything to do with it. Wants to hunt down some of those NAAs.
Yeah, happy to give Jacob the...
Doesn't actually need to activate these legs to give it go again. Because all assassin attacks get going.
He wants to buy them back, right? We were going to be making a hell of a lot of silver this turn, and hoping to buy them back. So actually completing a contract on the Slay the Scholars and 2 contracts on the Plunder the Poor. So that's another 3 silver made.
Jesus wept.
This armor is getting a heck of a lot of value, and I mean, we both know that there is still a dagger and a CNC to come in this turn.
No, the dagger won't do it. He's frailty, right? So it's
true. So just going to send over the CNC, and Jacob.
CNC for 5 is coverable, but
not even worrying about the Arsenal destruction now, actually worrying about the life total he's left with.
Great offensive overlap there from Chris. Jacob left wavering on low HP, sending that first dagger for 1 and having to pitch away again one of those strong power parts in Take Up the Mantle.
And this Graven Glove's going to be doing exactly the same job as it did last turn cycle, just being a recursive Hunter's Clave nullifier, effectively.
Which rethinking it, might have a 2-block in hand that he wants to commit either way. Well, actually has a shelter if he wanted to play that one out, but not going to be the case. Just going to use the shelter for the Leave No Witnesses with almost certainty, and that gives him a couple of decent cards to be able to activate this turn on a Sack the Scholars and excessive blood loss with 1 floating resource as well. Hell, you could activate this entire turn off the back of your Black Tech Whisperers to continue that go again and then end with a Codex into another 0-4.
I think the real issue here for Jacob now is not even that you're threatened to lose cards off the top of the deck, but you're actually just threatened to die, being at 4 life versus all of these 0-for-4 disruptive effects. And we know that this Arachnne deck, this Huntsman deck, sorry, is playing Cut to the Chase. And
2,
look
4,
at that, we
6.
just buy the entire armor suite back. How do you
beat it?
How do you compete with that?
Here we go. Excessive blood loss going to be the first card on the combat chain, and we're going to be pitching away that Sack the Swallows actually, just in case we want to arsenal the Codex instead of actually resolving it this turn off the Black Techs. We're going to be getting a 3-block. Still 2 left over. Do we have defense? We do.
The Den of the Spider here, so not marking. I believe this one requires your opponent's attack to have go again.
Absolutely. Chris's deck is looking a little bit smaller now, but I think with only 4 damage he's got to get across the line, he should be fine. All 3 of these modes are active, though, of course, for this Meat Madness. A great time to find it.
Yeah, we've got the Codex of Frailty in the arsenal for Arachnne Huntsman here, and the first of who knows how many Oasis Respites find its way into the hand for Christopher.
Oh my God.
Card that is quite good against the reactions of, oh my goodness, and a sink below
just
as well.
Passed!
Yeah, Jacob saying, okay, I need to string together something a little bit more impressive than what I've got on offer this turn. Hoping you abandon Christopher with these defensive tools, and looks like that has been the case.
It has, but you have your pitch outlet of these daggers, and it's less of a problem and more of a call. This turn is actually going to be a little bit better for me if these were to hit. So go again on the Lair of the Spider. Makes sure that Chris is marked, floating that 1 resource
has got
as well.
to be screaming to Jacob that there's a Codex coming here. There's no
Absolutely.
reason to over pitch away this many reds unless that is coming in. And the tunic,
CNC as well for the tunic.
Yeah,
wow.
The tunic lining up for the CNC as well.
30 minutes left on this game, ticking down, but Chris is trying to end it before we run out of time. There is plenty of block here for Jacob.
That, to the point, I believe, is a
2 block,
block,
right?
So
Actually, so yeah, we don't have a full coverage unless we want to commit the tunic. Because
No,
Relentless Shoot doesn't block. Oh no, Relentless Shoot does block. What's the one that doesn't block like that?
You're talking about exposed.
Yes. That's the
But we have the Spider's Bite connected, right? So the Mark of the Black Widow actually only block for 2,
yeah,
so
it would have only
losing
blocked
that inertia trap there as well. Things are just going from bad to worse, unfortunately, for Jacob here, and he is stuck in an endless cycle of sort of blocking, hoping that he can do something, and Trapdoor not the Agent of Chaos you want at this point in the game.
Not really.
Probably not even going to opt to search a card. Can't afford to lose the card out of deck now, I imagine.
Yeah, we are getting low on deck size, but honestly for both of these players, but Chris has done a good job of still keeping a lot of that threat density directly in the deck. Jacob just checking, okay, do I have any of these defense reactions, any of these traps for me to be able to grab in my deck? The answer appears to be yes. Wants to have a search through. I cannot count how many cards that is, but we are probably looking at around about 8.
And even then 8 might be generous. I think Jacob is looking at no more than a hand or two left, and to get 14 damage over the line with still plenty of defensive options for Christopher and that full armor suite that has just been continually rebought. I think Jacob is looking at about
hidden card.
6
Oh
cards
no,
left.
fine.
6 cards left plus the arsenal and the banish card. I think the writing might be well and truly on the wall here.
Cheeky little shred. Things you'd love to see. Put that one to the bottom.
Put that underneath the other only card in your deck.
Yes.
Seems to have been quite the quite the surgical dismantling of Jacob this game, I reckon.
That's good. I like that. I like that a lot. Cool.
Opting not to shred this surgical, just saying I'll keep my cards.
You will not get the value off of your trapdoored.
Yeah.
Trap. How dare you? 2 go again. Oh, 1 go again.
Yeah, we are not Arachnne Marionette. And there's the first remembrance in the hand for Christopher. So
Jesus, hasn't even needed to resolve it.
like we said, this likely a winning in sort of situation for both these players here. So likely seeing Arachnne Huntsman heading its way into another Calling top 8, a deck that, like we've said before, previously a bit of an underdog, now a real threat.
Jacob's looking to keep as many cards in deck right now as possible. Mark, of course, in the first swing. Did not hit. Hunter's Clave looking to remark and just chip Chris down some damage. Flicking in that Graphene Silicero just to eke out more damage where possible. A full Fate Foreseen on the Hunter's Clave just to keep himself off of being marked. Doesn't mean all too much right now though, especially considering we're on Trapdoor and not Mario.
Yeah, Jacob potentially thinking that
Whittle from Bone being played.
Yeah, Jacob potentially thinking that this Clave was connecting, therefore happy to flick the Calicero, removing the mark, but then Christopher blocking out the Hunter's Clave, pretty much making the rest of Jacob's turn sort of fall on its face. He had to the point in the arsenal there, which would have got 4 value on this Clave should he ever remained marked, but well navigated there from Christopher.
Jacob Clements, World Tour point leader.
No cards left in deck.
No cards in deck, completely correct. 5 cards remaining. 4 in the hand, 1 in the arsenal. Taking the 1 from that Nerve Scalper, going down to 1. No cards in hand here for Chris either. He's running low, but still in a commanding position and a lot of defensive tools available for him. A couple of shreds, that is all that will be needed if we can get 1 attack across the line. Hunter's Clave swinging in for 1, and it's just going to be those Graven Gloves once again committed in. No mark this time, so he's indeed going to have to pay for this to the point, and why not? Have another Fate Foreseen. Eat that.
The writing on the wall, writing on the walls is here for Jacob, but I respect him for playing it out. I mean, I'm not really sure how you could navigate an endgame like this.
Like the Hunter's Clave, it will not make the Graphene Calicero, of course, because it is not.
It's when you play.
Yeah, it's when you play, when it attacks. Either way, would get that +1.
Oh,
okay, Take on the Mantle's pretty good here.
Yeah, I'm going to take this Water from Bone up to 2 thanks to the Arachnne Marionette hero ability. Going to become Kiss of Death.
It's going to bring it up to 6, 7, +1 from the Ratty Marionette ability. Pretty decent. Do we have another attack for us to be able to swing after this? So still only blocking 1 right now. Going to be taking 7 from this total.
So close for Jacob here, and again, just so evident that a couple more power cards left in deck. Yeah, a couple more power cards left in deck would have been all he needed. And again, very clean play from Jacob there, remembering the banish on the take up the mental, removing that Kiss of Death from the graveyard.
Very true. He's going to make his opponent kill him, and I completely respect it. We do have 2 shreds in hand. He is going to chuck the equipment in front of it. He says, shred 1. In response.
Discard a shelter.
Discard a
maybe
shelter.
Play out
Okay.
the shelter.
Fine. That's all good with me. I'll pass then.
Discussing whether the shelter was discarded or played. Yeah, and that's the game.
And that's the game. That's all she wrote. Jacob Clements losing 2 rounds in the first day of Calling Rotterdam. Went flawless until round 12. And I believe that means Christopher Bizal will be going into your top 8 off the back of that winning in. So congratulations to him. A great showing of Arachnne Huntsman. Not a hero that you see played at the top tables all too often. And hell, I think there was only a handful of people who actually took Huntsman to this event as well.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, Huntsman attacking this format from a very unique angle and
cringe angle, but unique.
Well, yeah, we can all have our own opinions, and look, I might share your opinion, but yeah, it is.
Oh, here's the top 8. We got the breakdown already, and it is filled with Acilio. You got Michael Fung, you got Lawrence, you got Sammy and Alesso, all on Acilio. 4 out of the top 8. 2 victors, Dennis and Filippo. A Gravy Bones, Evan Tanguy we saw play yesterday, and of course off the back of that winner then, Christopher Bizal. Really interesting breakdown here at Calling Rotterdam.
So there is a world here, Carl, where if Acilio really is the dominant force that we believe it to be, we could have a 4 hero semis of Acilio. So
I wonder when the last time that happened was in CC, because I can't remember it.
Yeah, I can tell you what, it's happened slightly more recently in another card game. That, but anyway, so yeah, Acilio showing up in full force in this top 4. Marionette, a hero that is also heralded as sort of like the tied best deck in the format, with Acilio just absolutely nowhere to be seen. This Gravy Bones hero has made its way all the way through. Evan Tanguy we saw on day 1 play into... I can't remember what game.
Was it Victor?
Yeah, I think it was one of the mechs, I think.
Oh, it was. It was Theo.
Sure. And yeah, so 2 victors. Victor has a reasonable Acilio matchup, I'm led to believe. So we'll see if Victor can test Divine Grip some spells out of Acilio's hand, but I'm sure the Acilios are well practiced into this meta menace as well.
Yeah, you would hope so, right? Victor being that kind of like in the wings hero, kind of that third deck in this. It's not even a triangle at this point. It just feels like we've got 3 pretty decent decks and a couple of decks that can deal some damage. Be really interested to see what this Arachnne Huntsman Acilio matchup is like. Acilio could just absolutely nuke Arachnne, but taking away some key cards with a Hunter or Hunter, could you imagine getting your Gunner Flash taken out? Then what the hell do you even do at that point? You have to play to a completely different win line.
Yeah, I think Acilio deck that, again, like we sort of spoke about, has got a very powerful core 60-ish cards of the deck. So the sideboard is often sort of committed to fighting against the strategies that it struggles into, and the sort of disruptive, fatiguey strategies like your Victors and your Marionettes tend to be sort of supported by some of that sideboard, including, you know, I think people are playing cards like Glyph Power Spell and some more of the sort of like disruptive effects. And we're going to see the end of the round 12 standings here with the 193 Dennis Krustik.
Wow.
Not just about making it in. Jason Rolfe unfortunately bubbling at 9-3 on Victor there. Jacob Clements, the same situation. So UK unfortunately on the bubble this time, but like a nice variety of heroes as you sort of look down the tables as well. There's Jeremy Miller that we spoke about, Thomas, who had that incredible Katsu game earlier in the day, and even a Phi in 15th.
Yeah, a little bit of a rogue one there, but Vincent, congratulations to you. Michael Fung, 11-1. The only person able to take him down, I believe, being Sammy Wetch inside of that Acilio mirror. Hell, this is going to be an interesting top 8 to look at as we look further down the table. The final 40 there, you see a couple of other notable names, at least from a UK standpoint. Yeah, Ahmed Kashis, yeah, Antons, and Liam Holden as well. Yep. All primarily on that assassin Arachnne.
Yeah, so look, you see a lot of these Syndras, sort of the 9-3-8-4 is definitely a deck that performed pretty well towards the top of this tournament, but unfortunately running into the Victors who also performed really strong as well. So, you know, your top tables are kind of in bunches of Acilios, into a few Victors, into a few Marionettes, into a few Syndras. I think you've got sort of like your sort of top sort of layer of the format established here. Dash.io, a deck that was winning a lot of callings early on in the season, unfortunately not performing now. Wonder if that's partly due to the wobble effect, partly due to the popularity of Victor. and unfortunately we see Scott Mines cast a pick, so didn't quite do as well as he'd hoped. Maybe.
Yeah, pretty rough. None of them making it into that top 8. Same for Gabe as well. Evan Tanguy, of course, making it through. So congratulations, Mad Sant. You win, I suppose, another kiss with The Rock. But that's basically it.
Dwayne?
Yeah, shout out to Dwayne Roy Johnson. Okay, guys, that is us for the time being. We have our top 8 soon to begin. Not sure how much of a break we're going to be taking between top 8 and, this finishing. The boys, Scott Mines and Gabe Share, are just going to be wrapping things up over there before we move into basically the reason we're all here. We're going to chuck it into a short break. When we are back, it is going to be our first round of the top 8. What game would it be? I don't know. Probably in Acilio, believe it or not, because they're in every single one.
Hopefully Michael Fung. I'd like to see if he can take it all the way.
I think Michael Fung would be really cool. I wouldn't mind seeing Evan Tanguy do well, but of course he is playing Gravy, and you can't root for a Gravy player. So as long as a Victor doesn't win, I don't care.
We all know how the Gravy Acilio matchup's supposed to go, right? So
yeah, very true, very, very true. Right, we're going to get some food. It's over lunch. See you in a bit. Peace.
I think we are. I think so.
Hold on.
There you go.
There we go.
Hello.
Hello, welcome back to the stream. We are about to get into our top 8, and I've got a special guest here with me because Carl is very, very hungry. I don't know if you remember this guy, but he's been kind of off the face of the earth for the last month. Noah, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm recovering from a plague I picked up in Canada, but yeah, I'm
they've
good.
got a few of those over there, right?
Yeah.
We're going to find out in a minute if we can actually be heard on the...
There you go. Holy.
Well, that doesn't
confirm
if we can be heard or not. But
just be like, see my face, like, oh my god, who the hell is that
Nick
guy?
says, who the hell is that guy? So, so we are about to get into the top 8, and we have, as the casters were just talking about, Acilio in every match of the top 8. What do you reckon on this deck now?
I think it's pretty good. I think there's a reason.
That is a scolding hot take.
The Volzon.
Pretty good.
Good reason that Volzon might be banned.
Might be banned.
Well, it's banned. It's been banned.
Got a confirmation, I think.
What would you like to see in the quarterfinal final match?
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually probably better for my narrative if Arachnne Huntsman doesn't win. Because I have quite the dislike for that deck, but I think the Hunter or Hunter card is a little bit too variance heavy for my preference, but Acilio also a deck that some would argue is very variance heavy, but in the hands of the good players, it seems to be pretty good.
I'd consistent, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd quite like to see Gravy go all the way, to be honest. I mean, the deck's been kind of off the face of the earth for a little while, so
yeah,
nice.
Gravy's my pick.
Yeah?
I want it to win.
It's against an Acilio though.
Maybe not win. We'll let Acilio win.
Yeah.
Keep some LL points on Acilio. That would be good.
You'd like to see Gravy get a win over Acilio every once in a while.
Yeah.
It doesn't tend to be the way it goes. Nah. But John says Noah joins the stream and we see a 10% increase in viewers. Coincidence?
What can I say? I have had a beard trim and a haircut. You know,
he's feeling
didn't
fresh.
know I was coming on, but
he's feeling fresh. Then we got. How do I do this? I'm getting good at this, guys. I don't think we need Kyle anymore, to be honest. Acilio versus Victor. I think this is our second top 8 game in the bracket. Let's see. I quite like Filippo's haircut. What do you reckon? We saw Filippo make it quite far in one of the recent callings, didn't we? As one of the victors to do really well. So
got the wrong cupper on for the
for the Victor game. Yeah, possibly. No stranger to Victor is Filippo with the Grinch T-shirt on. Not sure if he's feeling it's particularly festive this event, but. So we have got what have we lost to? We've lost to Michael Fung already and Lawrence van der Beek, both on Acilio. So doesn't bode well, but has beaten an Acilio in Swiss as well. So it's proven that he can do both.
Ryan was saying to me it was probably feeding on all of these Arachnes floating about, even though it doesn't seem to look like he played too many of them. But
yeah, did take the win against Ira, pretty expected there. Won a few Guardian mirrors, so not surprising there. And then Alessio takes some losses against Dio, not too surprising there. And took a loss against Kasai, interesting, as a matchup that you'd expect to be quite Acilio favoured.
I'm talking about us eating the assassins.
Yes, yeah. Supposedly not the best matchup, but Alessio obviously got Marionette's number, beating a Victor in the final round of Swiss as well. So I'd say we are well and truly favouring Acilio in this matchup based on those results, but we'll get to take a look at the deck list here as well. So anything spicy you see in the list?
No, it just looks like a normal Victor deck to me, to be honest. I mean, he's got E-strikes if you want to try and go faster.
Yeah, a couple of Arcanite pieces. Wonder if that's Acilio tech or if that's for something else. I'm not quite sure.
Could be, the Arcanite Fortress maybe. Could throw that one in, but unlikely, I think. Maybe he just try to kill him.
Yeah, try and rush him down as fast as possible, I suppose. Got the 2 weakest link in there. Got to be Acilio tech, right? So 2 different flavours of hammer, of course. Got Nolring gloves and boots. So I wonder if we're going into maybe more of a fatiguey plan into Acilio if we're going to bring all the AB in. I'm not sure what else you would bring Nolring gloves and boots in for if not Acilio.
It could be any of the rune blades, maybe. I don't know, but you only need one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, interesting. So Skullcap, Fortress, and gloves and boots is going to be a fair chunk of AB. Got the Test of Strengths, Iron Grips. Only 2 Trounts in this list. Definitely not the format for Trounts at the moment, it seems like. So obviously able to play them into some of your more lower to the ground lists. But into the Acilio deck here, anything spicy here? We've got 3 Cloud Cover. I know Evan Herndon, I believe, was only on the 1. 2 Glyph Power Spell, 2 Null Shock, 2 Current Funnel, opting to swap one of those out for a Destructive Aether Tide. I know someone in the chat will be a fan of that change. 3 Wobble. The number of Wobble tends to be a little bit of a contentious topic as well. And I've spotted an Entwine Lightning inclusion, which is something of Michael Hamilton favourite. He opted for that card in the PT as well.
Do you think they'll bring in the Wobbles?
For Victor, unlikely. I suppose it's only really for Goldmane Estate, right? But, we don't often see Wobble resolved on stream very often. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw one.
I don't think we've seen one.
I think Michael Hamilton maybe resolved one against an Arachnne, but
maybe.
Yeah, don't tend to see too many Wobbles resolved on stream. But yeah, relatively standard Acilio list. Maybe a couple more Cloud Covers than you expect. Maybe the Entwine Lightnings could be considered a little bit contentious, but yeah, we're going to jump into the game, and here we are. Yeah, that Arcanite suite plus the extra Null Rune going to mean that Filippo is ready to do some chunky A-Bing this game.
Aiden in chat saying salt and pepper Acilio, not really too spicy.
Oh, okay.
So
Going to be activating Acilio nice and early here. Going to be digging for that Gone in a Flash probably as quickly as we can. Old Knocker going to be the choice for the Acilio chess piece. And I imagine Acilio is trying to get this game done and not get fatigued by Victor here.
the double Arcanite coming out from the Filippo.
Yeah, it's a cool inclusion, right? It's not something I expected. The Arcanite Fortress has got Spell Void as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Guardwell and Spell Void.
Spell Void 2 from the 2 Arcanite pieces.
Yeah, very cool. Flittering Charge, Blink, Blast of Oblivion, and Current Funnel in the hand for
And Miller's.
Alessio. Yeah, Miller's Grindstone, hoping to catch maybe a Gone in a Flash off the top of the deck.
Praying to see that.
Yeah.
Oh, test strength early.
Nice and early for Victor. With a Golden Sun on top as well.
It's
just that easy when you don't start with Crown of Dominion. All you need to do is hit the win on the test of strength into a Golden Sun. Can't complain about that. Going to go up to 2 action points here for Alessio, probably wishing that he had a spell here, wondering if we're going to opt to keep any of these cards for Arsenal or we're just going to ship whatever damage we've got down range.
I think you probably keep a card for Arsenal on that.
Yeah, I mean, this equipment setup, it kind of indicates to me that Filippo probably has like a bit of a plan for this matchup, right? I mean, obviously top 8 of a calling, you'd imagine that Filippo's got a plan for Acilio, but with this such a specific equipment suite, it makes you wonder what sort of maybe atypical plan he's got.
Because I kind of assumed he was going to try and rush him down, maybe with the E-strikes or something like that, but maybe that's not a reliable way of trying to beat this matchup. Because obviously he beat 2 on his way to the top 8, true. So bit of an early block maybe with a chest.
Getting the value where he can, I suppose.
Maybe just trying to grind through, hit with the Millers, try and
mill that deck away.
Yeah, and hopefully not get comboed. But
yeah, straight away. I believe Filippo was the Victor player that had his remembrances snatched from him from the Hunter or Hunted against Arachnne Huntsman recently. So the early remembrance snipe from that card, never what you want to see.
So blocking with the card he just drew him, just pure value.
Yeah. So Blast of Oblivion not going to be safe for the Arsenal, just going to be trying and shipping across as much damage as possible. What is the return for Filippo here? Pretty good one.
Yeah.
So we can consistently send disruptive attacks like your Spinal Crushes, your Weakest Links, things like that all game. I think Filippo's going to be in a pretty good spot. We'll see if Alessio can find the way through these disruptive cards. Found a Gone in a Flash and a Mind Warp already.
No tunic on the Victor side means he's playing a bit more face up.
Yeah.
Can't really hide any sort of attack reactions.
Pummels and things like that, yeah. True. Wonder if you bring Pummel into this matchup.
I would say I assume you would, but I've already been wrong once.
Without the inclusion of tunic, like you say, it might not be there. Unless you're saying absolutely no blocks to that one, going to be shipping across these Channel Lightning valleys and setting up this Mind Warp. We know that unless Filippo's got the Arcane Barrier to deal with this, Arcanite's Fortress have AB as well.
Nah, just Spell Void.
Spell Void and Guardwell, right. Yeah, so we're looking at AB2 currently for Filippo, as we are at higher life for the sake of Arcanite Skullcap.
Notably, you can pay for the AB, and then Alessio's still got a card in hand, so you can just Arsenal that. Yep. I know he didn't Arsenal a card last turn, but is that an overpitch? Yeah,
going to be overpitching into the AB, and so we know that there's no action point coming here because of the no-go again. Gonin Flash going to be heading into Arsenal, most likely. Going to be Acilioing away whatever we just drew off that Channel Lightning Valley, hoping to find a Sigil, I imagine.
Not finding it, looks like.
Yeah. But keeping that CLV around for next turn.
I think Filippo has a CNC in hand, so just return that.
Yeah, did just pitch one away, so maybe that one was superfluous.
I know, I saw he had 2 Ripple away. I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know what else he has in hand.
I wonder, given the option, which of the disruptive effects Filippo would prioritise, CNC or a card like Weakest Link.
Well, it looks like he did draw the CNC.
Yeah, double CNC in the hand. Interesting that he's pitching one away.
Saving this one for later on in the game to go long.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very fast and loose with the Acilio activations is Alessio. Maybe having to dig for some more blocking cards there. I definitely saw a blast.
He's got God in the Flash, and I think he just drew another attack, so discarding the Somersault might have been a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, possibly. I wonder if the Art 2 etchings in hand, so can block 6. I wonder if that Gone in a Flash is the same one from last turn, or whether or not we have drawn into a second one after arsenaling one. Not the best hand here.
Yeah, not too functional.
Again, is often a game of patience.
Yeah.
Crafting the best possible hand.
Just mulling over his blocking decisions. Does he just want to send 3 Arcane on the next turn, or an attack? Or is he just going to fully block? Try and fish for a new hand?
Yeah, I always love the body language by certain players, right? Like Filippo has spent the first sort of like majority of the game head sort of almost as if he was bored.
Yeah, so he's sitting there like thinking cap on.
Yeah.
Again, it just does come down to what's in Arsenal. What's the context of his hand?
Yeah, I say if we drew a different type of instant off of the CLV last turn, we may have tucked that in Arsenal instead. Struggling to catch a peek at it. Filippo again, just looking absolutely unenthused by the game.
He's enjoying it, I can tell.
Yeah, he's like, keep playing against this bloody Acilio hero again.
Another one.
Yeah, DJ Khaled.
So these early stages, I think, probably fading Filippo. He's got the early damage in. Another disruptive effect coming through.
Yeah.
And Alessio doesn't really look like he can swing back from much.
Yeah, that's the dream, right? Just chaining this disruption over and over again. Wonder if Alessio's considering could just block 6 with these etchings, etc., but not wanting to lose too much.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe potentially trying to unlock the hand a little bit here by bouncing this CLV back to the hand.
Does this indicate he might go for his boots line already, or?
I think with the context of the hand, it's unlikely, but again, it depends what's in the arsenal. Are they going to be losing it or playing it out in response to the CLV? Arsenal the blast instead. Does mean that he managed to protect the Gone in a Flash, but somehow choosing to keep the Gone in a Flash and both copies of Etchings of Arcana.
Didn't quite catch Filippo's hand there.
Maybe even potentially pitching away this Gun and Flash, saying, I won't use this one, I'll wait for the next one. And just saying to Felipe, try and AB all of my damage. I like the idea of potentially taking lines that might be slightly less efficient, but not giving Victor the opportunity to use these block cards that he could be drawing up, right? Like opting to focus on arcane damage for the time being.
He's got other etchings that he can ask for the next turn as well. Don't think he's got any sigils in the graveyard.
No, he hasn't. No, and yeah, I think that was probably the sort of intention early on, was to try and find some of these sigils, but couldn't quite get there. Golden Sun going to be the yellow pitch for the AB2. Just trying to convert all his cards the best way that he can. Golden Sun, not the sort of attack you want to be sending this sort of point in the game. You want to keep these gold available to you for things like your gold main estate, etc. And then potential reclashes as well. Also, much rather be sending disruptive effects like this rather than the
got the 2 floating
power spell.
Yeah, got the 2 floating with a pummel fake maybe.
Drew that Entwine Lightning off of the CLV draw from the previous turn. Now I can play the Sigil of Conductivity out in response to this weakest link hit trigger, therefore nullifying the disruption in a way. Obviously going to be 1 less amp on the following turn.
So another pummel.
Yeah, no pummel in the arsenal by the looks of it. Again, Alessio already down to 16. Going to have a read of these. This Glyph Power Spell with quite the chunky spell.
It's got quite a nice turn next turn.
Yeah, for sure.
Entwine, current funnel into whatever spell he desires.
Yeah. So this Glyph Power Spell costing 2, I believe, so it could be quite pricey depending on whether or not this Channel Lightning Valley connects. Another Spinal drawn up for Filippo. Not a bad position to be in, but this Arcanite Skullcap sort of struggling to get any value at this point of the game, but I suppose you can't complain when you're ahead, right?
There's 20 points difference at the moment, but we'll see if he drew up any clash cards or anything. Maybe see if he can disrupt this turn. No, just
using the 1 value of that block. Obviously, not got too much blocking equipment when you opt to include all of this null room, but the Aura Magus is still there when you need it. Glyph Power Spell 6 arcane, thanks to the buff from having that Sigil of Conductivity there. I'm sure Filippo would love to have AB5 available right now, but probably much prefers to have 20 extra life on top of Vasilio. So
I don't think he's unhappy with this position currently. Do you think he's going to take the 6, swing with the
Spinal Crush possibly? Yeah, I think that seems to be sort of the... Obviously you've got your Lightning Greaves, which can get around the Spinal Crush effect, but the turns that Acilio plays out that don't include your Greaves do tend to like to have a bit of go again in there. That's the second time this game a Comet Storm Shock has been drawn off of... oh, and that is a Consign to Cosmos Shock. Resolve just for 2 arcane damage here. Christian in the chat has just asked, who is that next to Callum? Does he play Flesh and Blood?
On rare occasions, rare occasions.
Yeah. Maybe in a format where Fang is slightly more playable, but currently
don't have a deck that I don't think is... Whenever I turn up to any event, I see a load of Victor, and I'm not really particularly happy playing that as DO either. So
yeah, makes sense. The game plan for Filippo seems to be pretty simple here, and it seems to be quite effective so far. Ship across these big disruptive attacks and keep Alessio off of that big combo turn.
More than half of his life total in this swing as well, so if he doesn't block out, he is on
quite a significant clock. Yeah,
right? 2-turn clock. Well, potentially 2-turn clock.
Yeah. Get to a point in this game where the hammer, even the hammer alone, is presenting lethal, and Alessio could be in a spot of bother.
So what has Alessio got in hand?
We've got that etchings left in Arsenal, haven't we? I believe from a couple of for a turn ago. Quite a good hand should you be allowed to have go again, but doesn't seem to be the case. Lightning press. Can at least potentially block 5. Ship across a lightning press on a blast or something. Cover the crush with the 6 block.
Wants to have the go again from the entwine.
Yeah, that's quite a nice hand then, right? You can go entwine, fused, pressed into the etchings.
It's one of the better small hands that Acilio has access to,
definitely.
Right?
Again, this entwine lightning card would, I think in the past have been fry usually, enabling some of these smaller hands, but this time we're opting for the extra damage and the bit of block on the more conditional go again.
I think Filippo has a clash of strength.
Oh, very nice. Test of strength going to be...
Test of strength, sorry. Another one on
getting
top.
a miss. We'll see if we cash in the gold. It seems to be the choice. Seems to be quite a safe bet, but we know that the last test of strength is now on the bottom of the deck.
Alessio notably offering up his card to get moved.
yeah. You sure you don't want to bottom mine?
Are you sure you want to be mine?
Yeah, we're still unsure. I'm unsure of what Filippo's Arsenal is. I'm not sure if anyone else caught it, but it has been there for quite a while. Winning the clash on the thunk, quite nice there. Obviously, Filippo had the option to overblock this, knowing about that press, deciding I'll happily take the 3 if it means I get a more efficient block on the follow-up, but not knowing that the follow-up is going to be this etchings. Now we do have some sigils in the graveyard at this point, so
Filippo more than able to, just crack his chest.
Going to be Spell Void 2 here. Quite a very nice use of the Spell Void on this Arcanite Fortress, proving why this card has been included in the list. Choosing not to AB as well, so happy with a slightly larger hand this turn.
Must be able to make use of all of his cards.
Maybe the Arsenal card is something of an E-Strike or something like that.
Looked like a big sigh from Filippo there. Maybe he might have made a mistake.
Yeah, he's like, I could have AB'd as well.
Yeah. He was quick to snap off the AB block, but then now tanking on his own turn.
Yeah. Considering if there's a way to maybe better mask this pummel. Just going to ship across the Golden Sun. And then this is already threatening lethal with this pummel in hand.
Yeah.
10, 11 overpower to this Acilio at 13 life. This game is going to be quite the quick one. We're currently at 16 minutes on the clock, and I kind of expected this one when seeing all of this AB to go a little bit longer, to be honest.
So maybe my idea that he'd try and rush it down was correct. Just not in the way we thought.
Yeah. Sigil in the hand for Alessio, so could potentially say no blocks and still survive, but would survive at 1.
Still got the block on the on his Acilio's boots, so can maybe survive at 2, but still just as precarious, I think.
Another etchings in the hand.
Only block 3.
Yeah. Likely to be losing a card from hand as well here.
I wonder what this judge call is about.
I wonder if we're... be funny if you were allowed to consult the deck list as we open deck list. Can I just double check what's in Filippo's deck, please?
Let me just make sure. Does he have pummel registered? Or?
Just to confirm. They are in there, right?
Yeah. There you go. Just cashing in the boots.
Yeah, might as well use it while you are being faced down by some overpower attack. And the red pummel is going to take this to 15.
Very much a lose it or use it or lose it situation
definitely.
For us. Does he just play out both of these?
11 down to 12. I guess there's not really a reason not to, unless you decide you want to discard one and just arsenal the other, maybe for a bigger turn.
Thinking about activating Acilio, I don't know what you would think. Maybe for a spell, an instant, so I could just shock him at instant speed, get some damage in.
Possibly, maybe just sort of looking to
like
dig,
that.
Yeah, looking to dig deeper to gone in a flash, I suppose. Maybe regretting getting rid of the sigil of lightning rather than the sigil of aether, but Lightning going to play out the Sigil of Aether here?
I'm not really sure I can see a world where Alessio can really bring it back from here. Filippo has full tempo.
Yeah.
Hasn't really missed the disruption.
Oh, the double test of Iron Grip is not what you want to see though, but we do have an E-Strike to make use of one of them, shipping them down to the bottom of the deck. Still so curious as to what is in Filippo's arsenal. Okay, E-Strike go again into Hammer should the arsenal card not be effective. Makes sense to make use of this AB1 here. Card would not be heading into the arsenal, that's for sure.
Yeah. He keeps flipping up his arsenal just a centimetre more. We might get one little look at it, but can't quite find it. So this could be a potential 7-4 here. It's a lot of damage coming across for Cilio to block.
Yeah, so E-Strike likely going to be 5 go again here. Cilio digging for some blocking cards. Well, that will help him survive. Does it get you closer to winning the game though?
And finally,
there's that boulder drop. Wow, really nice card here. And again, full tempo for Acilio. Full tempo for Filippo on the following turn. Let's hope we don't draw up a load of blocking clash cards again.
Even then, still swing with the weapon. I don't think he's got too many bad draws at this point.
Alessio at 4, you're going to be able to keep him off of that bigger hand. Rich is quite the draw here. We're going to do the gold cracking pot of greed.
We'll see. Yep, there you go.
Searching for a big threat. We could always find a golden sun to just close the game out here and now.
5 cards in hand. Surely he's got some way of...
Oh, there you go. Conquer. Macho Grande in the hand. That could seal the deal. Really effective game plan from Filippo this game, just saying I will ship disruption at your face over and over again. Yeah. And Acilio falls to Victor. I think we weren't necessarily expecting that one,
no,
but
we weren't.
I quite impressed with the way that the Victor deck sort of sequenced itself that game, that's for sure.
Just humming disruption most turns and then just pummeling his face basically, just getting the damage through.
Connecting with that pummel, patient on that boulder drop, right, as well.
Very, very patient in the end.
Yeah, he's striking to boulder drop when you're Acilio at single-digit lives. Single-digit life, what you're supposed to do. Yeah, I'm sure a few in the chat will be happy to see one of 4 Acilios fall in that top 8.
There's still 3 left.
Yeah, there's still 3 to go.
Still could have 3 in the top 4.
We'll see if Acilio is going to make its way into the semi-finals elsewhere. Have to wait and see if the cast is going to update us on the results of any of the other quarters, or we're going to be seeing the majority of the games.
We're seeing a legendary after this next quarter, the semi-finals.
After the semis, yeah.
What were you wanting from this legendary?
Oh, we've got the top 4 already. So Evan Tanguy does take down Lawrence van der Beek as in the unfavoured matchup of Gravy into Acilio. So we'll see if he can do it again. And only 50% Acilios won in their quarterfinals game. So, I'm sure there's a few back home that are happy about that.
Evan could be having a little gauntlet here of 3 different Acilios over and over again.
Yeah, could go 3 Acilios. So could Filippo, right?
Yeah, Filippo as well.
Hope you've got a strong game plan.
I think Filippo's plan looked very strong for like a spell void disruption. It's hard for Acilio to get really through that, but
that Arcanite Fortress was quite the powerful card there, I reckon.
Yeah, it would have been funny to cut to a top 4 with all of them
all of them losing.
Yeah, that would have been funny, but not today, unfortunately.
So, legendary from Omens, what do we want? I'd like to see something that sort of like shows us how some of these heroes work, something like maybe like the Lightning legendary or one of the hero-specific legendaries, but I think we're more likely to get maybe a generic or maybe a reprint or something like that.
Could have been something like Haller's Chest to see like something that would actually help the game plan of one of the of the new heroes.
Yeah, right, guys.
Filippo might have a snooze during the next game. I think so.
Yeah, he looked a little bit sleepy in that one, didn't he? Right, we're going to chuck it to a short break, and we'll be back with our semi-finals game.
Where the bloody hell did this come from?
I thought it was after the game.
I thought it was after the game as well. What the hell? Boots of Omnis Ward. Omnis? Omnis Ward. When the arcane damage is turned, this gets +1. Instant. Tap your hero, destroy this. Prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Temper 1, but I suppose Temper 2, considering of the if you've been at arcane damage. What an interesting card.
It's anti-Runeblade gas, mate. It's also Vinset tech.
Yeah. What an interesting card.
Makes sense to include a card like this in a set where we are about to get a load of mixed damage heroes.
Yep.
And you get to get some good defensive options into these heroes. Very, very cool looking card. Instant tap your hero, destroy this. Prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. So technically, you can block for the 1 of this, and then activate this instant prior to the combat chain being closed and you losing your boots to the temper effect.
That is true. I do wonder, the next 1 damage will be dealt to you this turn. Yeah. I wonder if there was legitimate thought around not naming these Arcanite.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're going to be very, very careful about when they increase the amount of cards in the Arcanite set. Yeah. Boots of Omnis Ward, very cool card. Effectively temper 2 legs for any deck that would like it. There's definitely some heroes in the game who would love some temper 2 legs. I can think of a certain pirate ranger that would
honestly
like something in the boots.
Honestly, something like this. I mean, the downside is that Marlin doesn't mind about pitching for AB, so the arcane damage kind of sub effect. It's not that bad. It's pretty good.
I do like
3 across 2 chainlets.
I do like the idea of being able to play this card into a lot of your new Omens heroes. They look like they're going to be doing a fair bit of mixed damage, right? So makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact you can even play this into Ziggy as well.
Yeah, definitely.
To be able to get that additional block. So
you can play it into Asilla, you can play it into Vinset, you can play it into Ziggy. You'd even play it into. Well, you wouldn't play into Prism, but you could play it into Prism.
Can you ping yourself with Sigil Suffering?
No. Why would you want to?
Does it say target hero? I'm checking.
I love how every time these sorts of cards and interactions come up, Carl tries to think of the most useless use case for it. Yeah.
Yeah, the attacking hero. Anyway, pointless. Absolutely pointless. No, it's flipping me off. That's just not very nice, is it? Nice. Okay. Well, I think that card looks pretty good.
Yeah, cool card.
Probably going to be opened a fair amount as well, especially considering the premiere is coming up. So can't wait to get one in my very first pack. We'll upload the video when that happens. Cool. 4-minute break. Shut up. 4-minute break. We'll see you soon for our second game, and that takes us directly into the semis. It's going to be more Acilio either way, but we're going to be seeing Evan Tangai take.
Show me Evan.
Okay, fine. We just want to see Evan. Move on. Forget about the rest.
We just watched the Victor game.
Evan.
We just watched the Victor game.
I don't
Let's see the gravy. Let's see the gravy game.
Give us gravy. Give us gravy.
I want to see how he tackles the Acilios.
Hello, ladies and gents, boys and girls. While we got this little bit of downtime, we thought, you know what? We were gifted this lovely box of Super Slam by our friends at LSS. And the only rule was don't give it away at the Penn World Premiere because it's not that set. And 2, give it away, make some content out of it. So, for everyone who has been joining us this weekend, thank you very much. Got a little game for you that we're going to play over the next couple of hours. This thing here. This is from a card in Flesh and Blood. What card is it? That's it. That is from something in Flesh and Blood. What card is it? You are getting no hints. You are getting no tips. First person who says it in chat, you win the box. Ideally, you live in Europe, so I can ship it to you. Ideally, you live locally. Do you know what that is? Okay, good. Fantastic.
I haven't got a clue what that is.
That's great. I want this to be hard. You're not getting a free box of Super Slam just by being able to tell something straight away. So if you know what this is, then you win. I will say, I'm gonna say this now. If you do just spam card after card after card after card, you're getting blocked from it. It is not the Sink Below promo, and it's not Codex of Pondering. That card is yet to be revealed, but it's there. Anytime we cut back to our screen, we will have it there. Please keep guessing. It's a difficult one. I made it intentionally difficult.
Show me what it is.
I need to be careful not to show the stream. I'll show you. It's not that.
God, if it was that, no one's ever going to get it. No one's ever going to get that.
That's the hope.
That's ridiculous. You guys aren't getting that.
One person will get it.
No one's getting that.
One person will get it. Okay, we are looking back towards our top 8. Of course, Michael Feng simply can't be beaten. Simply cannot be beaten in non-Acilio mirrors, and well, he may not have to have one until that grand final. Evan Tanguy is going to be his opposition in a few brief moments. I assume that is going to be the game that we've just seen. We just saw Filippo Barbani take down one of our Acilios, and now Sammy may fall the same way. It's a Acilio showdown, no matter what way you cut it. I would like to see the two blue lads go up against each other, though.
Ross, I'm just finishing my cookie.
It's fine. You're welcome, by the way. What one did you have?
I had one of the raspberry ones, and then I had a white chocolate one.
White chocolate ones are good.
Macadamia ones, yeah.
White chocolate macadamia ones. Colour palette feels like I should know it. Ross, I'm not giving you any more hints. No more hints on this card.
I'll tell you what, if no one's got it by the time the game starts, we have to give a hint.
But a game starts? It would take him a while.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
Oh my God, give him a hint.
I will give a hint every time a shock is resolved in the next game.
Fine.
Okay?
Fine.
It's like a drinking game.
If you would like to win a box of soup, join the chat. There we go. I'm plugging.
Pause.
That's crazy.
So yeah, every time a shock is resolved in the next game, I will give a hint.
Okay, well, we're about to see some of these shocks resolved, and it is, of course, Evan Tanguy versus Michael Feng. Did we see this matchup? No, we saw Evan play a different matchup, right? And we see Michael Feng time and time again across this broadcast.
Now, this matchup is a much harder matchup for Gravy. And as you can see, Evan has not played a single Acilio all the way through this tournament. So, look, if you're going to have a run with Gravy Bones to get through to the top 8, this is not a bad one to have. But look, beating Acilio in the quarters, so looks to me like...
it's just that easy.
Evan has a plan, that's for sure.
Just that easy. I've just fully linked the wrong stream.
Right, unfortunately not, Ross. It is not a corner from Sonata Galaxia.
That's a good guess, though.
You need to put it on the screen during the game.
Fine, I put during the game.
Yeah, like somewhere on the stream. How are people gonna?
What's that? You can have it.
Next to our faces.
Cover Callum.
Oh, that's not very nice, is it?
Put it in between us. There you go. There you go. That box is the piece of card art that you've got a guest about to win a Super Slam box.
Michael Fung only dropping one game all tournament to our other semi-finalist Acilio. I don't see how anyone's getting that. I really don't see how anyone's getting that.
Dear me. Let's hide us for a moment just so we can see the final couple of games. Oh, okay, there's that as well. Dennis Krisic, of course, in round number 12 was what Michael Fung did indeed just beat. Only losing one of the two Acilio mirrors that he played out this weekend.
Michael having somewhat of a more expected sort of meta spread in his matchups. We've got Mario in there, Syndra in there, Victor in there, etc. And here we have the Gravy Bones deck that Evan is playing, and we can see 3 copies of Weakest Link, a copy of Command and Conquer, and a couple of Amulet of Echoes, which indicates Evan is well and truly prepped and teched for this matchup.
Yeah, look at these sideboard cards. Chicken Scoundrels making their way into Gravy Bones lists as well. I think when we initially saw this card, obviously Marlin on the art, a lot of people thought, well, this is just going to be a Marlin card. Maybe Gravy will be able to use it. But the fact that all 3 of the Pirates at this point have been able to make somewhat of a use of this card is, but that's a successful expansion card, I would say. Very successful. 100%. 1 Fiddler's Green. Is that purely just for the, oh my good god, I need to heal 3 at some point, but Call to the Grave?
It's to get some value out of your Call to the Grave that is sort of immediate value rather than putting an ally in the graveyard. Now, one card that I'm not overly familiar with is Scuttle Toes.
I was about to say the exact same thing.
And I imagine that card is, I know it has Arcane Barrier 1, so...
It's not Sonata Arcanix, nor is it Sonata Galaxia. Come on, guys. Scuttle Toes. Scuttle Toes.
Only 2 Prismatic Leyline in this list.
Oh, that's going to be played. AB1. Destroy this. Target ally you control. Destroy it at the beginning of the end phase.
You get to untap target ally. Destroy this, untap target. So I imagine it's likely mainly there for Arcane Barrier 1.
Yeah.
We'll see the Acilio list from Michael Fung, and pretty similar. This is a Seduce Secrets list, which we didn't see present in the previous list. Triple Burn Bear, where are 3 Temporal Wobble and no Destructive Aether Tide. So a few points of difference between this deck and the previous deck that we saw, but still majority standard Acilio stuff. No Entwine Lightnings in this deck as well.
Do you still think we're going to be seeing Kapakui thinking here? Instead, Flash of Brilliance instead of Balance Just in this matchup?
I think Flash of Brilliance is the sort of headpiece you go for when you want to absolutely explode your opponent, and Gravy Bones,
he likes doing that,
is somewhat conductable, if that's a word.
I'm going to say it is.
Somewhat likely to explode, if you see what I mean.
Flammable.
I don't know if he's flammable, but he's definitely...
he's damp. He probably isn't
electrocutable.
Yep, true.
Any word that you can think of to imply that Gravy Bones has a bad Acilio matchup.
Is water, it's thunder and lightning typing in Pokemon super effective against water?
Sorry, Carl, I don't really know anything about kids' games.
Yeah, so fair enough. All right, here we go. Evan Tanguy not going to be on the play. Michael Fung instead, due to, of course, the way seeding works inside of the top 8. He is going to opt to go first here. Pretty okay opening hand. Got the Flash found very, very early. Scuttle Toes does indeed come out. And wow, a Null Rune Hood all the way from Pro Tour Amsterdam. I didn't get the head. I only got the toes.
Pause. Yeah, the Amsterdam Null Rune Equipment Suite always
so
looking good. So good to see the headpiece in use here. Yeah. AB2, an interesting sort of decision point for Evan, probably deciding that a lot of these yellow allies may be best used defensively by pitching to Arcane Barrier. Yep, like I say, Michael on the play, going to start with a Flittering Charge, deciding to play offensive nice and early due to...
we don't have an instant, do we? No.
It does not look
this
like
is just 4.
Oh,
no!
Gorgeous.
No! The early gold!
That is quite the start for Evan. I'm sure he's happy about that one. And Michael going to be passing on over here. Can't be too impressed with how that start
He'll pitch away at least one of these cards to the Volzar, right? Yeah. Just to be able to filter the hand.
Yeah.
I think. Surprised it's the current funnel, though.
as we've seen time and time again. Blast, just an absolutely abusable, degenerate card in Acilio, especially when combined with cards like Sigil of Brilliance, and I believe Michael may have found one of said cards already.
Oh, Jesus!
And that is how you do it. And now I'm sure Michael, with this open deck list, is aware that this Command and Conquer is present in the list, which is likely why the Blast headed for the Arsenal and not that Gone in a Flash.
9 on hit, wager a gold, and on hit, destroy the Arsenal. Pretty damn good, if you ask me. Making a gold on the pitch as well. Look at this! Look at the money on the board right now. This is crazy from Evan Tanguy.
And this is why gold baited hook is not broken, right? Because you can't gold baited hook this Command and Conquer, right?
Very true. I mean, you can. Won't do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
You can.
So we are yet to have a correct guess of the featured card in the chat.
No shocks resolved yet, so you're not getting a hint.
And I'll be surprised, guys. I'm not surprised, guys. This is borderline impossible. I don't know what Carl was thinking picking this card, but it's incredible that he's decided to pick this.
Temporal Wobble, we're talking about this card a little bit. It's truly not quite just an anti-gravy card, but just an anti-NAA card. And being able to counteract any of the resolutions of, you know what, I'd block 9 there as well. I thought it was a pummel. I honestly thought that was a pummel.
Oh, wow.
Discarding the card, just to be able to win the wager, of course, off the back of Cheating Scoundrel. Yep. Notably, when we talked about this card earlier, we were like, Cheating Scoundrel only works in Pirate Puffin. But actually, it works in Boost Puffin because it's just the next attack against +3. But obviously, it's a pirate.
But you don't want to boost it, do you?
Listen, as a man who has run non-mech cards in a boost dash deck before, it's not good. It's not good unless it's pummel, and it's pretty good. But
another Cheating Scoundrel has found its way into the hand for Evan. I think we're halfway through resolving a Gravy Bones activation. We'll see if he decides to put that Fiddler's Green into the grave. Nice little 3 life. Toby, there is no clues for the card yet because
it's just this. Yeah. When a shock is resolved, not blocked with, we will give a hint.
And I will pick the hint because Carl's hint is likely to be absolutely unhelpful. I do really like the Sigil Marvels. I know that there's some complaints about brilliance and the clarity of how.
They just look identical to Sigil of Lightning. That's the problem.
I suppose so, but it does look.
Oh
fantastic.
My god! Another Cheating Scoundrel. Is this going to be is this a weakest link? Oh my god, this is brutal from Evan Tanguy. He's not even playing gravy at this point. He's just saying, yeah, sure, I'll have a +3 pump on all of these effects that actually hit Michael.
Michael Fung wondering what matchup he's actually turned up for, because
I'm pretty sure I just beat you, Victor.
This is not the typical play pattern of your Gravy Bones heroes.
This multicolored thing next to me.
To be fair to
from a card
to Toby, it probably just looks like a grey blur. So.
Oh yeah, that's a skill diff. Unfortunately, Toby on being colorblind. I fear. I didn't realise how big the scuba was on those Gravy Bone sleeves. I'm kind of here for that.
Looks great, doesn't it?
It's fantastic. Michael's still thinking about this one. Quite interesting to see how many instants he has in his hand. Again, Fry cut from Michael's list, I believe.
Yeah,
so
Fry has not made its way into a lot of lists lately.
This weakest link actually doesn't hit any of these cards.
It does do 9 damage. That is
well, that's notable, but it's not like Evan's above his original HP or anything.
So we have got the ability to block 9, but the return not overly impressive. Sigil of Brilliance is going to be leaving the arena at the beginning of Michael's turn. Wonder if Michael is considering the flash, but obviously putting that Sigil back in hand is going to make that weakest link live again. So
just have to wait and see what is the play here for Michael Fung.
Very, very cool approach to this matchup from Evan. A sort of a matchup that everyone had sort of written off as being very, very unfavoured and almost unwinnable, but sort of using Cheating Scoundrel and some of these 2-for-6 disruptive attacks to find a new avenue into playing this one out. We'll see if Evan can keep up the disruption.
How about 6? How about 9?
Michael just going to say, okay, I'll keep putting cards in front of it and I'll make you
Fine.
discard your Arsenal card.
I'll keep discarding these. I'll keep getting gold. Cheers for that. Michael Fung now, of course, about to draw a card. Use this your brilliance, leaving the arena at the start of the action phase. What have we got? What have we drawn, Michael? Anything good? Something fun?
And notably much harder to get these surge effects through when Gravy is presenting AB2. But just going to ship on over
Blast.
A Blast to Oblivion. Prismatic Leyline going to be the block.
It's pretty quick.
See what Michael has to play out. Just going to pitch away a card to Volzar and
Pitch
pass
and pass.
the turn.
Put that shock in the arsenal. So we have an Anchor, an Ibophilia, another Prismatic Leyline. Prismatic Leyline almost certainly bound for that arsenal unless we just want to be getting rid of it.
Conqueror the High Seas somewhere on the top of the deck, likely to go to the bottom considering the texture of Evan's hand. Compass going to be looking for something to Gravy Bones into and actually drew into the Conqueror.
Compass.
Wonder if this... wonder if Evan's going to be digging again.
Sure.
I mean, if we saw the... Yeah, I think we've seen a blue on top of the deck and Gravy is going to be shipping that Anchor into the graveyard to draw into that blue, but...
Shipping.
See
it's
what
not Aurora Emissary.
Deciding not to activate Gravy and instead do the gold.
Portside Exchange. Get rid of the Anchor.
Okay, sort of gambling on another blue being on top here. Quite a few yellows in the sequence of cards of Evan's deck, and we know that we've seen a fair few reds with these CNC's weakest links, cheating scoundrels and the like.
Any response here from Michael Fung before?
Stover is unfortunately incorrect with the guess of Aurora Emissary.
You're trying to read into me too much. Oh, whoa. Yeah, do not discard that one, buddy. Making that gold and praying that this is a blue for him to be able to resolve this with, and it is. Wipes the brow and is all safe in this regard.
A grin from Michael is it didn't particularly matter if the card was accidentally shown, as it's going to be resolved anyway.
Wow, okay, he's showing nice things. Look at this. This is fab. Having a bit of a laugh. Yeah, I'd play a Stew Secrets here as well, Michael, to be able to have a look at that top card of the deck. Oh God, Judge.
That looks like a Jittery Bones to me.
I think the unfortunate thing is Judge is going to get involved because Evan flipped it over and saw what the card was, so it's hidden card error. So, yeah, pausing the timer, I believe, and now Michael Fung gets the opportunity to be able to put this card either to the bottom of the deck or leave it where it is. Second time that's happened with To Do Secrets. I suppose we're so used to a lot of these interactions. I
think it's the... I think the clash mechanic is unfortunately to blame for this one. It's much more common that the top of the card is revealed rather than exclusively shown to your opponent.
I think Michael said it's fine, don't worry about it, you can leave it on the top. He's just going to be moving ahead and resolving the rest of the card, which is just drawing. So, yeah, not overly concerned.
Conqueror the High Seas, obviously now no on hit, but going to be threatening to make that gold with the gold baited hook. Wonder if... that is of concern.
Bloody hell, this Jittery Bones is bouncing all over the place.
It is jittery, that is for sure.
It's not slippy. Not slippy.
Michael with quite the big hand here, but finally potentially about to take some damage. That looks to me like some blasts and some Sigil of Brilliances.
What is that purple one? Sigil of Aether?
Aether or Conductivity, I believe.
Oh, it would be Conductivity. Yeah, you're right. 8 damage.
Not an awful combo turn for Michael. No Gone in a Flash,
decent.
but a blast combo turn nonetheless. Wonder if Michael's going to go for it here. No real urgency, I suppose. 43 is quite the life total to work.
I think he's going for it, the fact that he's blocking here.
Makes a lot of sense. That is not a bad hand whatsoever. Evan going to be making the gold off the back of this gold-baited hook.
Absolutely.
The gold is absolutely flowing for Evan this game.
It's a ton, doesn't he? These cheating scoundrels have been doing so much work, and well, even when he was low and out of them, a Portside Exchange managed to sneak its way into his hand. I wonder what that top card was on top of it. A little bit unsure, but oh wow, okay, we are popping these early before anything else even gets involved. We are tapping the hero, gaining our one floating from old knockout, and here is your Lightning Greaves.
We have seen time and time again how powerful the Sigil of Brilliance Blast combo is.
Absolutely.
And Michael just going to
resume the time. Thank you, Michael. Much appreciated. You get as many guesses as you want on the mystery card, but I'm not having people just copy-paste card lists. That's where I draw the line. Okay, so we're up to 2 AP.
So we know that Michael has another Etchings of Arachnne in the hand, which tends to be quite the power card on these sorts of combo turns where we go to multiple action points. Getting that Sigil back into your hand when you still have action points remaining can be quite powerful. Let's see what Michael draws into off the back of these Sigil Brilliances.
Down to 1 AP, of course, after playing Sigil Brilliance earlier on. What is getting flipped this time?
I imagine it would be...
There's a Stew Secrets you can turn.
Is there a Sigil of Brilliance in the graveyard for? Yeah, I think the Sigil of Brilliance would be quite nice knowing that there's an Etchings in Michael's hand.
That one gone. Up to another goal.
Makes a lot of sense. They're going to be taking one here, and the Sigil of Aether is going to come down.
Okay, early activation here. Sigil of Aether. So it was Sigil of Aether.
We are quite hoping for this Brilliance to draw Michael into some more sort of attacks at some point here.
We've got one more Sigil.
We have a Blast in the hand, and obviously we can play out the Brilliance on the Blast chain link.
What do we get?
Oh
my god, he done it again! He keeps doing this, he can't get away with this! I mean, every time!
EMS is an absolutely likely the best possible draw in the deck at this point. I mean, we talk about Blast and Sigil of Brilliance together, but Blast, Sigil of Brilliance and Electromagnetic Somersault, there's a reason this card is being banned on Omen's release, guys. And here it is. Unfortunately, you are not correct, Christian.
See where you're thinking is from though there, Christian. Right, here we go. Blast to Oblivion.
The question is...
Oh my good god, is he playing Sigil Brilliance first just to be able to bounce that instead? I think he is.
Yeah, you've got to go for it. The amount of card draw you can get on this turn is pretty ridiculous.
Value's going to be crazy, right? The initial play of bouncing that Sigil of Aether back and continuing to get the pings and the amp has just gone away the second that we've opened up an opportunity to be able to play more than one Blast this turn.
So we're going to see the Sigil of Brilliance bounced again, and this Volzar is likely to hit 9, maybe even double digits on Lightning cards played, and the Aether Bindings as well is likely going to hit 3, maybe 4 amp on its own. So EMS going to target the Blast. Brilliance going to be bouncing back to hand. Card draw for the Brilliance here. Another EMS would be absolutely ridiculous.
Balance Adjusters would have gone crazy here, Evan. Oh my god,
a Common Storm Shock. Not particularly what you want to see. We still have an Acilio activation,
yeah,
however.
Absolutely. Well tapped. Acilio's hero ability is just a once per turn, not a tap ability. That, of course, being introduced in High Seas. So that is going to be what we see. It goes onto the combat chain. Well, I say on the combat chain. Just displayed here for Michael Fung, as he likes to do with his secondary Acilio. Yeah, I'd move it down a little bit as well, buddy, because this is going to continue going. Now, this is before the resolution of this combat chain, because that EMS has not bounced back that Blast Oblivion as of yet. So we're going to see this Common Storm Shock pitched away off the back. Oh, is that another?
That is another Sigil of Brilliance.
Dude, what is this turn? So, Blast back to the hand. Sigil of Brilliance in play.
We have bounced the Sigil of Brilliance, so now we are likely going to be playing another Brilliance to go into a Blast Brilliance again. Another Blast off the top would be pretty ridiculous, or an EMS, obviously. We're currently at 4 action points. Blast for 3, taking this Volzar up to 7, about to see Aether Bindings tick up to 3, so we're currently amping for 10. Another 3 block on the Blast to Oblivion. Evan still at a very healthy 42, but Michael looking to take full tempo in this game.
Hell of a first dent this will be though, right?
Evan looks to the skies and a second Sigil of Brilliance comes down. remaining at
Remaining
4
at
action
4,
points.
yeah, because of the blast using 1. So we're going to bounce that other Sigil of Brilliance, looking for... God, imagine another EMS. And an EMS here would go insane. And we get to do secrets. Not great, not bad, but we are going to have a number of cards left over now at the end of this combat chain.
So Seduce Secret's quite likely to be the Arsenal target for this turn.
So we just play out the Sigil of Brilliance, get the additional P and go to 9, play the etchings and Arsenal the Sigil.
Yeah, so we are like whether or not Michael is happy to play out a second Brilliance here. Closing the combat chain. 1 card left in the hand for Evan. Brilliant's going to take Volzar up to 9.
This is plus 12 amp off the back of the Volzar and those pesky little
Evan's
arms.
face says it all, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, what can you do? Nothing, sir. Absolutely nothing.
But again, Evan's still at a very healthy life total. Does he decide to AB?
I suppose in Evan's situation right now, this could be worse. This could be Glyph Overlay.
Yeah, Glyph Overlay would be pretty ridiculous.
It would be crazy. Evan just got to think, okay, what is the play around here? Do I even bother ABing 2? It's 15.
The difference between 27 and 25, not massive, but every point of life matters when you are a Gravy Bones into an Acilio.
What sigils are we looking for here? Is that anything in the grave? There's not, right? It got turned face down. The
got a couple more guesses in the chat, and unfortunately none correct as of yet. And Michael is not helping you guys out, as we have not had a single shock result.
No, yeah, he's anti you guys winning this Super Slam box. It's a really interesting proposition here, right? Because if this is a blue, then I mean, what, you can probably resolve Anchor, but that's kind of it.
It would have to be, yeah, it would have to be.
Oh, is Anchor cost 4?
No, I don't think so. What are you trying to show me?
Well, it's that bit. But
no, I know.
That's why it's done.
I know what bit. I know what bit the card is.
Fine.
I'm just trying to think of what my hint is going to be.
It's really bad.
There you go. Card's giving you a hint already.
We'll be discarding.
So
Sawbones
for the Gravy Bones activation, deciding that would rather not AB with.
Oh, AB1 with the Death Threads.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Pretty good.
Obviously, not able to use it on the following turn.
No.
And no targets for the etchings.
No sigils in the grave.
Because we turn that sigil.
We turn that sigil brilliance turn face down. So Evan just going to be passing. No way of getting a blue card into the grave to be able to play out this Sawbones. So it's simply just going to be okay, fine.
Now the big sticking point here for Acilio is going to be how we make use of a Lightning Greavesless game. How do we get these action points? We've got no sigil of lightning or conductivity breaking at the start of the turn, so going to have a lot of cards in hand, but not always easy to use these cards.
So do
Secret's going to do some digging as well. Call to the Grave in the hand for Evan.
I suppose there is a world that you call to the grave, get the...
we do have a sigil of conductivity in hand.
We've got 2 CLVs as well.
Sigil of conductivity in hand, meaning that it is likely that we could potentially Aether our own conductivity if we were desperate for the action points. Not the ideal situation to be in, though.
You want to force your opponent to be able to AB1 early on, right? But if you've not really got too much more to be able to follow up with.
Michael happy with the texture of his hand as is, by the looks of it.
Fair enough. I can't blame him. So
yeah, let the brilliances crack prior to the conductivity due to the potential to play out one of these. Prior to the Aether, sorry, for the potential to play out this conductivity. Michael going to reevaluate the texture of his hand now.
Depends on how he wants to play this one. Look at that absolute stack of cards. Evan just squinted a bit like, yep, that looks like 7 cards to me.
We've seen some pretty crazy Greavesless turns from Acilio, but usually off the back of an embodiment of lightning or similar.
It's probably required. We're quite limited on instants here outside of CLVs as well, right? You've got that sigil of conductivity that he'd have to play out now to be able to decide whether or not the sigil of Aether ping is going to ping him or ping towards Evan. If he aims towards Evan, then he's doing it to be able to rip cards out of his hand and just try and game something with tempo. In that case, you're definitely going to be dropping at least one of those CLVs down.
Problem with playing out the CLVs in an effort to get Evan to interact with you is Evan's pretty happy to AB, I think, especially with the no blocks in the deck. That looks like an EMS on the far left, potentially.
I think it's a Flittering Charge.
Okay.
2 blasts, Flittering Charge. That'll be a Seduce Secret, Syndrome Conductivity, and 2 CLVs. To me, as someone who's seen at least 3 Acilio games this weekend, bad hand.
Well, I don't think any combination of more than 4 cards can be that bad, but I'm sure Michael will find the line through. Seems to me like playing out the conductivity to potentially establish that embodiment of lightning and going forward with blasts with go again may be the way to go, but we'll see.
If only CLV said the first time you dealt damage this turn. Even then,
thinking about pinging yourself.
Oh my good god, we're getting rid of the Seduce.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
What we got? The third CLV. Oh, Blink.
Blink is an incredible draw here. Really bailing Michael out, now potentially considering playing that sigil of those CLVs in an effort to draw cards from Evan.
I suppose the question is actually, so you play the CLVs out, you actually probably want the conductivity on board at this point, right? Because when you play the Blink, being able to then refund effectively your action point by getting that Embodiment of Lightning out to play that second and maybe even third attack, this combat chain.
Well, if you're right in that is a Flittering Charge, then I think Michael is has enough action points to play out all 3 of his attacks, right? So you've got the Flittering, will go again, and you'll gain an extra action point from the Blink. So we'll see how Michael decides to use these Channel Lightning Valleys, as they have done some pretty heavy lifting for him all weekend.
It's definitely been the star card for Michael Fung across this entire weekend. The way he's been able to effectively weave back and forth between owning and keeping around CLVs, drawing in your opponent's turn with so much consistency across Consigned Cosmos Shocks, and even some higher damage cost ones like your Comet Storms, just for the fact of doing it. Moving over the Sigil of Aether makes me think at least one of these CLVs is hitting the table. Positions 1 in hand. Gotta think, is this the play? Am I going to be able to present enough breakpoints for Evan to have to deal with for me to be able to draw at least 1, even 2 cards off the back of this one? So yeah, Michael's still thinking about the response step here for the Sigil of Aether. So it looks like the judge comes over and asks him, hey bud, what's going on? what's happening?
It's an incredibly complicated hand to try and sequence with 7 cards. I mean, usually your average deck is looking at 4, so going to take nearly twice as long as any other average hands to try and sequence, especially when you are wrestling with the difficulty of action points and Bolzar amp and sequencing, etc.
Well, the sequencing is a big thing, right? 9 times out of 10, most decks are just, I do my action in my action phase, not worrying about layer steps, damage steps, interactions, even start of turn triggers like this.
Looks like Michael is.
Play them both, Michael. Play them both.
Almost posturing to just dump 3 instants on the table, and that pose the question to Evan, what are you going to do about it? Unfortunately, Ross, you are incorrect. The card is not a lobotomy, but you will wish you had one when you had seen what the card actually is.
Oh, he's played them both. Michael Feng, you absolute Chad.
Going to try and rip a card out of Evan's hand. Looks like he's maybe even considering playing out this conductivity as well.
Oh, because he wants to amp the Sigil of Aether with the Bolzar.
Possibly.
I didn't even consider that as an option.
Yeah, potentially even sort of considering the fact that one of these CLVs could draw him into a spell later on down the line. So is the Bolzar amp going to be wasted if it doesn't? One of these really important decision points for Acilio players. Do you gamble on a spell being on the top, or do you cash in on your Bolzar amp now?
Well, even with the +2 on the Bolzar amp, the Sigil is still around, right? Or has it left the arena? I don't know if he'd have to pay for Bolzar at this point. When does Sigil of Aether trigger? At the beginning of action phase, when this leaves the arena. So this is leaving the arena and it's in response to the ping.
Yeah,
so he takes 1.
No, So he is. Michael did not tap the
Oh, he
Volzar.
didn't tap the Volzar. Wow.
He is playing the risky game of saying, I will try and draw my spell to use later.
That tells us that it has to be two other red Blast Oblivions from the hand, right? Like, there's no way it's anything else. Blink here? Oh, okay, Citral Conductivity, okay. This allows us to continue going further, right? So then we play this other Blast to Oblivion.
Evan is not happy about that. You can tell in his hand he's only got... Looks like he has blocking cards available to him, but he's aware that should there be another attack in hand, that these CLVs are unstoppable. Doesn't want to give up the dead threads just yet, I imagine.
Yeah, and that's why it was so important, kind of asking that question and ripping out one of those 3 blocks initially, playing both of those CLVs and saying, okay, now you have to answer me. Do you want me to draw my cards now, or do you want me to draw my cards later? And that's why, look at this, it's going to be full covered. The blink then comes on out as well. Evan throws his head back in dismay. Not only does he get absolutely destroyed with that additional action point, but guess what? There's going to be another attack coming, and that is what Evan is praying there is not. And when he plays down this other Blast to Oblivion...
I love Evan's reactions. It's so
emotive.
Yeah, so emotive. And this blast is going to come down, which is effectively a snatch for 2 cards.
Oh, look at him! What's amazing here as well is that after the draws happen, he can then play the Sigil Conductivity to be able to bounce one of these CLVs back, to be able to keep it around for next turn, depending on what we draw. But this Blast to Oblivion has go again. 2 draws. What do we get? We get 2 more spells. No, 0 spells.
This is
it's
not
all
what
instance.
You wanted to see for Michael. No ability
sucks.
No ability to cash in on this 6 Volzar amp, and you can see why he took the gamble, right? Acilio's hero ability already been used on this turn, and just saying, you know what, I'll have to pitch into my Volzar to keep one of these CLVs around. A huge investment in cards this turn, and not paying off for Michael.
So what, you play one of the Sigil Conductivities, respond to the Sigil Conductivity with the
Look
Volzar
at Evan's
to
face,
keep one alive?
He's saying, where is the spell?
That's 2 CLVs kept alive, pitching away this in response.
You have to imagine Evan's feeling like he got away with murder here, seeing that Michael has just foregone ticking up his Volzar.
He knows what's about to happen. He plays a second Conductivity and just passes. Oh, the sigh of relief across the Frenchman's face. Evan.
Big issue now for Evan is the 2 Sigil Conductivities make some of these allies incredibly hard to resolve, considering Wobble, I'm sure, is in the deck. Evan just clarifying where the Conductivities and where the...
That Bottom of Lightning is dead.
And Michael with a dice showing 18 damage prepped in the bottom right corner of the screen. Maybe
just getting it ready.
Hoping he was going to be able to find a spell on that previous turn. I think someone needs to make a compilation of reaction faces from Evan, because every game action that Michael takes seems to be a new face.
He's just stressed. Poor guy is stressed.
But look, boots down. A couple of Sigil. I think all the Sigil of Brilliances are gone, right? Because we've had 1 turn face down.
Yeah, 1 turn face down and 2 resolved now. Yeah.
Michael has to find the path to end this game, being somewhat action point starved without the Lightning Greaves.
How many of our how many Etchings of Arcanas have we seen at this point? Only 1, 2?
I think we may have seen 2. I think we saw 1 blocked with on one of these early big tool attacks.
I think you
for
might
9.
be right.
Christian guests Meridian Pathway, which is a little favourite of mine, but no,
I don't hate that guess. It's wrong. But
it's not right, but yeah, great card.
You see where you come from with the colourway, that type of thing. If you are just joining us, you are wondering what the bloody hell we're talking about. This random blob to my left. Guess what card it is? Win a box Super Slam. Simple as that.
It's a small section of a card that Kyle has picked, and I'll be honest with you, it's completely ridiculous. If anyone gets it without, if anyone gets it without hints, I'll be incredibly impressed.
Lightning Press being discarded to the Acilo hero ability here, just to be able to Fill the hand a little bit more. Find us something a little bit stronger. Oh my good God, we might be about to get our very first hint with that consigned to Cosmos. We've got CLV sitting in the arsenal here as well. A little bit of amp off the back, on the Mind Warp would be amazing. But
still, Michael struggling to find some real attack action cards to string together.
Oh my God, are we going to be pinging ourselves here with this consigned to Cosmos shot for one, just to be able to get yourself a go again on the current funnel? Surely not.
Toby says average gravy game is about as stressful as this, to be honest. And
say that one again.
I echo that sentiment as the opponent of the Gravy Bones. Again, going to be somewhat of an anemic turn here for Michael, unless this shock comes across, unlocking some more cards for him with these Channel Lightning Valleys.
I suppose we're at the point where, unless Evan has some form of prevention effect in hand, this is not going to get covered if he just plays out the consigned to Cosmos shot.
He's
pinging himself.
Enabling the... Now, we have had a shock resolved, guys, so I will drop the first hint as to what the insane card that Kyle has picked is. And guessing this card correctly will earn you a box of Super Slam, and you may pull this card from said box. So the card that Kyle wants you to guess features in this set.
Ooh, Super Slam. Right.
To go again on the current funnel, going to be electromagnetic somersaulted back, shipped over again for 2. Michael holding this Mind Warp for a big 7 damage. Going to close the combat chain here.
The thing is, he's going to draw 2 cards and he's going to be able to do nothing with them.
Yeah.
Good Arsenal reset though. Here it comes. Mind Warp 4/7. Evan Tango looks at the hand and goes, "Really? You're taking
another turn where Evan is absolutely
oh my God, he's got go again.
Current funnel, an absolute house of a card. Have you paused the music, Kyle?
I did pause the music because there was some dude yapping.
Oh, okay.
Not you, as in like some dude in the song was just talking.
Oh, okay.
So.
That's
okay,
fine.
the song's
That's
about
fine.
to finish. It's fine. Bring it back.
7 Arcane on the Mind Warp. Again, if you Arcane Barrier this for 2, taking 5, you're going to lose that last card in your hand as well.
Yeah, indeed.
Is it more tempting to take 7 and play a 1-card hand, though? Doesn't seem much better to me.
It'd be a random 1 card as well, right? Do we know what Evan's Arsenal is at this point? I don't think we do. He kind of held on to it for a couple of turns.
So Evan going to take the full 7, shuffle both these cards back in, and hope to try and keep enough cards, well, 1 card and the card in Arsenal, to potentially start establishing allies and doing something in this game proactive.
So this is 7. Get rid of both cards in your hand, shuffle them back in, draw 1 card.
Evan not
2
showing it to us.
CLV draws now. We get a Gone in a Flash and an electrostatic discharge. Could just send 7 here, but almost certain
this sigil of conductivity is almost causing Michael issues now, because was unable to pitch for the Volzar. Not that he would have wanted to anyway, I suppose, but gonna ship in this Gone in a Flash for 4.
This
Evan
one does
instantly
not have
activates
though, right?
Gravy, so Chum came off the top of the deck from that. I'm not sure where the go again is coming from for this.
Yeah, no go again on this one. It is just going to be the 4. Instead, we're going to pump it to the 7 and just ship that 7 damage. So 7 damage from the Mind Warp, drawing 2 cards, converting into another 7 damage, and it's the one-off back alley break line that is going to
notably a 2 block here. So Evan's graveyard healthy with allies that he'd like to resolve, but Michael just absolutely not giving him the space to do so.
Yeah, no window at all.
Slowbit is unfortunately incorrect. The card is not Big Bully.
SMH,
I can imagine the chat is looking through the Fabry page for Super Slam as we speak.
It's cheating. No, you can look. You won't get it. Yeah, you can both do it. You won't get it.
What? Look through the Fabry page? Oh, yeah, you can guess. You won't get it though.
Oh!
And Salam Gamora Christian has guessed the correct card.
It was indeed
a section of
bait.
the bait token.
It is the bottom right-hand corner of bait. I think giving you the fact it was in Super Slam might have been a little bit too easy, but that would have been my guess as well. So, Christian, we will get you this box of Super Slam your way very, very soon. If you pull a Fabled, I am not going to be happy. That has been sitting on my shelf for about 3 months. Okay, I'm hiding it now. It's gone. Congratulations, Christian.
Yeah, well done, mate.
If you want us to open it on stream instead, that's fine.
Yeah, you got to open it on the channel, though.
Yeah.
Not our channel, your channel.
Yeah. Okay, Silhouette activation, getting rid of this Sigil of Solace. Drawn up to a 4th card.
So I understand why you chose it. That's actually kind of funny. We got baited.
I'm good at this. What can I say? Right, we're back into the game.
Not sure.
All right. This is still at the end of Avantango's turn. Michael Fung is trying to work out if he needs to do anything at the end of Evan's turn before it does indeed get passed over. Having a quick look through that graveyard because we've gone through a number of cards for Acilio. That deck is looking pretty thin, and yet only 2 Gonder Flashes sitting on the sidelines in that grave.
Michael trying to find his way through the last 12 points of life. I say, like you said, a lot of cards resolved this game, and that previous turn cycle a few turns ago where Volzar ticked all the way up to 7 and we didn't get to cash it in on a spell, kind of indicative as to what happens when Acilio stumbles a little bit, but I'm sure there's plenty of gas left in the tank for Michael.
2 Comet Storm Shocks in hand here for Michael Fung, and he is going to let the Dastardly Gravy draw on up. Are we going to be playing this out? We are indeed. What are we pitching away? The entire hand, it would seem. So we tick this one up,
Going to be melding the Comet Storm Shock, allowing the shock to resolve. And as a shock is resolved, I'll give you a hint as to what the card knows. Right, fine.
It's a Ranger card. Oh, interesting. Ticking this one up as well. And now for the Comet Storm, this is going to be coming in for 7. No draws this time. The CLVs are all fallen to the wayside. And Evan is not going to pitch any more this time round. But Michael working out, okay, this is how I need to navigate this one. Pitching those 2 cards, getting a Sigil Lightning out. There goes your embodiment for the next turn, should he need it. But Evan now has a 4-card hand to play with. Golden Sickle needs to go to the bottom of the deck.
I'm sure Michael would have been happy with this Sigil of Lightning a couple of turn cycles ago, but drawing up 4 new cards here, including 2 Sigils and a Blink and a Current Fallen. I think not a lot of damage in the hand there. See if we can filter our way into something a bit better. Michael counting up the cards in deck. Not too many hands to play with left. Did you say we have 1 more Gone in a Flash left in the deck?
I think there's 1 more left in the deck. We've seen 2 in the grave. There was the one that was sent for 7, one that was sent for, I think, blocked early on actually.
No, so likely with see how much use we can make out of this last Gone in a Flash and maybe a couple of Blast to Oblivions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Michael not on Entwine Lightning like a couple of our other Acilio.
No, very true. Not on Fry either, right?
So.
Call to the Grave. Okay, yeah, we saw that earlier on. Back one of the Stooge secrets.
Evan looks Michael dead in the face, 1,000-yard stare, saying, "Have you got the wobble?" And we haven't seen one from Michael at all this game, which makes me wonder whether or not they're even boarded in. Seems like a pretty crazy card not to include into a deck like Gravy Bones, but maybe the matchup is just that favoured that Michael is happy to play as aggressive as possible, forego the wobbles. That makes sense. The Golden Sybil should have been in the deck when the shuffle happened, so gonna reshuffle and cut again. Easy fix. Sawbone's the choice on the Call to the Grave, and Evan now gonna activate the Dead Threads. Send a new Golden Tipple. Oh, pitched into the grave. Chum resolved.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Play out the Sawbones. Finally get some form of allies established. The first 2 played in this game. We are 38 minutes deep into this game of Flesh and Blood. Turn 7 and finally allies on board. It was a very Guardian-pilled setup for Evan Tangai. A number of 9 attacks, then followed up by Conqueror of the High Seas. Has that filter helped out at all? I think the answer...
We found an ESD, which is not what you want to see. Not enough damage in the hand to clear this charm. Enough to clear the Sawbones, but not sure Michael particularly wants to spend the rest of his game clearing allies when he's got Evan at a measly 7 life.
Godbait Hook did not die. Godbait Hook is back.
Aiden says he wouldn't side wobble into Gravy Bones. Fair enough.
Bottom of lightning being created. Chum gonna get activated here at the start of this action phase. Notably here,
really nice position for Evan to be in.
There's no way of killing this Chum.
Yep, not enough damage in the hand to clear Chum. Gonna have to use the Acilio hero ability most likely to try and find a bit more damage. Something like that Gone in a Flash would be an incredible draw here.
Great.
Gone in a Flash for 7 into the Chum. With Go again, bouncing it back to clear the Sawbones, maybe even potentially go face. Sawbones on board means that the 7 into the Chum isn't even completely safe if you consider the blue attack.
What one?
No, the blue attack that lets you -1 an attack.
Relentless. Restless Coalescence.
No, that's the Enigma card. That's the card I was going to say.
Restless. Moss Rat Guardian.
No.
Relentless. No.
Okay.
There we go. Set. MPG. Rarity M. Row bottom. Fearless confrontation. There we go.
Chat was absolutely screaming at us there, I bet.
Yeah. All 12 of them.
Yeah. How do you guys not know Mastery Pack Guardian cards?
Why do you not know the gravy cards?
Yeah.
Silent.
I think Michael just found a null shock off the top there.
That's better than nothing, I suppose. Pretty decent. It's enough lightning cards in the hand to be able to ping some damage over, but to be fair...
Aiden says Fearless Confrontation, spelt questionably.
Yeah, we got it, lads. Notably, of course, Chum...
I win a box for that.
Yeah, you don't win a box for that one, no.
You would have had to spell it correctly, unfortunately.
Chum does not affect your spells. Only cares about your attacks.
Yep.
So
you can ship spells wherever you like.
Still send those downrange directly towards Evan. Of course, he effectively has Spell Void 1 on board now with that Sawbones. We are looking at not too many cards left in the deck here for Michael Fang. 1, 2.
I think we are in Operation Clear Chum so that we can send the rest of damage face for the rest of the game, and hopefully Michael isn't on the receiving end of a couple more of these disruptive 2-for-6s at the same time as establishing these allies, because this could slip away from Michael pretty quickly should he start having to block or losing cards to disruption.
Yeah, absolutely. The unfortunate thing is that you're going to have to commit so many resources into getting this charm. You need to pump your current funnel up to 5, and then you need to activate your Volzar on the back of that null shock.
Yep,
just
send
to be able
null
to
shock
ping
in there as well.
Yeah, you need to go over 1, right? You have to deal 7 damage to it, or it's not going to die. This Sawbones can keep him around for a little bit of time.
Maybe the other consideration is that we just start sending arcane damage face to Evan, but I don't know if there's quite enough left in there.
There's a world, and it depends on how important Evan thinks this chum is, that he can sacrifice his Sawbones here to make Chum require 8 damage to be able to get killed, using Scuttlebone's abilities to untap Sawbones and then use the ability again.
Yep.
It does kill your Sawbones. You do lose a piece of AB, but if you think you win this game based on the fact that Chum stays alive and so much has to be committed in to take him out, then maybe that's the play you have to play towards.
Yeah, 100%.
Sounds insane to say, but just like... Here it is.
I think Evan's potential win condition at this point seems to be getting close to fatigue, and whether or not the way to do that is by blocking.
Huh? Oh.
Michael ignoring on Operation Ignore Chum for now until there is a cleaner kill. Just
okay.
I will blast the Sawbones.
You know, I respect it. I actually don't hate this at all.
So this null shock is coming in for 3, correct?
Yep, that will be right.
So yeah, like you said, potentially even able to save Sawbones there if you wanted to, but
that's a bit of
deciding not to.
We've run this game so late. So much so that even through multiple shuffles, Evan's been able to find himself potentially the piece to solve this puzzle. We do go with Navasji.
Amulet of Echoes likely come a little bit too late.
I think so. It's just going to be a pitch card.
Sawbones re-established. Will we swing in, or is Evan scared of having his Sawbones shocked in the later step? There is a consigned Cosmos shock.
I mean, there's that option. Either way, right? No matter whether or not. I suppose he can save it due to activating the ability. So.
Well, if you tap to attack, then you can't tap to prevent one.
Yeah,
so.
very true.
Good hand for Michael here, though. Got the Flittering Charge and the EMS, so definitely a bit of damage in hand, especially with those ESDs as well. But can Michael close the game out?
Look at that deck. God, we're looking at what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards in deck. 15 remain for Michael Fung, and 7 damage is all that's needed. Remember, there was an amp of 7 on Volzar that went unused due to not being able to find a single spell on a double CLV turn. That could have been the deciding factor here for Michael Fung.
I wonder how many cards Michael boarded into this matchup. It seems to be a matchup that you would just play your most aggressive 60 in, but makes you wonder whether or not there was the potential for a bit of a board up if you thought this was the play.
Evan just passes. No Avast swing here. Does not need gold.
Likely that Evan tries to maintain a card in hand towards the end of every turn here. Flittering Charge, what is the destination? Going to be sending it at Sawbones. Michael potentially recognising that the remaining allies in the graveyard for Evan are not the threats, and it's the ones on board that he needs to deal with now. Flittering Charge, going to connect with the Sawbones, and there's another Sawbones hitting the bin now, so Combat Chain Link resolves. EMS going to bounce this Flittering Charge back, and likely going to use that ESD to buff up the Flittering Charge
coming
and
in for 9.
This Sawbones. We are currently at 3 on Volzar. 4, sorry. And then we have a consigned Cosmos Shock that we can send downrange should we want to as well. 6 Arcane coming at Evan's face, and only AB2 to play with. No prevention effect from Sawbones anymore.
Yeah, activating that, attacking the Sawbones first means that even activating it, the damage prevention would have been used up there. Pointless. Tapping him. So, pumping over the top. Do need to give this Flittering Charge go again, though, unless we do a shock, of course. But
quite an interesting interaction in the chat. Finley pops in. Aiden asks if he'd side wobbles into gravy. Finley says, I don't know. I'm not an Acilio player. He's on the roll of honour, by the way. And Aiden says, same to be fair.
He then asks, do the allies go face down when you kill them?
When they're negated.
Oh, when they're negated? I have no clue. I have no clue. They do, right?
When this is put into your graveyard from the arena, I don't believe they ever make it to the arena, but
is it negated?
I'm not going to pretend to be an expert here, so.
Oh, Michael Fang.
Michael trying to decide what he wants to do with this consigned Cosmos Shock. Not many more avenues to get damage over the top. Deciding potentially whether or not he can resolve the other side of the card, but I don't think it's particularly...
The only way to be able to do it is whether or not he places Blink from the from his
blink is the Arsenal card.
Arsenal as well.
Yeah. Maybe even just worth resolving the blink just to get more amp on this this Volzar. But like I say, taking the Consigned Cosmos shock to 7.
Michael literally looking at pitch stack in a Cilio against a Gravy. That is the last thing I would have expected. But sometimes this is what it turns out to be in Gravy matchups. They just efficiently block you. They put bodies on the board that you have to front pump a lot of your damage into. And then you just begin running out of cards. Too little, too late by that point. Hell, I got fatigued by Gravy last night.
Gravy deciding that, like I say, sometimes the win condition is that you convert your no-block allies into 2 defense on Arcane. Not a bad choice indeed. Dead Threads still yet to be blocked with. We'll see if Michael ever gives Evan the opportunity to do so. Maybe Dead Thread's just too important to try and establish Chums and Sawbones and the like to try and fatigue Michael.
There is a world in which pitching away that Prismatic Leyline was a mistake. You put Sawbones in there during that turn. So you could have activated the Death Res just to be able to do an AB1. The question is 2 better than 3 in most situations? I suppose with AB2 it would be. But
So Michael, holding this blink in Arsenal, knows that he has a Gone in a Flash left in the deck and it's found its way into the hand. So there blink potentially really important card to unlock the remaining power turn that he has left. No Chum in the grave for Evan. I'm sure that is the main. Evan shaking his head. Something's amiss. Something has gone awry for Evan here. I'm sure something along the lines of a Conqueror would have been more than happily drawn up, but Evan cannot find it.
So we can play this Sawbones again if that's going to be the play, but again, Michael Fung with such a HP lead at this point. Evan has to play towards this kind of fatigue game plan. Now, there's no way he's getting through 30 HP. Michael Fung just has all of it to play with. Taking 6 damage this game.
Sure
every single Sigil Solace has just been resolved as an Acilio with activation.
I'm sure Michael is hoping to resolve a sort of 3 or 4 Chainlink wide Gone in a Flash turn to try and rip all the cards from Evan. I'm not sure if Michael has any shocks left, but taking the cards from Evan on his turn and then treating it similarly to like a Kano or Icelander game where you draw up your final shock to close the game out when your opponent has nothing left to AB with. Maybe that's the play. I mean, the blink in Arsenal plus the Gone in a Flash in hand potentially meaning that this Gone in a Flash turn is unlocked. Evan kind of concerned, I think, about swinging into Michael due to that Flash of Brilliance. Flash of Brilliance with that Sigil of Conductivity could potentially open up an extra chain link of Gone in a Flash. So yeah. Evan likely just passing the turn after resolving an ally, but is that a winning or losing play? I think Evan would only be satisfied with resolving a disruptive effect here, and it doesn't look like there is one. Even a Loot the Hold would be
amazing
preferable here.
Pitching away the
Sawbones pass,
and passing.
Opting not to swing it in. That Flash of Brilliance, even though it's costing Michael a card in deck, the extra resolution of another Gone in a Flash is just too big of an ask.
Oh, he's really thinking about swinging it.
I think he's potentially considering establishing another ally, but doesn't want to spend the resources if he doesn't have to. Worried about the incoming spell potentially. There must be a shock left if Evan is looking to hold resources up.
Sigil of Aether in the hand.
I wonder how many blasts we have left. Sigil of Aether could
be. I've got another blink in the hand as well.
So that is a fair few Gone in a Flashes already. Sigil of Aether could be the final effective spell in the deck for Michael.
Looks like it's about to be resolved as well.
Is it going to be resolved to help him make an Embodiment of Lightning or to present 1 damage at Evan?
Oh, they are digging deeps in the deck. These are the 2 people at the top of their game right now when it comes down to Acilio and when it comes down to Gravy Bones. Many people not even wanting to step foot on the rickety old ship anymore, but Evan seems to have found a route in. Of course, only finding his first Acilio inside of the top 8, but able to dispatch him with ease. Michael Fung will not go quietly into the night this way, though. 6 damage has been dealt to the Constellar Intelligence, but I think...
Damage is not the win condition.
No, absolutely
it
not.
Like.
Absolutely not. His attacks, his power will run out soon enough if Evan can just continue to stem the bleeding.
3 damage left to get across for Michael, and this Gun in a Flash likely going to be the way to do so with that breakpoint 4. Sigil of Lightning going to be committed to the board. Going to unlock an extra Gun in a Flash swing, and Evan says, yeah, I'm not swinging into you here.
So here we go.
Was that Ivophilia drawn up for Evan and a Conqueror? 4 damage on offer, 3 life to play with. Dead Threads surely got to be a consideration to put in front of this Gun in a Flash.
4 go again. Michael trying to consider and work out what his best play line is here.
I wonder if Michael knows the location in his deck of the final spell or final shock that he's looking for.
I can't tell if that's Sigil of Aether or another Constitutivity.
I think it's Aether. Again, maybe worth saving for a future turn. Obviously, Evan can't attack into a Sigil of Aether when Flash of Brilliance is up. That is asking for trouble. A lot of graveyard checking to be done now.
You say that one again.
The majority of the Asilio deck in the graveyard. Judges having a word, maybe encouraging them to start considering wrapping this game up.
They have only now just crossed over the time limit for a non-top 8 CC game. They are, of course, taking their time with a lot of these decisions. But when your opponent is one of the best players in the world, one of the best pilots in the world, and only has, 6 cards left in his deck, 2 cards in his hand, a Gun in the Flash on the combat chain with 2 blinks available, you got to play to every play line. You've got to make every choice, every decision count. And that's what we're seeing here. Evan looks like he'd rather be anywhere else, actually, than sitting at this table in the semi-finals against Michael Fang.
Evan winning a prize for most emotive player on the broadcast this weekend, and it's definitely an entertaining one.
There's no CLVs left.
Deciding he must make a decision and commits the Dead Threads, as we said. Sigil of Aether going to come down, bouncing the Gun in a Flash, sending in Gun in a Flash again for 4. Volzar up to 2. Does Evan know that there's no spell? How does Evan deal with all of these breakpoints? That is the concern.
I think we're seeing how Evan's dealing with all of it. Not very well is the answer.
Sawbones Prevention is still available.
Yeah,
but
this.
Does he want to commit the Sawbones Prevention on a breakpoint physically, or is he worried about the potential arcane damage coming down the future? We know it's not there. Going to commit it on the breakpoint of the physical. Blink to get another Gun in a Flash swing. Gold available for Evan should he need to filter a non-block out of the hand.
So
Riches and Ivophilia in the hand.
This is it. The game's done. He has to activate the gold, right? This is the only out that he has.
Gravy activation available to try and find a blocking card. Looks like Compass found Evan's fate on the top of the deck, though, as it's already been activated. And if it was a blocking card, I'm sure Evan would be snapping that Gravy activation off. So it looks like it is likely a non-block. Holding on to that blinking arsenal, absolutely rewarding Michael here.
Still a lot of chums yet to be seen. Only 1 resolved so far.
No quick dodge flexes available, but without AB2, Evan likely doesn't even make it this far. Shows the 3 no blocks and extends the fist bump.
Wow. What
and another blink.
Game.
Yeah, well done to Michael Fung. Really, really impressively played, and just needed the Gravy to draw a few more no blocks.
Yeah, look, one more shock left in the deck. Still a current funnel as well as we kind of peek on in. Can't work out what those other 2 cards are.
Like we said, just trying to take all those cards possible so that the last shock in the game can close that one out. But look,
that's gone.
Really well played. I really liked Evan's approach to that matchup with Gravy. The tool disruptive attacks, just unfortunately one too many hands of not keeping the pressure on. Could have done with finding a Conqueror a little earlier or a Charm a little earlier, and Michael just pushed the combo button when it was not threatening to kill, but threatening to take tempo for the rest of the game.
I think that's enough. Well, we have at least one Acilio in our finals. 4 of them joined us in the top 8. A lot of them were cold down. Well, 2 of the 4, half of them, some might say, cold down in our quarter-finals. In the semi-finals, there were 2 more. A Victor Acilio and Acilio Gravy. The layers in that game were crazy. Who's next? Who do we see in our grand finals? It only makes sense that our almost flawless Acilio makes it this far, beating the curse of first place.
Yeah, Michael trying to beat that first seed curse and taking it all the way to the finals. Will he fall at the final hurdle, or will he be able to take it down? His opponent, potentially Victor, who's beaten Acilio already.
Oh, it was!
And it is. So Sammy Wex, the only player in this tournament to have taken Michael Fung down so far. Will Filippo Barbani be the second man to do it?
Filippo Barbani, the guy who has a beat on this matchup, using both pieces of the Arachnne equipment piece. Arachnne head, forgot what that's called. Arachnne skull cap, there we go. And the Arachnne head.
So no Arachnne head?
Jesus. And the Arachnne fortune in the chest as well. We saw him dispose of Alessio Buick earlier on, and Sammy Weck falls the same fate. So, Acilio versus Victor in our grand finals here at the Calling Rotterdam. It's been a hell of an event. Let's see who can take it over the line. We'll chuck it to a short break, and when we are back, hit one more game, and then we're done. See you in a bit. Peace. The time is now. It is Filippo Bardani. Bardani. I took a stab in the dark. His name wasn't on screen. I took a stab in the dark. Filippo Bardani on... It's Filippo Bardani. Oh, that's a B. That is a B. Sorry. Filippo Bardani versus Michael Fung in this grand final here at the Calling Rotterdam. Only a couple of Vasilios that he faced throughout Swiss. Michael Fung being one of them. So it's a round 6 showdown. Played up against Samurai Wek as well inside of Swiss and lost out to Lawrence.
If this guy gets one more name wrong, I swear to God, I'm off the stream.
Listen. We've said a lot about Michael Fung. We don't say anything anymore. We don't really say anything anymore.
No,
we know who Michael Fung is. Enjoying that cookie? Good. Bloody hell. I'm just looking into it.
Too loud into the mic, am I?
No, you're fine. I was looking into it. I didn't know who the first person to win a big event on Acilia was. It was someone called Kale. I'm not going to try to pronounce their last name. They're the Finnish national champion back when they first released. So here we go. This is the list for Victor. 2 Remembrance, 2 Trounce, 2 Weakest Link. A lot of 2-ofs in this one, actually. Okay, wasn't looking at that anyway, guys. Fair enough. Arcanite Skullcap, Arcanite Fortress. These seem to be the 2 key pieces that really separate kind of the Victor noobs to the Victor pros when it comes down to this matchup. Norin gloves and Norin boots into this also. So bringing effectively an AB5 when you are on lower HP.
I like this Victor with 3 head equipment, 3 chest equipment, 2 glove equipment, 2 boot equipment, 2 hammers, a shield. Bro is bringing the entire armory to the Calling today.
On the kitchen sink. One overcrowded. Almost certainly not going to be coming into this matchup, but definitely in for those assassins. He faced up against a couple of throughout the season. What we got here? It's just Michael Fung's list. It's just good. It's just a good list. We know in some of these bigger lists, Power Spell will be coming in. Might even see a Burn Bear just to be able to get over the top of some of this arcane barrier, especially some of that Spell Void, which slips its way in also. But don't expect to see much of a change when it comes down to his equipment. Still going to be Lightning Greave, still going to be Aether Binder's Third Age, Old Knocker, and that Flash of Brilliance.
Really interesting in the Acilia lists over the last couple of months to see the abandonment of all defense reactions. No defense reactions in the list for any Acilios, not even anything for a Marionette, no shelters, etc. We did even see a couple of Calming Breezes in lists in the past, but absolutely no defensive options really anymore, and just deciding Temporal Wobble is the only interaction with my opponent I really need.
My cards are better than your cards. Well, I stand corrected. We actually have Tunic in this matchup instead of the Old Knocker. The 1 block is pretty useful, and being able to activate that a couple of times.
I imagine Tunic may be the choice based on the fact that Michael, being in first seed, gets to pick to go first.
Absolutely. Callum is struggling. Counter on Tunic.
Apologies.
Filippo Bardani, Italian Nationals champion. Recent video over on the Agroblaze channel as well, where they kind of break down Victor. So, 2 Victor aficionados really breaking down why this hero is good. And okay, relegated from a normal dice to a fancy Tunic dice. Getting rid of an EMS, which is a pretty strong Arsenal target usually, but not this time round. I think we have the
Gone in a Flash in the hand already, which is likely destined for the Arsenal, if not another instant into the Arsenal to protect the Gone in a Flash in the hand. Going to just be activating Volzar and establishing a Sigil of Aether here. Be interesting to see if, I imagine it's the Seduced Secrets that actually made its way into the Arsenal here.
Yeah, you would assume, right? Any reactions from Filippo? He has nothing.
Let's see if Filippo has established a nice disruptive effect to start the game off with, or if we're looking at a classic Victor hand of a couple of blues and some clash cards. This Victor deck set up really well to tackle the Acilia deck, and
we take that as an opener.
Michael, no stranger to protecting his Gone in a Flash and keeping it out of the arsenal when given the option. So Seduced Secrets headed into the arsenal here. So Command and Conquer not presenting too much trouble for Michael, but the 2 floating might cause some consideration.
Do we lay a step to do secrets to see if it's a pummeling ad?
You could have a look, couldn't you? Going to start with the Acilio activation here.
Digging a little bit deeper. Michael just trying to work out, okay, can I afford to take this 6 damage? Well, either way, he's going to look at the top card of his deck and he's going to look at the hand. It is a shelter, so no pummel.
Knows he can be comfortable and confident keeping hold of the cards in his hand. Michael going to finish resolving the Seduce Secrets here, drawing into another one. Acilio activation already used, so maybe deciding to ship that Seduce Secrets on his own turn, seeing as Acilio is once every turn, not just on your own turns.
It is indeed.
No tap ability here.
None of this tap business where you only untap at the end of your turn.
Yep.
With a downtime, as Michael considers, okay, can I afford to be taking 6 here? Burn Bear being drawn up is actually.
Yeah, I was surprised
really nice,
to see the Burn Bear in hand here. Thought this card often only really made its way into the deck for decks like the Fatigue Pleiades deck and your Prisms being a popper in itself. But Michael bringing it into this deck, aware of that abundance of Arcane Barrier.
Yep. Open deck lists really do help out inside of that top 8, so being able to make a slight adjustment on the fly to your sideboard plan, especially going into a grand final, is ever important.
That Burn Bear definitely going to help Michael keep this Channel Lightning Valley alive without a sigil to play with. The question is what are we going to pitch for the Burn Bear, or are we going to hold on to it maybe for our Tunic turn next turn?
Filippo already looking concerned. We're 1 round in. Comes a CLV, establishing that one early, just before the Sigil of Aether pings.
Trying to ask the question of Filippo, are you going to give me an entire card here? And he says, yeah, I'll tell you what.
I will give you an entire card.
Effectively preventing 2 damage, right? Because not enabling the Sigil of Aether to amp for later in the turn. So yeah, absolutely. A blue block 3, converting the blue into effectively 2 prevention, and if a spell comes later down the line, able to AB2 with it as well. Just shipping on over the Burn Bear.
Overpitching for it as well. Well, not overpitching actually, because of the Channel Lightning Valley, so having to pay for the.
Well, paying a total of 4.
Yep.
For the Volzar and the.
CLV's going to be staying alive as well, right? We've pitched 2 lightning cards, so flow counter will enter on that. Establishing a pretty decent ball presence here for Michael. Realises he doesn't need to go a little bit crazy early on. Can instead take a beat, take a moment, set up a strong piece of arcane damage, a new arsenal target as well, because there is no way you're fully preventing this. So preventing 2, taking 5, down to 35, but still above Michael. So Arcanite Skullcap offline.
Michael willing to take this game slow, bringing in the Tunic and looking like he's probably boarding in a few extra cards if the Burn Bears have made their way in. Card heading into the arsenal for Michael, which was the random draw off of the Channel Lightning Valley. Like I say, shipping that Goran Flash to the bottom of the deck, saying, I am willing to wait for the next one.
Is there anything in this list that you don't want to Arsenal, do you think?
Any cards in the Acilio deck you don't want to Arsenal?
Well, considering the Burn Bears, but
just over 50% of the cards are
instants,
you're usually okay. I imagine any of your spells are pretty fine to Arsenal, but you just want to be careful you don't put anything in there that's going to get stuck in there for a little while, I suppose. Some love in the chat from Christian. Thank you very much, sir. We're big fans of you, obviously. 3 instants and a Blast of Oblivion in the hand there. Going to be, again, a little bit action point starved for Michael, so I'm sure we'll see some Acilio activations to try and improve this hand a little bit.
You're not blocking that one. There's only a 2 block in your hand. Unless you really want to be committing your entire equipment suite.
Something like a Sigil of Brilliance off the top of that CLV would have been really nice for Michael. Potentially able to play it out here. Going to be holding on to the 2 EMSs, understanding how powerful they are with this Blast to Oblivion in the hand.
Hold your damn hand still. For 2 seconds, Michael, please. I'm trying to look at your hands.
I completely understand the incessant need to hand shuffle.
I just jit my legs.
Some people, everyone has their vices, right? Some people
Trigger.
smoke. Some people smoke, some people drink. Oh my goodness, what a catch from Filippo.
That is brutal. That is so brutal.
I'm sure Michael was more than happy to see that come off the top of that Channel Lightning Valley, and unfortunately gone already.
In a flash.
In a flash, yeah. So that is 2 gone in a flash down in reality. So
yeah, 1 at the bottom of the deck right now, right? So we can bounce this blast back to the hand and pump it to, what, 7?
This is a yellow blast, so it's going to be for 6.
Oh,
but
God.
Hopefully Michael is looking for... I imagine there's a good chance that there's going to be an Acilio activation here. These EMSs are not doing the most for Michael in this hand.
Not right now.
Body language not great for Michael. Doesn't look overly happy with how that exchange just went for him there.
It's one of those, though. You need to wipe it off your brow. Move on. Can't let it affect your mental, especially in a game that's worth, what, 6 grand between first and second place?
I'm sure Michael's been in this position plenty of times before.
Plenty of times. I will say it's been a little bit of time since I've seen Michael go this deep into a tournament, though. Usually inside of those top 20s, top 16s, kind of taking a little bit more of a forward-facing role, kind of on broadcast and stuff as well, instead of playing some events, right? So
Test of strength going to be the block for Felipe, and that's going to help Michael out in a way because he's going to be able to see what he would potentially draw into off an Acilio activation. Not sure that current funnel is overly compelling.
Nah, pretty crap, actually.
But obviously going to be able to dig an extra card deeper with the Acilio activation and the draw on this Channel Lightning Valley, assuming no defense reaction for Filippo. Michael deciding not to take the draw off the Channel Lightning Valley and instead bouncing it with this Blast to Oblivion, likely to replay it for the draw perhaps. Nothing from Filippo's side as of yet. Like I said, we do actually know that there's a shelter in the arsenal, don't we?
Yes, that was flipped up earlier on off the back of the Seduce Secrets, but
so Filippo able to cover this if he chooses.
And it was the world that Michael bounces this back to the hand, plays the CLV beforehand, pitches one of the others just to the Volzar. Of course, kind of gambling on the card draw there from that CLV, but it's probably going to be our only route
I wonder whose priority we are waiting on here. Looks like it was Michael, and Michael's going to opt to replay that Channel Lightning Valley, trying to bait Filippo into playing out the Shelter from the Storm, which is in Arsenal at the moment. Filippo not going to take the bait and say,
take the 2.
I'm not going to cash this in for 2. I know that you can't really do a lot else with your hand.
We know the current funnel's up there already, right?
So, yeah, so the current funnel on top of the deck. Will Michael activate Acilio to try and dig for something proactive to do here? You'd love to find something like a shock to make use of these 3 counters on Volzar amping up. It looks like that's going to be the line. Does Michael find it?
Looking for a shock.
And he finds it.
There's one. Just that easy sometimes. So now we can bounce back.
Really nice play from Michael here to be patient on this Acilio activation. Wait and see how Filippo responds. Knows that he needs to get an extra card deep into the deck past that current funnel, as it is not useful enough. 5 damage comes across on the shock for this null shock, pitching it away the current funnel, holding an EMS to go into Arsenal.
The EMS in Arsenal is pretty strong. It's effectively another attack, right? Whatever you can send right behind you being pitched away, just to be able to mitigate. What would that be? That would be 2 of the 5 damage due to us still being higher HP. So Arachnne's Skullcap still offline. But this HP difference is getting a lot shorter. Boulder drop. Okay. Pretty decent card to be
one of these disruptive cards. And again, Michael, thanks to that Seduce Secrets earlier in the game, knows that he's not at the threat of pummel here due to that Shelter of the Storm still being in Arsenal. Be interesting to see this game when Filippo makes use of this Arcanite Fortress. It was used really, really nicely against Alessio, I believe the name was, earlier in this top 8. So
don't ask me about names, still.
Yes, shouldn't have, sorry. Tunic on 3, so Michael is ready to go whenever the third and final Golden Flash shows its face, but...
CLV, two shocks. Was that a null shock and a Comet Storm shock that we're looking at right now?
Can cover the crush of this boulder drop if concerned. Wonder what Filippo's holding in the hand there. Is it a clash card, or is it just a card that he didn't get the opportunity to block with previously? I believe this boulder drop, was this the card drawn off of the test of strength last turn?
Pass. Blast being used here as the first piece of...
So I know Michael, into these sorts of matchups, he likes offering the arcane damage over the physical damage. You don't want to give Victor too many opportunities to put those tests of strength, those tests of iron grips in front of what you're presenting. So it makes sense to potentially block the physical here.
What about Trounce? Are we seeing Filippo? I know he's only on 2 Trounce in this kind of deck list. Did you see it previously in that other CeeLo game that you played against?
I don't remember seeing a Trounce block with, but I mean, the game,
that game was like 15 minutes,
wasn't an overly long game, so maybe just didn't see them. We did see all the tests of strength, though, and we did see test of iron grip drawn up as well. So potentially with the tests and the pummels, potentially even visit Goldman Estates for maybe not going too high on the misses in that sense.
Going to be blocking 4 here. Blast to Oblivion. The arms, the legs. Just to be able to cover up this crush. No cheeky 1 point additional damage effects that we can play in here. No to be continued or...
Lunging press.
Lunging press, yeah, very true.
Open deck list after all.
The absolute Chad that runs a lunging press to a top 8 of a calling.
Long gone are the days of Bravo playing that card.
Yeah, very true.
So it looks like 3 damage going to come across here. Michael looks like he's thinking on potentially an Acilio activation during his turn. This null shock not doing too much for him in this hand. No ability to activate Volzar here due to the lack of sigil. So can't even really meld both sides of this Comet Storm shock effectively. Just going to
send it, just going to ship it, why not?
And he's going to meld it by the looks of it. Keeping the Channel Lightning Valley around for another turn.
No Volzar activation here. This is just going to be...
Could decide to cash in the Tunic counter here to pay for the Volzar, but I imagine...
Imagine he won't.
Imagine it's not going to be worth it.
So you do it, resolving the shock first.
You can kind of see that it is not likely that Michael's going to do that, considering he's not even indicated the amp on Volzar, which he normally would.
Oh, not yet, but...
Going to AB1 with the Golden Sun here, and then send over the 5 damage on the Comet Storm shocks. The Comet Storm side.
Any additional pitches, or are we just going to eat this? Are we just going to say, okay, fine, I'll take the 4, blocking the 1, and well, still not getting our Skull Cap online.
We'll see if Michael does. Michael Fung does his best Michael Hamilton impression this game and tries to strand that Shelter of the Storm in the arsenal of Filippo. He knows it's there and is going to potentially take some lines for as long as possible to not allow Filippo to get it out of there.
Just AB1.
4 down to 26.
4 down to 26.
Got these
Mark
Channel
Hansen
Lightning
drawing
Valley.
off the CLV, don't forget that.
Have we found a sigil? Michael goes into the tank.
Oh, okay. He's deep.
Pause.
Jesus.
Acilio activation that's still potentially to be used.
Yeah, yet to be used yet. It's whether or not we want to dig one deeper, right?
Can
That's
even pitch the card away if he
Oh,
wants.
pretty brutal.
See if Michael is happier with the card he's drawn, and I think he's definitely happy.
I'll be pretty happy with that one.
There, yeah, going to be flowing 2 counters onto Channel Lightning Valley.
There we go. Yeah, don't forget that. Here's
Cards
a mate.
like Comet Storm, Shock, Burn Bear, some of the few effects in this deck that actually allow you to get there.
We could go to 3.
Felipe with three cards in hand. 3 cards in hand.
Yep.
Shelter and Arsenal. E-Strike mode going to be +2.
Okay, just a 7. Nothing
Glyph
crazy.
Power
Hold on
spell
to a
in
card.
the hand for Michael. Not a really effective way to use it. However, Flash of Brilliance could make this Sigil of Lightning. This hand is pretty tempting to cash this Sigil of cash this Flash of Brilliance in. Have a small combo turn with the Blast, the EMS, the Blink, the Glyph Power spell, the CLV still on board.
God, yeah, you got to remember about the EMS, don't you? Sitting in the Arsenal, effectively just refunding that Blast to Oblivion.
This hand is quite powerful for Michael here. Have to remember that Temporal Wobble not the only upgrade Acilio picked up from Compendium of Wraith. Also got the very impactful red cloud cover and Glyph Power spell. Looks like Michael gesturing not to go for the Flash of Brilliance play.
Taking the 7 down to 14. I mean, he's trying to do as much damage as he can while keeping out of this Arcanic. Jesus Christ. Arcanite Skullcap range.
Yep.
He doesn't want to allow Filippo to effectively nullify one of these massive spell attacks that he wants to send.
I think we could potentially see this Channel Lightning Valley bounce back to the hand for Michael, potentially use it to pay for this Glyph Power spell. Test of Iron Grip.
That's not good.
A huge pull here for Filippo.
Clash.
Burn Bell on the top, and they're going to have to dig for a reclash here. Can't miss again. Not in the finals of a cooling, Filippo. And he finds it.
There we go.
Michael looking for the discard now. Knows there's a Burn Bear on top, so unlikely to Acilio anything here.
So what was our hand? We got the...
Michael kind of has an extra spell here, so not the end of the world.
It's the Etchings.
Etchings likely to be the spell of choice to resolve. I will imagine Glyph's Power spell is going to be the one destined for the grave. Blink would have potentially allowed Michael to resolve both spells on this turn, but unfortunately not going to be given the luxury now due to... Michael can, in theory, play an instant out here to bounce this CLV and having another card available to discard. Can we make these... I suppose Michael may have missed his opportunity to do anything tricky with Acilio once letting the clash resolve. Test of Iron Grip probably has to fully resolve now, so Glyph Power spell going to be the choice for Michael. Makes sense to me.
Only does 4 arcane right now, right? No sigils about.
So we have got a pretty huge EMS coming in here, going to be bouncing back this blast as well. Blink still in the hand for Michael, so not short on action points as well. Blast of Oblivion. Let's see if Michael plays the CLV prior. Priority back to Michael. CLV going to be re-established. Volts are up to 3. Blast to Oblivion once more. Again, the card, the unsung. Well, I think it's no surprise that this card is completely pushed in Acilio at this point. A lot of people playing Acilio for how powerful it is. I was playing Acilio because of how fun Blast was to play around with.
Difficult thing here is that Michael knows what he's going to be drawing off this CLV, right? It's just going to be a Burn Bear, and he doesn't really have the cards in hand to be able to make it work. Blast of Oblivion going to be coming in for 4 to have that blink available to be able to continue going additional chain link wide if you so wish, and that's probably going to have to be the play.
So one thing to note here, Michael can go Blast. Should the Blast connect, draw the Burn Bear off of this CLV, trigger on the blink to bring the CLV back to hand.
Absolutely.
Couldn't potentially even go.
Could play that Burn Bear
and play the Burn Bear, pitching away the CLV and using the Tunic counter, but I imagine Trying to re-establish a sigil here with that Etchings of Arachnne. Quite important. Burn Bear not pitching for Volzar, so not particularly helpful in that sense. And there's that shelter that we've known has been there for a while.
So imagine if we knew that was there.
Michael struggling to get this CLV draw.
The question is...
Happy to resolve the chain.
Yeah, to CLV now or to not, and it looks like we will. We are going to be using the tunic to activate the Volzar, just to get that additional amp to draw up.
Huge 9 damage spell coming in here, and remember this was the turn that Filippo has blocked with a Test of Iron Grip, so how far would this turn have gone should Michael have had access to more? Now we're going to be guaranteed drawing that Burn Bear off of this Channel Lightning Valley, but the Channel Lightning Valley is going to be dying at the end of the turn. No lightning card in the pitch.
What's crazy here is that this is coming in for 9, and if Filippo eats all 9 of it, the Arcanite Skullcap is still offline.
Yeah.
He goes to 15 from this. He's still not lower HP than Michael Fung. He doesn't have that 2 block, and he doesn't have that additional AB3.
I imagine this Arcanite Skullcap's most useful sort of implication is towards the end of the game, where you are facing down the potential to be shocked away, and also enabling this Arcanite Fortress to double dip on 2 Guardwell and 2 Spell Void. So makes sense for the inclusion, but say trying to stem the bleeding. Michael trying to consider which sigil to get. Sigil of Lightning tends to be the safe play.
Yeah, makes sense.
Happy to play it out and say goodbye to the Channel Lightning Valley. Burn Bear going to hit the Arsenal. What is Filippo's response? Another boulder drop. Now, this is exactly what you want to see from Filippo. Makes you wonder whether Michael is happy to. Another Burn Bear.
That's pretty rough.
Not what you want.
Sigil Brilliance. Another to do Secrets. The ESD going to get pitched away this time round. What do we draw? Does it give us a couple of options in this turn, or are we just going to have to eat this 7 damage and
that looks like
try and send something back?
Glyph power spell, perhaps.
That's really rough to see.
Michael looking for potentially an attack action card, but happy to sort of play the game safe.
There is a world that we block with the Glyph Power Spell, block with a Flash of Brilliance, bounce the Sigil of Lightning back to your hand to be able to create that Embodiment of Lightning. Discard the Embodiment of Lightning then to the Acidio Hero ability and see if we can find an attack that way round, but feels like a lot of jumping through hoops for effectively maybe 4 into 6, which isn't really going to make a dent right now into this 28, just sub 20 HP Filippo.
I think Filippo is kind of happy to play these 2 card hands as long as we can keep disruptive. Michael is going to be having to block first, and Michael's kind of looking to string a 5 card hand together here that's going to start ripping cards out of Filippo's hand. Michael can't really afford to keep trading with Victor. That CNC losing that Gun in the Flash earlier on in the game was has not sent Michael down a favourable path this game, but can he find a way out? Difficult block.
Yeah, it's not an easy one. Far, far from it, right?
At least your Embodiment of Lightning is going to stick around if you start resolving cards like Burn Bear.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. It's not like your agilities or...
Got to be no gold on the side of Victor, so not... Well, we have got the Aura Magus, so are still concerned about the potential to just die to a Golden Sun. Wonder if Michael may be regretting bringing these Burn Bears in at this point. They don't seem to be helping. They seem to be hindering more than helping. Just blocking for 6.
Yeah, dropping to slates this time. It's going to be the...
Going to play a smaller hand and see if he can make something work with what he's got left.
Okay, so Sigil Lightning is going to leave the board at the start of the turn. We're going to make that Embodiment of Lightning. As we know, there's not going to be anything to make use of that embodiment. instead, we are going to be activating Asilio's hero ability to get rid of this Seduce Secrets to see if we can dig a little bit closer to something that can help us out.
I think
here.
Michael was
just
looking for a blue, and it looks like he
Oh,
found it on the blink.
brilliant.
So 6 damage coming across to Filippo. Is there a clash card in the hand that's going to be a little bit stranded? Michael deciding to play out the Sigil of Brilliance.
Yep, fair enough. Makes sense.
Burn Bear coming in for 7 now. Sigil of Brilliance on board. Got to be worried about attacking into Acilio now with the Flash of Brilliance still up. Michael poised for a big turn. Should the texture of his next hand be what he wants?
To survive with only
This will
13 HP left.
Filippo down to
12.
at least 12, at least 14, sorry. Maybe Filippo considering cashing in this Spell Void on the Arcanite Fortress before it's even blocked, but no, says no blocks.
He's taking it down to 12.
That
Skull
indicates
Cup
to me
online.
something like a pummel or an E-strike in the hand for Filippo.
Something big, something that could push over this 13 damage wall that we present ourselves with, and there is a Golden Sun in the hand, and it is going to be sent. Are we going to be cracking the Oromagus? We are! No blocks across the entire game on it. Missed out on that 2 value, 2 floating. Surely this is not the pummel in hand as well.
Golden Sun for 10 overpower. Michael instantly reaches for the Flash of Brilliance. It makes a lot of sense. There looks to be a blast in the hand there. Can Michael make something happen with this semi-combo turn?
Oh, it says no additional blocks. He's just blocking 1.
Has Filippo absolutely caught Michael with this pummel here?
Does he have it? Does he have it?
Michael calling Filippo's bluff.
So much money on the line here, and there is the pummel. He just blocks 1. It goes to 14. That's us done and dusted, no? Exact lethal.
Michael playing a close to flawless game this weekend.
Looking
Checking
at
the
sideboard.
sideboard, seeing did he side out the Sigil of Solaces. Is there anything in the deck that Michael can dig for? A rare slip up for Michael, maybe.
I was about to say, instead of just blocking 2, I think there might have even been a 3 block in the hand as well. Michael thought he had lethal on the stack, ready and done. Activating the Acilio, looking for the Sigil of Solace. Does he find it? He doesn't look like he does. Presents the cards to his opponent, and Filippo's Victor wins the game on a pummel. Andrea Mengucci comes in, celebrating with his fellow Italian. Congratulations to the Victor. And truly the Victor as well.
Baffled.
Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, I cannot believe that has just happened at the end of this game. This is honestly what looks to be one of the most unlikely slip-ups in Flesh and Blood history.
Was crazy.
I actually cannot believe that Michael has just made that play there.
More LL points to Vic.
Yeah, I suppose that is a benefit. We still had Tunic. Tunic was not going to tick up. Even Michael positioned it at the end as well, like touching it, being like, I still had Tunic. I still could have done something there. Oh man, commiserations to Michael. He's been flawless over the weekend, and man, it just literally fell at this tiny final hurdle. They always got it. You got to play around it. They've always got the pummel, bro.
I absolutely could not. I'm genuinely speechless. I really did not expect that to be the outcome of that. You know, I thought Michael just had some crazy read or some effect that meant that this game was not over. But Michael just not valuing the game state. I mean, we've all been there, right? We've all been caught with our pants down from a pummel. But the rest of us, I mean, we're not Michael Fung.
No, absolutely not. No.
Sure.
We aren't one of the best players in the world. And to be able to make what is a judgment call of, okay, probably could have a pummel, but then only blocking the 1 instead of blocking the 2, which would have got you out of that range, is you can only think just a misplay at that point. And it feels so bad that we're presented that at the end of this game.
Aiden in the chat says Filippo did the Acilio Gambit 3 in a row, so he makes his way all the way through the top 8, nothing but Acilio's game after game, and gets the win in an incredibly unlikely fashion.
That was crazy.
Michael
dude.
only
Wow.
dropping 2 games all weekend, and maybe, the fatigue of playing this deck all weekend has just got to him. I mean, that is a really, really uncharacteristic end, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Commiserations, Michael Fung, but congratulations, Filippo Barbani, who not only is the Italian current reigning national champion, but also your victor here at the Calling Rotterdam. A borderline flawless. Very good, very good. Damn, cashing in the Aura Magus to be able to make it overpower is what a call to be able to do that. Okay, they're counting down to something on the stream. What are you counting down to?
Fang Armory Deck.
Okay, great. Well, nothing is what we're counting down to.
Said Fang Armory Deck, if you guys couldn't hear him in the background.
Is it actually Fang Armory Deck?
No, he's trolling.
Okay, fine. God. I thought Noah was giving us the true bait.
At the result of that game there, Noah was elated at the 75 points that Victor just
75?
acquired.
Holy crap.
I'm not sure how many Living Legend points
he's up there, right?
Acilio, sorry.
LL.
Victor was on.
Oh, Jesus.
So let's see. Victor Goldmain at 824 points, now going to crack the 899 mark on Living Legend points, but a few Calling wins or ProQuest wins away from reaching Living Legend.
He's gonna be gone. Let's go. We've not got a ProQuest season for a while though. They haven't announced the next ProQuest season yet, right?
Not Scooby, mate. Apologies.
Fair enough. Pop up on the screen. Who have we got? Nothing. It's the interview that's coming up next. We are not going to cover that because we can't hear them. We've muted the stream. Unlucky on that regard. Guys, thank you very much for joining us all this weekend. It's been really fun to cast some games, just kind of chill out with the boys, and just see some more Flesh and Blood. I've been a little bit checked out for a little bit, so being able to come back and come back to a Calling and have some of the craziest games that we've seen. That Katsu game that we saw earlier today, the finals, all three, both the quarters, semis, and the true finals as well, were absolutely fantastic.
I
love a bit of Flesh and Blood.
I just can't believe how that game ended.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Jesus Christ. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for joining. I've been Callum. Nope. I'll see you later.
He's cooked.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm Kyle. That's Callum.
You'd be Callum if you like, mate.
We'll see
Callum
you
if you
later.
like.
Jesus Christ.